Wow! Hello, how we doing today? How are we all doing? How has the day been and started and other such things? How are we today? Welcome in. It is such a pleasure to have you all here. Hold on, I need to fix my invisibility cloak real quick. Oh, welcome in, welcome in. It is so good to see you all. Zaft, Harmless Sharky, Cubus Dev. No worries, Cubus. Not a problem at all. I'm glad to have you here for however time we get you. Dex Leon, hello. Thank you for that Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're up very early. It is 3:24 in my time. 160p at work, y'all. European. Good to see you, Sharky. Woo, how we all doing? Make It So Games, new schedule. Yeah, we're trying this out for a little bit. We're trying it out to see if it can catch a bit more of the people that we're hoping to try and help. So yeah, that's what we're taking a look at here. Make It So. Welcome in. Good to have you. New UI, yeah. So this is our kind of analysis in space and everything. I've taken to the idea of looking through gaming news at the start of the stream. So that's what we're doing right now. Welcome in, welcome in. Commend you, sir. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Okay. So, first up on our list, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree review. Yeah, it's basically a sequel, but I'm glad it's finally over. This is something I've been very curious about. FromSoft DLC is always really interesting to me because everything they release feels like a pretty complete experience. I'm always curious how they choose to build on it, whether it's in a small way or in a large way. It's usually quite interesting. Yeah, gaming news every week, more layoffs. Yeah, for real. Oh my gosh. I follow a guy on LinkedIn. His name is Amir Satvat, and he started at the very beginning of all these layoffs, doing a lot of community posts to try and rehome a lot of these devs and support them. And gosh, just like every day for a while, it was him posting some new announcement. Ugh, it's been brutal out there. But in every moment of turbulence, there's always quite a lot of new opportunities to be found, right? So, my suspicion is a lot of these developers who are getting let go from the AAA studios are going to go and try and secure funding to create their own studios. That will happen within about 6 months to a year. So, now's a really good time to be learning and leveling up your skill sets to jump on some of these newly founded studios that'll be coming up. So, Shadow of the Erdtree isn't for newcomers, as you can't enter the DLC without having tackled much of the base game and beaten two of its trickiest encounters, Radon and Moog. I literally never even found Moog in my playthrough of Elden Ring. I'm thinking of the right guy, right? Yeah, the blood dude. Yeah. Yeah, I literally never even found Moog. Didn't know he was a boss until after I had beaten it. Same thing with Millennia. I never even found that whole section of the game. Once you've downed a Moog, touching a nearby withered arm will whisk you to the lands of Shadow and all of its new delights. Now, that being said, it does make sense to beat Moog in order to do this because of the heavy Mikola story implications and everything. Really curious what that's going to be like. One relatively early boss, one basically endgame boss. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. I did love the Radon fight, though. That was so frustrating and so fun. It's an endgame edition, so I don't see any problem with FromSoft forcing its players to reach a certain aptitude before diving in. Erdtree you see is nails. The map may look titchy in comparison to the lands between, but it's home to more effery per capita. Oh, shoot. Wow. The average Elden Ring enjoyer likely won't find the majority of Erdtree's most interesting zones without consulting help. Wow. Perhaps the greatest test of my sense of direction ever. Wow. Jeez. My goodness. I'm going to be muting stream for the duration of this article. Yeah, we won't go over any spoilers, Sharky, but it is absolutely fascinating to just kind of see how people are taking this, right? Plenty of armor sets, new charms, crafting recipes. I hear there's a bunch of new weapon types. Doesn't make things any easier for the average story enjoyer, as it's very easy to, one, not understand what anyone's saying, and two, miss important conversations with people who've tucked themselves into corners and subsequently missed out on quests. Because, man, that is one of my biggest struggles with the Dark Souls design, is questing. Is so transparent, in my opinion. I hate it. I don't think I've ever actually successfully completed, let alone like gotten a good ending, but completed a quest in Dark Souls. Whether or not you do or do not care about the story, it's an undeniable fact that Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree is a brilliant expansion. There you go. There you go. Well, that's exciting. Very excited about Shadow of the Erdtree. Yeah, I'm very curious what that's going to look like, and to get my hands on it. I don't know if we're going to ever stream Elden Ring, because it's such a saturated space on Twitch, but I don't know, maybe. We'll see. Okay, what's on your bookshelf? Art, GameMaker, and level design expert Robert Yang. This is an article I thought would be interesting to read, because as we're trying to dive into leveling up as developers, Fallon here, hello, welcome in, good to see ya. As we're trying to level up as developers, it's always good to kind of see what are other people doing, what are other people finding inspiration from. So I thought we could go over this real quick and just kind of take a look at it. What are people up to, and what are they learning about? What are you currently reading? This is the developer for where do they say? It's writer of the legendary good Radiator blog, Robert Yang. Surprisingly popular games about gay culture. Most known for his historical bathroom sex in the tier room. And his, wow. My goodness. That's a lot. So, that's the lens we're going to be looking at this through. What are you currently reading? Moved to New Zealand a few years ago. I've been trying to catch up on local art and theory here. 2 weeks ago, I stumbled on this book, the Aotearoa Digital Arts Reader, which is a collection of Kiwi writing about creative technology. Ooh, that sounds fascinating. Often these kinds of books can be cringe portals. Like, imagine the NFT Metaverse Revolution book in the $1 trash bin. But this book from 2008 so far has done a decent job thinking about the future. Just a lot of solid, grounded thinking about still relevant, perhaps even timeless concepts. Okay, very cool. I'll have to open that up. What did you last read? I'm prototyping an unannounced rugby strategy game, so I'm also reading a lot of rugby player manuals and coaching guides. See, that's doing your research. That's not just saying, write what you know. That is really learning what you need in order to write correctly. That's really cool. What are you eyeing up next? I read this fascinating interview, Buildings Born Ruins, Philosophy and Architecture After the Apocalypse, about how the apocalypse is already happening right now, but it's a hyper object that transcends the horizon of human space-time. It reminds me of a futurist conference I went to 10 years ago where a bright, cheery scientist told me, it's already too late. We're working on climate engineering so that 2030 will have options. So is this what an apocalypse is supposed to feel like? One of the interviewees, Lisa Doland, has a book, Apocalypsify, but it seems it's only in Dutch. The other interviewee book is Modern Architecture and Climate, Designed Before Air Conditioning, by Daniel Barber, which sounds more material about comfort and its cousin survival, which reminds me of the recent TV series The Curse. You know, it's interesting that he talks about learning about this, especially in New Zealand. From what I understand, a lot of buildings in New Zealand are built without air conditioning, right? And they're built to to really enhance airflow throughout the home, with a lot of kind of open spaces where you may not expect it in other homes that would have air conditioning, you know. Rooms that have little decorative cutouts above the door to allow air to pass through instead of having vents. What book would you like to see someone adapt to a game? I reread Mrs. Dalloway every year or two. It's probably my favorite book. I do intend to adapt it into a game someday. For those unfamiliar, it's about all these people in 1920s London and how their lives intersect. And then they all meet at a big party at the end. Structurally, it's like a Wes Anderson movie, but Virginia Woolf would have thought Wes Anderson was a total twat. Like, usually you read Woolf in school in a formal way to learn about advanced narration. But that dry approach skips over how cool and funny she is. No clipping between all these assholes so she can no-scope them in the street. Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, there you go. Those are some fascinating resources. This is the Kiwi collection of writing that he brought up. The Aotearoa digital arts reader. There it is. Are these thumbnails? No, that's just a big picture. Okay. Oh my goodness, look at all this. 1980s home coding. From the Aotearoa digital arts reader, Swalwell investigates the highly experimental practice of home coding in the 1980s that was a significant part of the reception and culture of early home computers. Her informants exemplify early relations to technology beyond the instrumental, where the probing of possibilities provided a base for invention. Oh, bummer. So they're migrating to the new website. That does sound fascinating. I mean, this was my brother. This is my oldest brother in the 1980s, learning how to code on a computer when nobody else understood what on earth he was doing. So I'd be really curious to read that. All right. Hey, should we go take out this really annoying dude? This, like, old man who is pretending to, like, have some amount of decorum and is awful? I wish I'd gotten into this when I was younger. I'm right there with you, Falanier. Yeah, a big part of why I really think Foxhollow Games has an important mission is because all my life, I just, like, consumed video games. And it was a lot. And it was dastardly, to be frank. It was terrible because all I did was consume. And yeah, I mean, like, I absorbed a lot of knowledge and understanding of kind of how a game operates, but I didn't. Oh, there was a save point right here. I didn't gain any experience. I didn't grow directly, and I really wish that I would have earlier on tried to pay attention to why things worked or not. Ooh. Okay, before we go to you, and I think I would have been very, very blessed right now to have had at least even just some experience trying to have built my own stuff. You know, the people that are really excelling in life are ones that kind of like really start really early. You know, they get their reps in, they get their practice in. Took me a moment to understand you're talking about 9 souls, talking about taking out an old man. Yep. Nervous old man down below. Curses! That brat actually destroyed Xingtan. I spent my youth gaming like some kind of nerd instead of learning what I'm learning now. Exactly, Falner. Yeah, exactly. That was an ancient weapon handed down through generations in the J family. A priceless relic that I can't possibly compensate for. Also, notice how his text box is a different shape now. So it's not the same bubbles that it was before. Now it's big, spiky exclamations. If the council pursued an investigation, it would be the end of me. Curses! Curses! I can't just sit and wait to die. What kind of article are we talking about now? You just wait and see. I'll make you taste my steel. Yeah. Yeah, Sharky, we jumped from the Elden Ring article into collection of resources. Dude, we're not at the boss yet, bro. Come on. A collection of resources that a video game writer and developer, oh jeez, in Australia has been reading recently. It was really interesting to just kind of observe what it was that they're reading and getting up to. Oh, early in the morning, man. There we go. Get absolutely obliterated. Nice. There we go. Oh, I can just crush you. Great. All right. Let's heal up. And then opinion piece about what old men don't deserve to live, obviously. Yeah, of course. That's what we do here, you know. We decide who lives or dies. Just, like, not literally. Oh, no. All right, dude, you get to live. I'm not gonna get through all that. I'm not gonna bother. Did I kill you by falling on you after you broke it? Yes, with an asterisk. It didn't kill me, but it did hurt me and then kind of cause a platform reset, right? Where it was, hey, the equivalent of you fell down a pit, let's take you back to wherever it is that you need to be, right? Ow, shoot. Just a little bit too fast. There we go. Heal up again. Oh, it's our friendo. Great. Oh, but we're not going to be able to take... Yeah, okay. Oh dear, how did I miss? Enough ye, don't make me do this. You have a bright future ahead of you. Surrender now, and I will spare your life. I'm doing this for myself, not you. What did I do? I devoted my entire life to the preservation of our civilization. Do you know what I was doing while everyone else indulged in pleasure? Even now, with this disease-ridden body, I still guard the treasures in this vault with zeal and hope. Vault? You mean this useless, power-hungry warehouse? This space was designed to house energy generators. Who knows how many more we could have housed in New Kunlun? How dare you? The greatness of our civilization was accumulated over multiple millennia. What's the use of protecting a couple more people if we forget who we are? The past is a mirror for understanding the present. We must pass on our legacy, and, do you think we're all blind? Most of the stuff here belongs to the rich and powerful. Allowing their private possessions on board was your ticket into New Kunlun. You, our balderdash! I love that word. I'm so glad the old man is saying that. You have no proof! It's time to reform and to sweep away the corrupt. No. Everything needs to go, even the glories of the past. Let's be real, you can act all sanctimonious, but you're just out for your own selfish survival. You insolent miscreant! I'll show you what happens when you disrespect your elders. Okay, we gonna be able to make it through here? Yeah. Oh, good, okay. I don't... Yeah, we want to hack this first. What did I just open? I guess opened this? Okay. Old man with a sniper rifle. Truly, a cromulent combination. My goodness. Okay. So, there's something for... No, stop it. Just... No. Stop. Come on. What, is that too... There we go. That's all I wanted. Okay. When you disrespect your elders, they pull a gun on you, apparently. Yeah, because this guy's all about respect, clearly. Okay, there you go. You know, you'd think he'd realize what he's doing and be like, maybe I should stop trying to shoot him when he's standing right next to a box. That's how it works in the South. Oh, shoot. Ow. Heal? I can drop down. Duh. Oh, and that killed a lot of them. Sure. Great. Easy. Notice how it's pretty slow. So if you just keep walking, it is not the hardest to avoid. But they do give it one last burst of... like you'll see it'll kind of jump forward right at the very end there, right? Just to make it feel a little bit scarier, give you a little bit of opportunity to, oops, feel terrified. No, cancel the hack. Gosh. Oh, my heavens. Heal. Okay, go. Okay, we got the shortcut. Snidco Games! Hello, welcome in, friend. How are you? How have things been? It's been too long. How are you? What projects have you been working on recently? And by the way, feel free to raid and run. But it's wonderful to have you here. Welcome in. IC3Q4, welcome in. Sninko, Melathas, Kivelso, Melathas, again. Good to have you all in here. Welcome in. We are doing a deep dive analysis and playthrough of Nine Souls. We've been going through all sorts of cool stuff of like, how did they structure this game? How do they communicate their concepts? How do they work together? How do they evolve over time as you play throughout the game? How does kind of the design framework change? It's been an absolutely fascinating experience. So welcome on in, everyone. Doing good, my man. Saw you on and knew I had to pop in. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you, Sninko. Hope you're doing well. Turning cog. Jeez. It's very early in the morning for me, and I don't have my glasses on. So welcome in, Turning Cogs, and everyone else. It's so great to have you here. This game had me interested, glad to see you playing it. Yeah, absolutely. It's being super fascinating. Been working on my new project, Locating Echoes. Game using sound to paint the world with sound as you play as Echo, the Greek nymph. Oh, that sounds rad. Also very well timed with Hades. That's awesome, Sninko. I need to stop by and see what that's all about, because that sounds incredibly fascinating. I'd love to see that in practice, so to speak. Are you still doing your I forget what it's called. The balancing posing stuff? Gosh, I can't remember the name. All right, take care, IC3. So great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Hope you get some good rest. I need to camel case my name. That was the last nail. I'm so sorry, Turning Cog. The handstands. I mean, sure, the handstands, but other things too, right? This is giving me Mark of the Ninja vibes without the cell stuff. Yeah, that's an interesting comparison. It does kind of have a bit of that Cly graphic novel-y sort of approach. In fact, they even have in a lot of cutscenes, they have graphic novel panels show up. So I can definitely understand how you would get that Cly sort of approach to it. I didn't need to go through all of this because I unlocked a shortcut earlier. My goodness. Oh, shoot. I haven't thought of marking the ninja in a while. Yeah, for real. Handstands are great, yeah. I like the little animation for the map too. That's one thing we've talked about is how well the devs have incorporated movement into pretty much every single screen, right? There are all these little micro movements from the UI up above. You can see those little dashes going in and out to the little wiggle of your ears. All sorts of tiny little micro animations. The spinning of the skill points. There's so much attention paid to very tiny details that is pretty incredible, to be frank. Pulling the pipe out. That's right. It's a healing pipe, Sninko. It's a healing pipe, obviously. When we showed up, it looked like you were in a hole. Green screens line up so fun sometimes. Hilarious. Oops. It's interesting. It put my my souls over here. We didn't even make it into this room before. How do I do this? So right now we are trying to chase down an old man and bring him to justice, and he's like the leader of this warehouse facility. And so he's trying to shoot us with a sniper rifle while we're trying to reach him. There we go. That's the angle. Man, that was surprisingly difficult. All right, if we die and we have to do this part over again, I want to check out that little hidden space. There's a hidden space right below us that I think I might know how to get to. Yeah, let's just arrow this dude. Ooh, that was close. Ooh, no, shoot. Davimir, hello, welcome in. Got unlocked successfully. We did. Yes, we're closing in on the old man. That's where we're at right now. Not so sure on bringing him to justice part. Yeah, based on how we took out the last boss, I don't think pure justice is necessarily what our character's really all about. So when you change the date on your computer and he dies from old age. That was Y2K. Oh, shoot. Funny. Alright, come on, dude. We ain't got all day. I mean, I do. But... There we go. Yeah, and they also take a lot of inspiration, now that you mentioned that, Sninko. A lot of inspiration from Metal Gear Solid games on... like their conversational system. Like they'll have you call in with people, and it feels very Metal Gear. We talked about how this is what innovation is. This is, you take disparate ideas from different things and you combine them together in new and interesting ways. Oh, God, I do not like this jump. Okay, there we go. Ah! We're in ads. We're gonna pause. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Gotta eat those tree frogs. I think he mentioned a justice motive, but it's clear that he's out for blood. Yeah, no, I mean, there's justice, and then there's I'm going to put your own mind control collar on you while you bleed out. That's not great. Favorite Souls like right now is a tie between Lies of P and Bloodborne. How is Lies of P? I've seen people playing it. It kind of seems like a B-level Soulsborne, but like I think there's place for that, you know? Hope the remake ends up well. I mean, supposedly there's a remake, right? But there's no like definitive yes announcement. Bloodborne made me rage quit so hard I never picked up another Souls-like. Bloodborne, I feel, is the best one to start with, though lots find Elden Ring a great entry point too. Yeah, I would probably agree that Elden Ring is good, just because it's very farmable in a lot of good ways. Bloodborne, I kind of bounced off as well. I really struggled on that one. I eventually did go back and finish it out, but yeah, it was a little rough for me. And I played through Dark Souls 1 and 2 before that, end to end. Although I never finished Dark Souls 3, so I think Elden Ring even lower than Dark Souls 2. Wow. Y'all built different. Dark Souls 2 is the prettiest of the Dark Souls games. Interesting. I mean, I know Dark Souls 2 is a little controversial in the Soulsborne community, but Zaft, I've never heard that take before. I know some people kind of bounced off of Elden Ring. I'd be curious to hear why. It'll be like GTA remakes. There's gameplay but no dates, so probably 2025. Souls like just rhythm games, probably hype a bunch of stuff. People hype up a bunch of stuff. Oh, man. So, one thing... Oh, jeez. Oh, this... Get out, get out. Okay. One thing that the Soulsborne games that From Software does, which is quite clever, is... is shrouding everything in mystery, which is incredibly clever. Because not only does that kind of create a world that the player can invest in and experience and grow with, it also, creates an environment where the player, where are my controls? Where the player wants to delve in, both mechanically as well as narratively and in the world. So we've observed, Nine Souls doing the same thing, where there's a lot that they're just not telling you in order to entice you to keep moving through the experience, even when it's really hard, which is very clever. Bloodborne is a lot faster and wants to be a lot more aggressive than usual Souls games. Yes, absolutely. With the way that the health works and everything, absolutely. No! These lasers are so slow. Which I guess is by design. They want you to bounce off between them. Goodness gracious. It's a lot of busy work. Sure, the world is beautiful and very, very low quality content in large quantity. And then there's a good Souls game buried in there with terrible bosses, though. I have heard some of those complaints, yeah. I'm glad they give you a healing fountain here. Jeez. And we get the shortcut. Good. Awesome. Unlocked. Good. This is how I rhythm game. Hell yeah. Just drop. I don't want to deal with all that. I'd say none of the bosses in Elden Ring hit the same as any of the bosses in Dark Souls or Bloodborne. Interesting. I mean, I know people really disliked the tree spirit, right? I forget the name. The tortured nymph or whatever it is. I thought it was kind of fun. I don't know. I didn't have quite the same complaints a lot of other people did, but I could definitely understand why people feel the way they did. And I'm not saying that it's not incredibly valid. Jeez. Ah! Heal. Heal, heal, heal. Stop. Okay. Let's just get out of dodge. This is not the place to stand and fight. Okay, let's clear this space out, though. Yeah, get rid of the shields, okay. Blast your friend. Good. Oh, that felt good. Blocking the crossbows. Get blasted? And then... Got it. Get out, get out. Oh, jeez. Can you make the music louder on stream? It's basically not hearable. Yeah, absolutely, Davimir. Thanks for letting me know. Let me see. Let me know if, let me kind of change some audio settings on my end. Okay. Let me know how that sounds for you. Can I dash through? No. None reach the heights of the earlier titles, but I do think of like Slave Knight Gale of the DLC for Dark Souls 3 and Dark Eater Midir, then Sin and Burnt Ivory King for... Oh, snap. Okay, I see how this is supposed to go. Okay. Right now? Okay, perfect. Thank you for letting me know, Daphne. Appreciate that. Up, 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 up. Okay, that was close. So it's interesting you mentioned all that, Cinco, because I never actually got to any of those. I never played any of the DLC for any of the Dark Souls. I mean, I think I own Scholars of the First Sin, but I never made it to that point. Because usually on Dark Souls games, I get kind of burnt out. Like, I make it through the entire game, and then I'm like, cool, done. And that's pretty much it. So I need to make some time to go back and experience those. So I hit up the DLC for Elden Ring. We were just reading a review of that today as we started the stream out. And supposedly it feels like an incredible sequel. Where the map is... Oh, jeez. No. The map is... Okay. This is not going to work. This is literally impossible. We actually can't do 3 full locks there. That is gated. Okay. But even though the map is smaller, it's incredibly dense. Which is maybe them reacting to some of the complaints that Zap was bringing up. That people were having. That it is, you know, the map for Elden Ring felt a little too open. A little too... oh, and we're back here. Yes. Oh, good. The whole section is done with now. Hooray. Jeez. So I'm curious. I'm curious to see how that goes. Bloodborne DLC was the best little chunk of Souls content for me. Okay, Bloodborne DLC I might have done just because I came to it so late in the game. Did the DLC add in, like, the Moon Spirit boss? Because if so, then I did do that one. This game will definitely be a hit when it drops on Switch. Oh, yeah, I think so, absolutely. I like Elden Ring a lot, but I can see it not being a thing for many people who wanted a more classic Souls experience. Yeah, I can see that. I know a lot of people... You wretched urchin, why won't you yield? I know a lot of people... We're upset at reused content, right? GameMaker's Toolkit has a really interesting episode on that where they talk about, you know, the scope of the world came with costs where they had to reuse content in order to fill it up. That's how it goes, you know, unless you take another 4 years to build stuff for it. Like, that's just how it's going to go. Glad to hear that density change. Yeah, yes, and I believe the quote from the Rock, Paper, Shotgun article we read was... is the ultimate test of my sense of direction. Nice detail that MC coughs blood on low HP. Yeah, absolutely. Or you can make the world 1/10 the size and make a much better game. Well, I mean, that's arguable, right, Zaf? Like, a lot of people say that what made Elden Ring so popular was that sense of open world. And, like, if they made it 1/10 of the size, it might not have had the same market appeal that it had. It's like, better is a really strong word, right? More in line with certain expectations or more in line with certain preferences, sure. But a lot of people say that's what drew them into the game, was being able to ride their horse across those huge landscapes, right? There's a choice of openness of approach for Elden Ring versus traditional games being specific encounters designed for you to encounter. Yeah, they, in that GameMaker's Toolkit episode, Masahiro Sakurai talks about how that feeling of exploration was a key pillar for them during development. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of interesting stuff in there. Mark Brown, yeah, no, he does awesome work. Also, I went to school as a young kid with Mark Brown. Different Mark Brown, but still Mark Brown. But not to worry. Oh, God, I keep skipping these accidentally. I will defend this repository. I shall not fall here. You ungrateful, irreverent brat. Here's our graphic novel panels. If you won't listen to reason, I'll just have to beat it into you. System activated. Total downtime, 928 years. Jeez. Okay, so we're getting a little bit of a hint as to scope of timeline here. Our character has been dead for like over 500 years, and like everything is like people we know from back then are still around as relatively youthful folk. So this is interesting. Debugging completed. No anomalies detected. Oh, is bro gonna like kill himself to activate something? Yeah. I haven't even been outside that long. Biosignal transfer complete. What is he? Oh gosh. By the way, for those with a weak stomach, this game does get pretty brutal. It's very cutesy on its appearance, but it was made by former horror devs, so like it gets pretty visual. It's just sad to see games that represented the pinnacle of what games could be for me in Demon's Souls and Dark Souls becoming something very strongly not for me anymore just to sell more copies. I can understand that, Zaft. I definitely can understand that. I mean, I remember playing and beating Demon's Souls when it first came out when I was a teenager. I really loved Demon's Souls and the follow-ups and everything. It was great. I'm curious. I'm curious what your perception of Elden Ring will be after this DLC, because it seems like they are trying to bring it back a little bit from the very little that I've read. They're trying to bring it back a little bit to some of their more core audience. But I don't know. I'm curious. To be fair, people we know are extra special souls, whatever that implies. Yes, that's true. Yes, they're like deities, and I think we've heard some sort of story hints that they have access to something that kind of keeps them alive. I'm not totally sure. Has FromSoft said if their next title will be another open world or not? I don't think so. I think Shadow of the Erdtree is the only thing they've talked about. Yeah, we're doing full singularity here. Authentication complete. Access granted to the Hunyan engineering system. Connected to the sky-rending claw. Cool, like, oh man, those graphics are really, it's like a digital clock, you know? Like the old, a very simple digital alarm clock sort of thing. Ah, that was really cool. Taking that shape language and bringing it in here. That was very clever. Beginning sensitivity test. Claw deployment test. Is that a 3D object? They do this sometimes 2.5D, and usually the 3D stuff is representing like very high technology, which is very curious. Throughout this game, and we've talked about this in our analysis stuff, there's always this kind of stark contrast they present between organic tree type sort of shapes and then hard right-angled steel surfaces, and then kind of a hybridization of the two in the main character a lot of the times, where there are these kind of right-angled but bendy sort of pathways. You can see that on the character's sleeve. You can see that on some of the artwork you'll see once we dive into the game. And then there's like the spiritual realm, which is very full circles and curves. So there's like this really interesting shape language, and it also comes through in artistic style, where the more natural it is, the more watercolory and basic and plain the art is, and then the more advanced, hyper complicated stuff becomes 3D. It's really interesting. I'm sure it took them quite a long time to get it all working for them. Extra otherworldly for 3D use, yeah, absolutely. Yeta Chow, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Sky-rending claw race. So that was a little preview of what the boss is gonna do. That's clever. Like the roots, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Sharky. There's okay, this is our big boss. Okay, a giant set of roots embedded in our home planet that oh jeez, what do we do here? We just have to dash through. Oh jeez. There is no downtime there. My goodness. All right, let's try this again. Oh, is this where we have to take the soul seals when we finish? Get wrecked. Yeah. So, the otherworldly roots, there's like this plant system that is embedded in the original planet that we were from. I don't know. It's all kind of... The claw is our master. The claw chooses who will go and who will stay. Yeah, pretty much, Davimir. Jeez. So this is going to be a bit of a long journey for me of how do we... What do I do here? Can I parry this? This game is very about parrying. This is really like if Sekiro were a Metroidvania, is how this game has gone so far. I can parry. Okay. And then we can Talisman, which is our kind of counterattack. That's an unblockable attack. Okay. All right. There we go. And get wrecked. Oop, shoot. Off track. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I turned into a cartoon character there for a sec. Whoop, 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 whoop. Get the talisman on you. Ow, boo. Okay. That was our free damage time. We did not get to take advantage of that very much. Oh, wow. That was a lot of damage. That was a lot of damage. This boss room feels a bit claustrophobic. Davimir, I was there. Parry mechanics are fun. Did you play Trek to Yomi? No, I haven't played Trek to Yomi. I've heard the name, but that was one that I kind of missed. Pretty sure only red attacks are unparryable. Yes. It's just I'm so conditioned by Dark Souls and stuff, right? That like sometimes an attack can just be big enough that it's not parryable, and they're not going to really communicate that to you in a very clear way. In that regard, I really appreciate this game because its shape language is pretty darn clear. Or its color language is pretty darn clear as far as that goes. Ah, not good. Yeah. Jeez. Mothman Centaur, hello, welcome in. Good to see ya. There we go. Okay, detonate. There we go. Heal. Woo. There are some instances where the color is a little unclear because of those pink attacks, but the developers have reportedly, according to the playtester who's been hanging out with us, recognized that that's a problem, and they have taken steps to address it, which I appreciate. Okay, we're getting halfway down. We're definitely figuring this guy out a little bit more. Oops, missed that. Get him? Nice. There we go. Whew. Okay, we got the heal. We got the detonate. Good. That was huge. Parry. Okay. And parry. Okay. Oh, we missed the bow. Shoot. Okay. Bow. Detonate. Get obliterated. Come on. So close. Don't choke. Don't choke. Just patience. Patience. There we go. Got him. Oh, what? There's a second phase. I was thinking this is a little bit easy, which was a terrible thing to consider. I brought this upon myself. Oh, jeez. Oh, shoot. You need to go and play that one. Not only is it artistically beautiful, but the story and gameplay are S++. Awesome. Well, we'll have to check that out. Thank you for the recommendation, Malifas. Trek to Yomi. Hold on. Let me get it on my actual wish list, because I don't think it is. Trek to Yomi. Mostly positive. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's got the black and white and gray art style, 2D. Kind of reminds me of Limbo a lot, but it's samurai. Yeah, I'm curious. Won't say the combat there is S, it's just okay. There's a broken 2-button combo with which you can beat almost anything without challenge. The rest of the game is S. Much prefer when phases are separate health bars after playing Lies of P. Interesting. Tell me about that, Simcoe. How is that represented in Lies of P that you feel is different? So I don't think I can air parry that one because he's not glowing green when he does it. Pick up our stuff. Okay. I could start charging up a heavy hit. Oh, that doesn't count as a dash. The talisman. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Good. I'm glad I did that. Okay. Yeah, this is going pretty well. Oh, boo. I like how there's a lot electronic style OST in this so far, mostly mechanical area. Yeah. That's another great thing to point out is how the music has adapted to the environment. Just like the art style has. Those 2 hits. Okay. I love, since I played Hollow Knight, every Metroidvania seems like Hollow Knight with a texture pack. I can understand that. I mean, they used to call things Doom clones all the time, right? It happens, right? When something becomes so popular and regarded. Jeez. Dude, those lasers are outrageous. I'm glad they don't stick around for the rest of the fight. Oh, every now and again, my fingers freak out and they forget which buttons they're supposed to press. Feels more significant and clearly communicated that this is a new phase, and they handled the transition with a cutscene as opposed to hyper armor during transition phase of DS games. What happened in Elden Ring, but didn't really pick up on it till like millennia. Interesting. That's a good point of using a cutscene instead of hyper armor. I kind of always hate hyper armor in games. It's why I kind of have a love-hate relationship with Hades in a lot of ways, because armor is just such a frustrating mechanic to me in that game, where it's you have to prioritize this down or else you just die. And I get that that's the point. Doesn't mean I have to like it, though. It kind of feels like I don't get to enjoy the game. I don't get to engage with the mechanics. I just, especially on higher difficulties, I just have to dodge around, getting a little chip damage in until I knock off that armor. This attack is definitely very risky to parry, though. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, it does a ton of damage. Ah! I pushed the wrong button again. Everything here does so much damage. What? Yeah, GG, man, brutal. I feel if you don't want me to damage them during the cool animation, don't let me enjoy the animation instead of a damage raise. I can understand that. Like, one thing that we just fought a little mini boss that I think tackled that in a really interesting way, and I'm sure other games have done this too, but you know, we're just talking about Nine Souls right now. There was a boss that basically its mechanic was it was this big old bruiser, and it would heal up all the time, and you could wail on it while it was regenning, and that was like a big part of it. Is like, can you damage him enough while he's healing that it doesn't reset the fight? And I think that was perfectly fine, because it was a mechanic at that point. It wasn't kind of a, we want you to be able to observe this, but we also don't want to take away your control, so we're just going to make it so anything you do doesn't matter. Remind me, you unlock health increase by now. Yes, we did. Yeah. So maybe we should go farm some of that up so we don't have to just do a perfect fight. We even have some poison to give to him. I think that was part of Morgott in Elden Ring. I think so, right? Or Moog, maybe? This is going pretty well, though. Oh, that was close. Direct. Okay, good. This healing on parry is being really, really important for me right now. Okay, this is going to be on the first phase. We haven't done any healing. This is great. Oh, these lasers, man. Oh, I do not like that phase. Do not like that phase. Went from 0 HP lost to just obliterated. All right, let's go back to the pavilion. Let's see if we can get a health upgrade, because it would be nice to not be getting kind of one-shot by this guy. Two-shot at least. It's the Uno Dos Trace guy, whatever his name was. Ricky Martin. Oh, shoot. Oh, brutal. Yeah, because that guy kills me in 2 hits. I mean, if we could get to the next breakpoint of at least 3 hits, that would be huge. Okay. Oh, and we have a bunch of gifts to give to people, too. That might give us some more stat upgrades that will help. Hey, kid, are those bubble milk tea flavored rehydration rations? Yeah, he gave them to me and told me to add hot water to make it sweet. Did you give bombs to the round cat? No, not yet. No. But we have the bombs, and so we can give them to him. Make it sweet. Oh, you ignorant child. Untold numbers of Solarians needed at least 1 cup a day, relying on the sugar in these drinks to nourish their withering souls. Do you need one every day, Uncle Chubby? No, he quit a long time ago. Oh, this travel mug is filled with a drink that only looks like bubble tea. It's been centuries since I last had some real tapioca bubbles. This is probably my greatest regret. We're in ads. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Holy cannoli. Oh. If I'm gonna die anyways, why not make it a sweeter ordeal? Because you'll get stuck going up the stairway to heaven. Brutal. Well, it doesn't matter now. I'll have you know that I tore through half of New Kunlun without finding a single pack of these. And now you're just gonna let a monkey swallow what might be the last pack? This is a disgrace. If you like it so much, I wouldn't mind. Oh no, that won't do. I am an adult. I do not steal snacks from children. He is saying that more to himself than to anyone else in that room. It's okay. I probably wouldn't know how to eat it right anyway. No, he gave it to you. I really shouldn't. Okay, then I guess I'll... But if you insist, I will humbly accept your offer. There you go. Very cute little interaction there. I really like that. All right. I think we have a gift for you. Oh, we got two. Jeez. Want to see? It's a painting I found in an ancient temple. A painting? Sure. I know where we can hang it. Should I be looking at this person or this tree? I'm not sure, but that person is probably the Kunlun Immortal. The Kunlun Immortal? Do you know him? He's just a myth. He's said to have lived for thousands of years, attuning to the Tao in the forests of ancient Kunlun. I've never been one to believe in these made-up folktales, though. Even if the Immortal is fake, the person who painted this is super talented. There was a time when the literati fled to Kunlun Island, away from the fires of war. The artist might have been one of them. I think he might have actually met the Immortal. That's so awesome! It's all just simple lines of ink, but why does it look so beautiful? Paintings during the Millennium of Inquiry all look like that. If this is an original, it would be pretty valuable. Artists don't paint to make money. That's just... Oh, kid. Being married to an artist. You're wrong. Not if you were to ask an antique dealer. All right, bro. Let's give you your other gift. Your VR device, which is going to turn you into Uncle Chubbs. Want to try a new toy? What is this? A hat? It's a virtual reality display called the Draconis Anima. Face. I can't see anything. It's just covering my eyes up. It actually does the exact opposite. It can show you anything you wish to see. Oh, jeez. Are you ready? I'm booting it up now. Oh, it lit up! This was just a byproduct from Soulscape development. It never made it onto the market. How do I play? It feels like it's just covering my eyes. Relax. Picture in your mind where you want to be or who you want to meet. And the background should change. Nothing changed. It's not responding. All I can see is the Four Seasons Pavilion. You're standing right there. Aww. So cute. Whoa! That grilled fish you're holding looks delicious. Can I have a bite? You're already in virtual reality. Try pulling up the virtual menu. There should be plenty of old games in the database. Nah, dude, he just wants to be with you. Oh, there's the menu. What's this? Top horror games? What does that mean? Oh, no. It's worth noting this is not just virtual reality. In the description, it says that it simulates all 5 senses by direct stimulation into your brain. Bruh. Detention? That doesn't look very interesting. Are these the only games I can play? Don't knock it till you try it. I have a feeling you won't be bothering me for a while. Good dad Yee. All right, cool. Let's go give those bombs to our Uncle Chubbs. Oh, we have some more map chips to give to our pinball friend. Counterpoint, it is virtual reality. Yeah, reality. You're not just virtual vision. Yeah, no, that's a fair point, Sharky. Absolutely. What do you have there? Let me see. Reference to their previous game? Oh, really? Interesting. A Thunderburst bomb? This banned Fangxi weapon hasn't been seen since the end of the war. If I reduce its size and adjust the explosion radius, it just might work. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Give me a moment. You'll understand soon. For 8,000 Jin. Done. There, your new arrow. Oh, new arrow. The Thunderburst arrow. Okay. Arrows that incorporate the power of Thunderburst bombs. Upon striking an enemy, these arrows generate a series of explosive blasts, striking them down in an instant with thunderous force. Okay, so will that stop spinning Top Man? Will that knock him down if he's, like, rushing at me? Call Kid. I feel terrible for putting him in there. Let's give you our map chip. Here, a new map data chip. Actually, if you need it, I could also ask Abacus to help. You two, incapable, stop interfering. Map data revealed. Quick, take it. All right, man. Great. Anything else? Ooh, my controller is a little bit funky. There we go. All right. Let's go see if we can get a health upgrade. I don't think we have enough money. This is about the time in a game where I would start looking online, like, best money farming spots. You actually managed to eat it? Oh, this is pretty good. The juices make my mouth feel tingly, but it's very flavorful. Why wouldn't you eat it? Because we use this rare skin to make leather goods. We wouldn't waste it by eating it. Oh, phooey. By not eating it, you're just wasting good food. There isn't anything that can't be chewed on, just people with weak jaws. Reminds me of a guy that I heard about from an old teacher that I had, who said his college roommate had a life goal to eat a bicycle. And every morning, when he would make oatmeal before going to classes for the day, would shave off a few metal shavings from the bike and put it in the oatmeal. Everyone's got to have their passions, right? I guess is what I'm saying. All right, so, man, we're one short. It'd be really good to get, get some more health, but also, I don't know, are there jades we can do? Attaching a talisman will temporarily immobilize that enemy. That feels really good for this fight. We don't need AoE hits. We don't need extra Jin. Recover some health after a successful Shadow Strike. That could be really good. Even with imprecise parries, projectiles can be deflected back. We don't need that for this fight. We don't need Swift Ascent. Striking enemies with a slash attack will recover some internal damage back into health. I mean, that's nice. Increases recovery rate of internal damage. That's nice, but that's not really necessarily a problem. That's one way to get an iron-rich meal, yeah, for real. Man. I don't think I have anything that's really gonna... Like, we need one more computing power for any of that to really matter. So I guess we'll just put our Ricochet Jade back on. We only have 1 skill point, so we're not going to be able to buy anything yet. Brutal, man. Guess we'll go back to our last node. Okay. Let's give this another couple of shots. Let's check out the new arrows, see what those are able to accomplish, and we'll kind of go from there. I'm curious if the arrow is going to knock him down when he spins. No, so... Oh. What was that? Does it do... Does it maintain some damage? Like, is it gonna keep a damage area on the floor? Okay, we'll just stay out of the way of these. Grab up our health. Get out of there. Get out of there. Start charging up an attack. Oh, I didn't have time to parry. I hit the button. I was trying, but not enough time, unfortunately. So this is where I'm thinking we might be wanting to throw the arrow down, right? Because he's stuck in one spot. If it's going to put a damaging aura on the ground, that could be a cheap way to get a lot of damage in. There we go, got it. Good. And last one, and then talisman, bop. Okay, big hits. Big hits. Next phase, there we go. All right, next phase. That's not bad. One healing down, a little bit down on the health bar, not too bad. You see that? It hit me when I was like nearly all the way through its hitbox. That was brutal. I think the plan needs to be when we get to that second phase, I just dodge. I don't worry about the laser, or I don't worry about the boss, and I just try and stay alive through those lasers. Because it seems like it's chasing you down, and that's a lot to be dealing with. Like, I'd rather get damage in a safer space. Dodge. Okay, whoa, that was really close. Gotcha. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That was also close. Let's get a charge attack going. Okay. There we go. Got the charge. Nice. That was good. I like the little wind-up that it does on the spin. It gives you a little bit of breathing room. And that's very generous, to be frank. Get him. Nice. Good. Got him. Good. Okay. First phase down, no health lost. Dude, the lasers. Okay, now we can get some hits in. Get him. It's at least damage, you know? Let's get a charge attack ready. Okay. Oh, we have arrows back. Blast? Okay, yeah, that's the ticket. Yeah, that was good. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's boot up a charge attack here. Okay, this is fine. Get the talisman and blast. Ooh, that was really close. Okay. Come on, come at me, come at me, come at me. I'm feeling good. Got him! Oh man, those arrows did a lot of work. Though that was huge. Those arrows did a lot of damage. Oh, woo! You know, all things considered, that boss was very scary, but definitely not the one we struggled the most with. Are we gonna just nuke this place now? Oh, jeez. Oh, Yan Lao, my friend. Oh, we were on a monitor the whole time. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even notice that until the end. That's very cool. So we just drilled our way through to Yanlan. That was rad. That was very rad. Okay. I like that boss fight, to be frank. That was a very satisfying boss fight, and it felt very doable. That was very cool. All right, this is where those with a weak constitution may not want to watch, if previous boss fights have been any indicator. I don't want to die. Thank you, Davimir. Are you growing a Tau fruit? So we died naturally. So, do all kitties grow Tau fruits when they die? Because we've found a lot of guards, like that have crawled into ductwork or something, and died and grown these fruits that buff up our attacks. And there's been kind of audio logs associated with them, and we've been kind of getting the impression that when people die, they grow these fruits when they die naturally, but I mean, that can't be right, right? That can't be like every single kitty is going to grow a fruit when it dies. Greater Tau fruit. When a Solarian dies after succumbing to Tianho, oh, it's after being sick. Their body will produce a gorgeous flower. It is unclear why this happens. During the process, the experiences of the deceased life are converted into something like a fruit, filling it with the energy of life. Okay, so yeah, there's this other thing of this mysterious illness. It's been referenced a couple of times. We don't totally know what it is yet. The Tianhuo that our friendo here was suffering from as well. Okay, so all of these guards that we're finding that like are running away and saying that like they're not trusting the council anymore have had Tianhao. So is this like sent from the roots? Maybe is it a sickness from the roots to try and like wake people up? I don't know. Gives a large amount of skill points upon absorption. Slightly increases slash and talisman damage. Lovely. What happens when they die in a pickle jar? Asking for a friend. Oh my goodness. Okay. So we've got. Oh yeah, these are the antiquities of all the rich people, right? All of the precious artworks and things. Okay. So let's go through this character's backstory now. Now we get to... They kind of take this from Assassin's Creed almost a little bit, right? When you kill your target, you go back and kind of have a little mini conversation with them or observe them. And you can see, once again, we're in this sort of spiritual realm, but also with the hexagon. The hexagon has been a symbolic thing of like Taoism almost. In the game, which has a big, complicated history with the council and everything. There's a lot of lore in this game, you guys. You fool. These are treasures our ancestors left for us. Wait, I didn't get to finish reading it. We mustn't lose a single scrap. Okay, so that's why, you know, this guy did mention his dad was a real authoritarian when he was a kid, too, and he didn't understand until he got older. And so I guess we're seeing that kind of forming part of him. Why protect this junk if no one even cares about it anymore? And then we have Big Boss Lady, Big Baddie up here. Yan Lao, the knowledge you possess is a treasure to all Solarians. He's like literally a janitor right now. Was this a get someone who is related in a position of power or something? Butter them up? I don't know. I knew these old things were worth a fortune. Yeah, so he didn't care about the past. He just wanted the wealth and power that came from it. Everything has its purpose eventually. Okay. So yeah, that was us seeing that like he didn't... All of this stuff he spouted out was a way... The Holy Donut. I love this constellation type sort of effect they have here. Like almost like the ASCII with these kind of pseudo kanji. Ah, it's so cool. Also the green screen is a little bit off. Hold on. So we're getting to see that he didn't necessarily care about anything he said he did. Those were all kind of just tools that he would leverage in order to get what he wanted. Because that's what his dad did. It's what he saw his dad do. Oh, respect your elders. And I'm like, well, okay, I guess people should respect me then, right? Like, you give me power instead of earning it and maintaining that through, you know, virtue. Okay, Yan Lao's soul seal containing the character where's our playtester when I need him? Signifies legacy. Yeah. And all of these, with one exception, all of these seals have represented, like, what this person was supposed to represent but didn't, right? The previous gal that we encountered, I forget where her seal was. But I mean, this guy's seal is legacy. And it's like, nah, dog, this dude did not care about legacy. He cared about money. And that's represented by rich people's treasures being in here instead of actual cultural artifacts. Equality, yes. Bird Cat Lady had equality. And Bird Cat Lady was like genetically modifying people into like disgusting super soldiers and mind controlling them. And yeah, so it's like, I think the idea is the council is supposed to represent these ideals, but has become perverted over time. It's stagnated and broken. Okay. In his youth, he may have felt ambivalent about this mission. For generations, his family has guarded the hoard of treasures left behind by their ancestors. But as he grew older, he gradually recognized and venerated the teachings of his predecessors and became committed to maintaining those traditions. This is the tragedy that I'm seeing in a lot of these characters. Every single character that we're meeting, with the exception of Uncle Chubby, is a tragedy, right? It is a they could have, but didn't, right? Bird Cat Lady could have driven a lot of equality, but didn't. Yan Lao could have been a cultural preservationist, but didn't, right? Does that mean Bubble Tea Cat is not loyal? No, remember, I can almost guarantee not. Remember how hard, like we spent an hour talking about all the ways that they communicated to the player. Dude, you can trust this guy. And the more that we're going through this, the more I'm seeing why they worked so hard to communicate that, because otherwise you'd just be worried the whole time. Jaquan, can you hear me? Young Master Yi? How could I miss the outrageous spectacle you've been performing all over New Kunlun? Jaquan, spare me the fake friendliness, you lunatic. Your whole playing the hero thing is getting kinda stale. I'm surprised at how much you've been struggling. Yan Lao already had one foot in the grave, and Gomong was just a farmer. To think I had such high hopes for you. You weren't like this before. It makes for quite the cause of concern, to be honest. What do you want? I get it. You need to be stimulated. Centuries of peace have left you out of practice. Here's an idea. Why don't you drop by my place? Let's have an intimate duel. I've prepared gifts for you, no matter the outcome. How can I be sure this isn't a trap? I'll deactivate all the traps. Come alone. I'm not going to let anyone spoil this rare opportunity. What's more, this is your chance to finally kill me. You're not just going to let that slip away, are you? Natural causes. Yeah, Sharky. Oh, shoot. I've sent you my location, my dear hero. Please don't disappoint me again. All right. Well, there's our next soul. I've been wondering, because, like, dude, this is the third soul seal we've gotten. We've got 6 more to go. Is each one going to be this long? Like, there's no way, right? There's no way every single one of these soul seals is going to have this massive level associated with it. All right, where are we trying to get to? Over there. So we just need to go to the right. What's down there? Ah, bad guy. Okay, that's fine. Let's get our skills up. We're trying to gun for enhanced blade so that our attacks just naturally do more damage. I end up using the sword a lot. The talismans are really cool, but I don't know. I guess I feel a little bit more in control with the sword. But the talismans are the big burst damage, but we're just going to gun for it. Naturally fell dead after you gave him a slight laser therapy. Listen, that was his fault, okay? That was... I can't help that. Okay. So we need to... You know, before we leave here, let's farm up the 400 Jin. That's not a lot. Let's just go get the 400 and then... take care of this. So I don't forget, like, oh man, we're missing a chip. Where do we go? Jeez. Where are bad guys we can find? There we go. Oh yeah, this part. I remember this part. It's not a fun part. We'll probably roll through the ads just while we farm things up. Because this isn't going to be really worth watching. Oh, you know, we haven't been over there yet, have we? I had a mini discussion in the captain's stream the other day about buttons that changed the size of fonts to fit in the text the other day. Curious on your take on it. Last robot you talked to had that in the middle option. Oh, yeah. Where there's like so much text to fit in that they have to shrink the text. Yeah. Jeez. Well, I'll talk about that when we come back from ads, Zaft, because I think that's an interesting discussion about typography and everything we can kind of get into a little bit. Let's see, is there anything to kind of farm up in here? Are you going to give me the waves of the gauntlet? No? Bummer. Weird thing is I do not get any ads during any of the ad breaks so far. That's weird, Davimir. I have heard that from a couple of people that like don't have ad blockers on, they don't have subscriptions, and just Twitch doesn't throw them an ad for whatever reason. So I guess count yourself lucky. Whoop. Darn it. I get about one McDonald's ad per day, and that's it. Oh, gosh. I can't wait to leave this place behind. I've hated this level. Oh, my gosh. This is auto-scroller the level. Whoop. And I don't have any ad block. Yeah, it's weird how that happens sometimes. I don't know what Twitch's mystical algorithm is for all that. Okay. All right, welcome back. So Zaft asked a question. Sometimes in our games, you will observe buttons that have a lot of text in them, and in order to fit that text inside of the button itself, the text gets smaller. He said, "What's your take on that?" I said, "That's a really good discussion. Let's talk about it." So, in my opinion, that is always, every single time, going to be a less than ideal. Because it creates visual inconsistencies. And can make things harder to read. A lot of the times when you're designing buttons, you are creating that size and text to be at a certain size that is readable for the average person, especially at a glance. So if you are needing to shrink your text, then yeah, I think that's a not ideal situation. it means that you're going to run into possibly some issues with accessibility. Like, are people going to be able to read this? Is this going to shove the text to be too small? It makes it feel a little less professional, like you didn't consider things as deeply and thoroughly as you should. And there we go. Usually it can be avoided just through like better writing. And writing is one of those disciplines that's kind of like UX. It's maybe a little bit farther than UX in terms of is this appreciated in the game world yet? But it's also very much a nicety that a lot of studios can't afford. So you get situations where people want to be incredibly descriptive in their button text. And that's not always necessary, right? So if we go down to our bobblehead, we will see an example of this that Zaf brought up. And we can try and brainstorm what are some other ways we could write this. So if we request the chip, we can pay 400 Jin and get a copy of the chip, forcibly remove the chip, and leave. Actually, okay. So there you go. They actually don't change the size of the text. Maybe they don't have ads for my region. I don't know. Czech Republic is kind of forgotten, I guess. Could be. Could be Davamir. So, but I've also heard that for people in the US, too. So I don't know. Request the chip changes the size. What, on the previous option? Let's take a look. But that is one other option, is to extend the length of the button, if you can. And that can work depending on the button. Oh, I get it. On this screen. Yeah. This is an area where they can't make it bigger, right? Okay. They can't extend the width of that button because they have a strict width in order to fit within the world space that they have. Just soon past it again, yeah. I figured it out. We got there. So you have talk, you have leave. These are clearly specific sizes, and then you have request chip. Notice how now you have 3 different typographic sizes. Here, it's not all that egregious, but in other games, it can cause a lot of problems. We talk a lot about typography because it is the fundamental building block with how you communicate to your player is your text in 90% of instances. So when you have a bunch of different typographic styles zooming all over the place, it feels very unprofessional. It feels unthought out. If you restrict your typography, the way you style your text to 1 or 2 styles on every screen, then it's going to feel a lot more put together. Here, it feels a little bit less put together because of that. Once again, do I think it's a really big deal? No. Can it be a big deal? Absolutely. This is one that I totally understand why they do it this way. Because what's the substitute language? You only get, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 characters max. How do you communicate what you are trying to discuss? So, like, one option is they could have just said chip. They could have just said chip. But is that really communicating well enough to the player? Could they think, I'm going to chip her glass or something? What does that mean? So I can understand throwing in the request. Is there another way that you could say that more succinctly? You could try ask for. You could try... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Request is a little more clear and fits the vibe of the player a little bit more. Hey, Borenlin, good to see ya. How are you doing today? So, you know, I can understand why this happened. In general, you want to avoid this, but I honestly don't really know what the alternative is here. Maybe you could wordsmith something a little bit better, but this feels very clear to me. You could maybe say map chip, and that would clarify it a little bit more. Map chip may work. Yeah, I could maybe see map chip. But then as well, they probably also had a style guide for this, for their writing, to say how do we write in this game? And you can see all of these are verbs. So map chip is a noun. Well, now you have to have some sort of verb in order to maintain stylistic consistency, in order for the game to be able to communicate with the player, not just here effectively, but also down the line, so that the player can instantly know what every option is without having to worry about it. So that's another thing. Whenever you're designing something, you have to consider the entire ecosystem. So in this instance, it makes sense to me. How's the game going? Going very well. We beat Yan Lao this morning. So we got our next seal, and we're moving on to Monkey Cat Man, who's challenged us to a duel. String length is likely a UI limitation. Short string length. Yeah. So that's what we're talking about, Boren Lin. Zaft talked about, what's your opinion on button text that gets too long, so you have to shrink it typographically. You have to shrink the typographic size in order to make it fit the button. And here, like, extending out that button would make it feel really gross, right? You'd have this really weird rag of something in the middle, and it would break this really clean rectangle that they've created. It would also probably extend it out past the title of the character, the name of the character, which would also make it feel a lot more uncomfortable. So all of that combines for me to say, I get it when it's done here. All models are wrong, but some are useful, right? Nemphis, hello, good to see ya. How you doing? The red Giga Chad cat, yes, he's next on the list. That's where we're headed next. We're just farming up enough gin to buy the map chip before we leave this place, which I probably shouldn't spend my time doing, but guess what I'm gonna do anyways. Shrink the text size is also not preferable, especially in small screen devices like the Steam Deck. Yeah, that's another great point. You have to consider the environment in which the thing that you're building is going to be consumed. Oh, wrong button. This game seems pretty long. Yeah, I believe Boren Lin said that they finished it in like 60 plus hours, but the average playtime is about 30. So I'm kind of curious how that's going to shape up. Eesh. Okay, heal. I really don't feel like going back and recovering all this. Alright, where are some more enemies we can just farm up real quick? Ugh, not over here. We don't want to go in the capsule. So yeah, Zaft, I don't know. Does that answer your question? Don't Steam Deck certified games usually change UI a bit for it? Yeah. Yeah, they usually do. For exactly that sort of reason. And, you have to build in controller support, and you have to make sure it's all very keyboard rebindable and everything. Like, it's a decent amount of work to make something Steam Deck compatible, as far as they are concerned. Now, if your game is playable on PC, it's probably going to be playable on Steam Deck. But making it play nicely and feel native to the platform is a different story. It's very much my take too that it's not ideal. Was just hoping that UI Sage had some magic solution. The magic. Okay, so here's the dirty secret to UI. The secret to incredible UI is simply spending more time on it than anyone else would be willing to. And that's the solution. Great UI is science. It is the scientific method. You have a hypothesis, you try it out real quick, and you see if it works for you. And then you just do that a billion times until you have a UI that you think looks great and is accomplishing what you're hoping to accomplish. As you get better at it, you will be able to reduce that amount of time. But it's never going to go away completely. It's always going to be that. It's always going to be a matter of, do you spend more time than other people are willing to in order to make this UI look great? Right. And so you can see they've done a lot of things to kind of support that. Like the text bubbles, I thought were very clever how they handled that, of variable widths. But you can't always get by from that. So it would make sense to me if they said, listen, we can spend time trying to make this function a little better, or we can go write a bunch more dialogue. It would be great if on that screen I got a pop-up of how much money I had. 311. We're close. We're close. I think getting the turrets dead is the best way. Comic Sans everywhere. Yeah, for real. I mean, Comic Sans is an incredibly accessible font. It was built to be very legible by people with like dyslexia. So Comic Sans is legitimately a great font. It's a bit of it's a little unfortunate how much of a meme it's become. So yeah, I mean it's all opportunity cost, right? Do we want to spend the time making this UI that much better and kind of patch up this problem, which will probably require completely re-envisioning our interaction patterns that we've envisioned and designed for how we handle these conversations? Or do we say it's good enough and then we build all this other stuff that's really important too? It's a bit of an extra sensitive topic to me because it overlaps with my UX interest and the fact that I live in Germany. Yeah, I was about to get into localization, especially in Germanic languages. Yeah, 100%. Where localized things end up with font size 8 because words are huge. Yes, yes. That happens all the time. And frankly, I'm not a localization expert. So I would love to say, oh, it's because people aren't like trying hard enough on their localization. But I think at the end of the day, a lot of it comes down to, are you expecting to localize this? If you're going to bring this into other languages, especially like Germanic or Slavic languages, then you really should be accounting for this. If you're not planning on it, it's not all that big a deal, right? You can kind of get by with lazier stuff. But yeah, I mean, it causes huge problems down the line if you're not accounting for it at the start. So I'm curious, Zaf, for things that are made by German developers, do you encounter that same problem where things are 8-point font? Or is that not as big of an issue for things that are natively developed by Germanic developers? I mean, with Comic Sans is that it feels generic. Sure, and it gets overused, right? It's like Papyrus, right? It feels generic because it got overused. There's nothing necessarily wrong with the font. It's just like everyone really loved the font and threw it in with everything. Obviously, can't catch all the stream because of being at work. Can't catch whole stream. Sure, yeah, no problem, Sharky. It's great to have you here for whenever you're here. That's the deal. Tautology hit me hard. I shall make a copy for you right away. Please let me go. Sure. I'm really curious what impact this is going to have. Like, why are we paying this 400 every time instead of just ripping it out of them? What impact is that going to have later on? My mind is not entirely here. I hear you. It is 5 a.m. for me right now. I understand you, Sharky. High five. We're in it together. Okay. I don't even think we need to save, right? Because we're not down on any health. Saving wouldn't recover any like resources or anything for us. Like we're good. We'll just move on. I see that in native German speaker games too, because the text is really unreasonably long, so very often they just shrink. That's interesting. So, did we encounter any more story bits past the old man? Just the Giga Chad Red Cat challenging us to a duel. That's it. Although, this is going to be unfortunate. It's a language bug. Yeah, Zaf. This is... That's tricky. And it's I don't know. This is where I'm going to get on a bit of a soapbox. There's a huge push to make everything similar to Silicon Valley. That if it works in Silicon Valley, it will absolutely work everywhere else. And I think this is a good example of, like, no, I don't think so. Like, there are UI design patterns that have become standard in Silicon Valley that straight up don't work in other languages because of their length. Like, I think German UI needs its own UI to really accommodate for that problem. But because we're on this hellbent crusade of Silicon Valley is king, it doesn't give other cultures the space to really experiment with what's going to work in their areas. I don't know. That's my opinion. No words can express my gratitude for what you have done. Okay. If you're willing, I would like to bequeath you with a treasure as a token of... Okay, before you do that, let's talk about the state of your brother's head. If you would like to barter, ask away. I shall await your departure before moving on. Are we not going to tell him When HP reaches 0 for the first time, you will revive and... Oh, you get a revive! Oh, nice. Very cool. My guy. I may be a scholar, but my affinities lay not only with ink, but also with commerce. Are we not gonna tell him? That doesn't feel good. I don't like that. Oh, jeez. Oh, this whole space. Just get out of there. Okay. All right, here we go. Are you just going to straight up give me your soul? Is this just going to be a fight and we win and I get your soul? My personal pet peeve with Cyrillic localizations. English version, maybe unique font or generally more fitting with the game. Cyrillic basic font. Interesting, Sharky. Interesting. It should have a dialogue regarding his brother's state, if I recall correctly. Not sure where, though. Okay, interesting. Like, I'm wondering if I did this out of order. I wonder if I was supposed to, like, open the bridge first and then go through and finish the rest of it. There he is. This isn't a dream, right? Seeing you in person again truly brings me joy. I was worried I might have scared you off. If it's a fight you want, let's get to it. I like how you always cut to the chase. Probably, yes, I just sequence broke it. Shoot. If you think about it, we're like two peas in a pod, aren't we? We both yearn for power and strength, and we both want to change the world on our own. I don't think our character really cares about power and strength. I think they care about knowledge and freedom, but I don't think they care about power and strength. Game takes his soul-like inspiration seriously. NPC quests that have very finicky order requirements or you miss it. Yeah, for real. There was a dialogue about his brother with him down next to Boss Arena. Dialogue about his brother with him down next to Boss Arena. I didn't see him next to the Boss Arena. So maybe because I didn't open the bridge, he wasn't there next to the Boss Arena in order to have that dialogue with him. Maybe that's what happened. We're also good at playing dirty. Don't equate me with you. Take it easy. You don't have to put up an act in front of me. Might be inaccessible now because you only now open the bridge. Yeah, shoot. Okay, so like, that's the problem. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that sounds like an important sequence break. What happens? Can I ask? Like, what's the spoiler there? I'm assuming because he's a shopkeeper and a pretty important one, that he's not going to close off access to the shop, right? But that has to have been either a, oh my gosh, thank you for rescuing him. It killed my soul to think that he was being used as a war machine, or I can fix him. Don't worry about it. We're good. Head is not vital. Say robots can be repaired. He's alive. There you go. Okay. All right. Interesting. I'm curious if that's going to result in problems later on that, like, maybe that brother was important for later. Thank you for freeing his brother. Yeah, okay. There you go. That's kind of what I would have expected. You don't have to put up an act in front of me. Taking on the world all on your own can't be easy. Carrying that weight must be taxing. But don't worry, you've got me. Enough chatter. Feisty. How amusing. I can't wait. What does he give you? A discount? More items to sell? That's a good question. Yeah. We're going full Super Saiyan over here? Okay. Great. We're in it, but there's no... Yeah, okay. This is an unbeatable fight. No boss bar. Instant kill. Great. I was thinking... I was really hoping that would work. But there was no checkpoint nearby, so... Most English text is longer than the source language, so there's a lot of compromises in the game, especially in the area name label in the map interface. For example, the 8-Man Factory area should rather be the 8-Man Treatment Facility. Oh, interesting. That's fascinating. Thank you for that little insight. How are you doing, dear brother? Today I found hundreds of albums filled with our old holographic photos. Remember when we used to go hiking and go to the beach together as a family? Once again, very cool broken crash effect here, right? Where they're phasing in bits of the UI all over the place and recalling them. It would have been very easy to have just done this kind of screen wobble, but then building in this like choppy parts of the UI showing up and disappearing discreetly is really cool. Maybe he'll be down there after the sequence, but I suspect it might be unavailable because of reasons, the merchant that is. Yeah, maybe. When you got to a certain age, you would argue with mom and dad almost every day. That's when there started to be fewer photos. The lab became your sanctuary, and I would occasionally sneak in to play. Flashback? There we go. How much longer, Yi? It's so noisy. Oh, the roots. There are the roots. Relax. I've already got the multi-dimensional coordinates of these roots. Now I just have to aggregate the reduced dimensions. With this handcrafted matter converter and help from Lear's second theorem, I should be able to channel limitless energy into a vessel of my choice. In other words, this Azure Flyer will soon be ready. That's such a 12-year-old boy thing to do. I'm going across dimensions, tapping into the life force of the planet to make this plane fly. Your bug looks pretty lifeless right now. I must have gotten a critical value wrong. Perhaps I should connect this pipeline here. Handcrafted matter converter. Yeah, I've been wondering when we're gonna get our second one of those. Patrick, hello! Hey, whenever you're ready, Patrick, we're gonna dive into the Stanley Parable now that you're here. We'll do an hour of Stanley Parable and then jump back into this. There, that's the rhizomatic energy from the roots. It means the energy is being gathered. Are you talking about the chi? I see it in my dreams sometimes. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Don't underestimate my experiment. Attempting this alone is a challenge even for most scholars of the Tiandao Council. This charging method was recently proposed by an authority in Azure Sand research, but it hasn't been proven yet. So Azure Sand is the same thing that powers our nymph, I think it's called, the debug fly thing, as well as our arrows. So that's interesting. She's really impressive, but too radical for the academics. They can't accept their old theories being overturned, so they're hesitant to acknowledge her work. Wait until you have time for it. We could do it. Yeah, I mean, we'll get to a checkpoint, and then we'll dive in for an hour. Does that sound good, Patrick? She's visiting our village school next week to review the science fair. If I can prove her theory, I'll definitely stand out. Sounds pretty cool, but are you making a moth or a dragonfly? How should I know? It's the function that matters, not the form, right? Form matters a lot. You want people to look at it, don't you? Okay, if it flies and I add some scales, maybe it'll resemble a butterfly. A butterfly? Butterflies are my favorite! Yeah? Then once the experiment's done, I'll make it into a pretty butterfly, just for you. Really? On one condition. You'll have to be my assistant. I'll need you to help me out and not distract me. No problem. That's awesome. I can't wait. How can I help? I'll cheer you on. How about that? Very cute. Very cute. Don't eat her, please. Yeah, for real. Whoa. So, things ain't going very well for us. Slept well, sweetheart? Did you not enjoy that electric shock? I must have targeted the wrong position. Let me adjust it. And remember, this is for posterity, so do speak up. Literally Metal Gear Solid now. Better now? This baby hasn't seen you since the Konghui affair. It's just been sitting here collecting dust. I was worried whether it'd even start, but it's as good as new. A tool worthy of the J Dynasty. Hear that? I got it. Your body is quite fascinating. It can endure countless blows, yet it still registers the pain from each and every one. I'm just a little bit further away in the game than you by now. I keep expecting some horrible reveal about his sister. Cheers. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. So you can see here we go double line height, right? We go taller buttons. But because it is this, it's not as graphical, right? It's not as graphic designy is what I mean by that. There's not like a strict form that they're trying to keep the text adhering to. So that's one thing for that Germanic UI is like, yeah, if you're expecting to be translating this, whenever you have text on the screen, make sure that it can go wide and tall. Are you just gonna keep shooting your mouth off? Trying for a provocation, are you? Why don't you try taking some acting classes? If I kill you, who knows which root node you'll pop out of next? But I understand now. The source of your regeneration is in your heart, isn't it? I'm so jealous. You can withstand so much pain, yet never die. Are you a sadomasochist, dude? Death is no big deal. Huh? Oh, you might be missing the point here. It's not about the destination. It's all about the painful process. Those with great responsibility are granted hardships from heaven. One can only become a whole person after enduring mental and physical trials. You don't need to moan over this tiny bit of pain. Torture me all you want. Torture? No. I'm helping you see who you really are. You may deny it, but behind your self-righteous vengeance, you're more twisted and bloodthirsty than I am. Yeah, I kind of believe it. Suffering will lead you to embrace this truth. To toss another grumble about localization, since I'm in Kazakhstan. Oh my, passed out already? Guess I'll have to continue our fun tomorrow. Ubisoft decided that we obviously only need Russian language in games, so I don't get their games. Yeah, Sharky, yeah. I'm curious how that's gonna go over time, given everything that's happening over there. Granted, huge studios are paring down massively, so I don't know. We're gonna be seeing a huge restructuring in gaming over the next little bit, and it's very turbulent. I hope that will mean a heavier focus on user-centered design for exactly that sort of a problem. Protagonist logic explained. There you go. Morning, sunshine. Still asleep. Good Solarians can't be sleepyheads. Here's some good news. We can't seem to reach Yigong? Am I remembering it right? Yigong? The council meeting will have to be postponed. You and your mentor really like pulling off disappearing acts. Yigong. Okay, thank you. Okay, I got it right. Good. Yay. Thank you. Works for me, though. That gives me more time to play with you. Hey, are you sulking? Anyways, guess where I just visited? I took a stroll around the 95th livestock pen. The look of terror on those ape-men faces was pure comedy. Life is fascinating, isn't it? Why would such a creature have such big brains for no good reason? Two of these creatures seem to have slipped past me. What were their names again? Shenong and Shan. Don't you dare. Restructuring, not really, just new big studios will rise up as the old big guys lose their steam. That's true, Davimir. The pendulum always swings, right? We've been in this huge aggregator space for a really long time, and now the aggregators are crumbling because they haven't been adapting, right? They've been going for wider and wider markets that result in more and more expensive teams, and more expensive teams are creating these problems that we're encountering right now. And those will crumble, and they will lead to things, but we're seeing it with, like, Supergiant right now, right? Supergiant just formed the Triple I Coalition, right? Well, where do you think that's going to go? All right, we're in ads. We're going to be right back. Don't go anywhere. Muted. Shoot, sorry. Russian text, English voice actor, endless mild. That's not what they said as I read and listen. I still think that the next Ubisoft AC game and Star Wars game will sell like hotcakes despite seemingly being hated online. No, of course they will, because the people that are buying them are not necessarily the people that are online talking about them, right? And we see that a lot. the market for those games is not on Reddit. They are people like my brother-in-law who enjoy video games, but like that's not their main thing. They like get video games as a means of recreation, but it's not like they don't self-describe as a gamer, right? It's like, oh yeah, I like Assassin's Creed, I'll buy Assassin's Creed, and that's like all that they see. I remember my perception of this shifted dramatically when I was talking with my brother-in-law, and he said all these developers, their problem is they keep trying to innovate. They keep trying to change up Call of Duty. And I was like, no, they don't. But he said, they don't understand that all we want is a new Call of Duty every year with better graphics and new guns. And I will pay $60 for that. And that blew my mind. Because I was like, that is horrible. I mean, from my perspective, not from his perspective, though. From his, it was like, that's all I want. That's all I need. I will continue to do this. I will continue to patronize your services if you give me this. And for me, it's like, it's the same thing. Why are you paying $60 for like the same thing? But that was worth it to him. That's the majority of the market that these AAA games have built themselves into, because that is the broad general market. That's where all those crispy dollars are for the shareholders, right? Oh, hey, that box on the shelf looks neat. Yeah, exactly, Sharky. And frankly, even beyond that, like, it's all just brand. It's, oh, there's a new Assassin's Creed, let me go buy it. They don't look up reviews, they don't care about all that. They're just like, oh, it's a new one, I'll go pick it up. I remember previous Game of X I played was fun. Yeah, absolutely. That's it. Make games niche again. Yeah. So I think we're going to be seeing a huge indie uprising over the next little bit. I think the next 10 to 15 years are going to be massively more indie flavored. But it's also going to mean a huge spreading out of money in the development industry, which means it's a great time for indie developers, right? It's a really good time to be developing your skill sets, getting to the point where you can release something that is unique and interesting. But there's also still going to be that untapped market of people who like don't go browse Steam, right? They don't go onto Steam's store page and say, oh, that looks cool. They are going to be just, oh, which YouTuber do I follow played this? So it's going to put even more of an emphasis on building those relationships with content creators and getting marketing sort of. It's going to be a whole big thing. Judging by your reaction, you must have squirreled them away along with that missing Kwafu. But don't you worry, I'm planning a reunion for you all very soon. Never mind. The ape-in need to be harvested as soon as possible. You bastard. What's wrong? What emotions are you feeling right now? Remember, this is for posterity, so... To be fair, from what they've shown of the new AC, it seems they finally changed the combat system. Interesting. So they're kind of taking another step in the evolution away from the kind of RPG stuff that they've been doing. Helplessness, despair, and rage, perhaps. Oh, shit. Yeah, I haven't really looked into AC Shadows pretty much at all. I think that's the name, right? Like, I don't even know if that's the name, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, okay. This is interesting. That looked like it was operating independently of me. I've adopted a very hard line, never forgive, never forget for both publishers and developers. I mean, that's fair, right? That's what we all need to make decisions on. One of those ones for me, not necessarily quite so hard a line, but in the sense of, like, your business practices are so unfriendly to me that it's not worth it for me to overcome, is Nintendo. I love a lot of Nintendo titles, but I'm not going to buy specifically your console with all of your exclusives. I'm not going to enter into your ecosystem that never has any sales, never has any price drops, and is hostile towards game preservationists. Like, it's just not worth it to me. Very curious what you will make of this section. Oh boy. Yeah, I broke up with Nintendo too. EA can rot, in my opinion. Yeah, EA is a thing. It doesn't have to be, right? Like, there was a time when EA was really, really, really cool. A long time ago. You know, back in ye olden days. EA was super rad. But, once again, that broadening of the market and vying for shareholder value creates a lot of anti-consumerist practices that if you're really into the space, you're going to care a lot more about than if, you know, like someone I know who only buys a PlayStation so that they can play FIFA. It's literally the only reason. That is their FIFA machine. That's it. They're going to have a different experience with them than I will. Oh, well. No nostalgia for Nintendo here. We only had Dendy. Boy, I haven't heard of Dendy. Nintendo be like, let's give you a smartphone-like game for $60. The Nintendo bootleg. Wow, that's crazy. They bought and killed so much awesome. Never forgive. Yeah, and same thing with Microsoft. I mean, that totally tone deaf. We need more games like Hi-Fi Rush a week after laying off their entire studio that made it. Like, it's outrageous. 2 new Jedi games from EA are good. It's true. Yeah, it's not to say that good stuff can't come out of those things. It's just, it's highly likely to be very homogenized, to be low risk. They want low risk, high revenue. And that's going to create products that don't always line up with people like us who care about the artistry of the experience, right? My lord, where are you? I can't find your nymph. Abacus. Help me find a way out. Abacus. You prison signal interfering. Damn it. Use your nymph to unlock. Be careful. No, the 2 new Jedi games have had a lot of really great work poured into them. They really have. They've done a lot of things really well. One of the 10 souls in the council and responsible for overseeing the transmutation factory. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, because he has a lot of the same color palette as our shopkeeper friend. So that's really interesting. He's the final heir to the J Kingdom and prefers fighting over all other forms of communication. And torture, you know. Our Hi-Fi Rush was shadow dropped back then because they kind of didn't care about it. I don't know the motives behind the shadow drop, but it was definitely shadow dropped. Yeah, it was 100% a like, hey, here's a new thing. Oh man, we can't even dash. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, that's so sad, Yi. Oh. EA Sports just lives in its own world. Yeah, and there are some indie games. Okay. Hack? There are some indie games that are starting to make an attempt to take a bite out of that. Like there are a couple of like football games I've seen people building and getting showcased on a couple of different indie creators that I follow. But you know, they're not going to have distribution like EA does, so. We're now in Metal Gear Solid 4. What a short health bar. Yeah, for real. Dear respected father-in-law, I, your unworthy son-in-law, find myself in unfortunate circumstances, having offended the Fang clan over a trivial matter. Now, trapped in New Kunlun, I seek your mediation from the J Kingdom. Apologies for troubling you in these turbulent times, your son-in-law, Kang Kui. This old letter looks like it was never sent. Okay. No, okay. I was wondering if that was the name of the dude who captured us, and that was like some previous communication that was lost. I don't know. Okay. And we're dead. EA Sports are less about games and more about sports. I think that's not an unfair statement, Sharky. Yeah. Okay. Also, what's down here? Can we really see? Is that one of the boxes from the factory? Nice little shader. Let's look at those particles, too. So, they have really neat curves. Those almost might even be hand-drawn. Those might not be actual particles. That might be an effect that they hand-drew. I don't know. I don't know enough about particles to really know for sure. Because there's the things that, like, bend around a lot, and then there's the more static kind of floating bokehs, the red bokehs. But those little embers that are flying around are really neat with that little color shining to really communicate heat in there. Really good, really good. Karazes, hello. Good to see ya. Okay, I can still swing, but I can't charge my attack. Oh, but I don't need to charge my attack against him. All right. This is Metal Gear Solid, isn't it? That's them saying, yo, expect to start hiding. Okay. They're giving us a little plant, a preview of what's coming next. Oh, and the man catcher's over there. Yeesh. Okay, hide. From what I heard, one of the main motivators for people getting a new one is not about how it plays, and more about roster updates to match current in real life teams. Yes. That's what I've heard as well. Yeah. 100% Sharky. I'm so paranoid about this right now. All right, let's jump out. I think my English is especially bad today. No, I don't think so, Sharky. I've been understanding what you've been saying. Okay, so we've got more transmutated mutant dudes. Hide. Totally didn't see me, right? And go. Oh, cool statue in the background. That's very rad. Okay, so we got a dude down there, but it's one that we could probably squash. But I don't want to fight unless we, like, have to. Mostly because I don't want to have to repeat anything here. Oh, and that's a shortcut. Oh, lovely. Okay, fight away now. I'm glad they're being generous with shortcuts. So this sort of a level can be really cool, right? It's reminiscent of the let's take away all your abilities and put you in prison and now you have to escape, going back to the fundamentals of the game mechanics, right? Okay. It can be very, very, very fun. Mostly in like RPG games where you have equipment and everything, and when that gets taken away, you have to depend on things. I don't necessarily feel that way here. I'm not getting that same sort of vibe of like, oh, I get to escape from prison now, right? This is more of a stealth-oriented experience. It's kind of a slow-down, palate-cleansing, let's go more slowly thing, right? It is a way to break up the previous sections of gameplay. So that can be fine as long as it doesn't overstay its welcome and it doesn't force me to redo the same section a bunch of times. Guy had no eyes anyway. Oh, shoot. Oh, dear. Okay. Okay. Up. Dang it. Come on. These guys are constructed from the human bodies, it seems. Yeah, so they had a little bit of a lore drop on the previous boss that we killed that was about this. Where was it? Anyways, there was a lore drop earlier of, like, these transmutation things were the Feng Shui, the Solarians, combined with different animal parts and transmutated. So, like, for example, our Gomong, like, she did this all the time, and that blue was, like, a very common color palette. But she definitely did this on human people as well, so... howdy, that's a creepy enemy. It's a very creepy enemy. You are not wrong. It's very creepy. Welcome in, Meowletary. It's good to have you today. How you doing? That seems to be a reskinned dog in the other area. Yeah, that's what I was wondering as well. Okay. Hi. I like that it's not instant death when they see you. That's always the worst. Whenever you have a stealth section in the game and getting caught instantly kills you, that's always a bad time, right? Basically what happens when you leave a chair facing a couch with angled lighting. What happens when you leave a chair facing a couch with angled lighting? I'm not following Meowletary, I'm sorry. Okay. Can I kill this thing reasonably? Okay, good. That is one difficulty with this section that I'm feeling is I don't know what I'm allowed to fight and what is not something I can fight, right? So I thought, well, maybe I can knock out the eyes before they cause a problem. And it looks like that's not really the case. Whoop, climb up. Are you gonna see me? Yep. Okay, so that's what I need to do. That's how I get through that section, is I jump up onto the chain and climb up before the eye turns around. Got it. This is a hilarious feng shui joke. Got it. Okay. Understood. Because I said feng shui or something, right? Which is, like, not a thing. But sounds like feng shui. Fair enough. Oh, come on. Alright, we'll just drop down, get in the pot. I'm not sure if current enemies are using Solarians, because one about using Solarians is specifically about ancient weapons. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We're from another era. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. So, you're correct. And these guys don't have the cat ears that the brothers did. So, it's very likely that these are human-based. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong about that at all. Let's get the puppy. Looks like they are crossing even people with the dogs, because it had, like, the hat on it and everything. Ugh, that's disconcerting. We haven't gone over here, have we? Can we do anything over here? Not really. Oh, that's going to be our shortcut. Okay, got it. Okay, and drop. Oh, gall. And then climb up. I hate those things. I always hate them. I'm never going to not hate them. Okay. Run. Ooh. I don't think this is gonna work. I can't dash yet. I can't air dash. I definitely can't jump across it. Okay. Okay. What do I do there? But hey, with how messed up things, they might be using Solarians as well. Just speculating, I'm about the same level of info as you are. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they're using Solarians as well, right? This is where I came from. I mean, that big statue in the background is going to be a boss fight, right? For sure. You've chosen poorly. Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. I just wanted to see what was up there for once, you know? I just wanted to see it. Yeah, Sharky, like, we don't really know what the council is trying to do yet, right? There's a lot of kind of religious-fying whatever the council is doing of like, oh, you'll ascend to New Kunlun and everything's gonna be happy and all that. But then we also see that that's probably the furthest thing from what they care about. Gomong was talking about, you know, I could have saved everyone if you just let me do it, you big meanie. Why are you killing me? Let's see. Yeah, we did go over there. I don't think we've gone over here, though. For good reason, apparently. Because that's just that. Okay. Jump. Oh, you spotted me. Okay. Well, I'm trying to explore different areas because it seems like that bridge is a non-starter. Like, I don't know what we're supposed to do over there. Ooh, just barely made it. I think once deleted, it's pretty much it in this area. Once detected, it's pretty much it in this area. Unless you can find a pot to hide in. Oh, maybe look using the hologramic fly thing? Yeah, you're right. There may be a hacking point over there. And that, oh man, see, that is one thing I have in a bit of contention with this game is the hacking is just not as obvious as I feel it really should be. In every instance, like, it's difficult to know, oh, that's a hacking point. It's difficult to know if it's going to... Oh, jeez. Stop it! Oh, no, we're dead. Yeah. It's difficult to know if the hack that you're going to start in is one that requires, like, the button inputs or not. That's something that I do feel that they could have been a little bit more deliberate with in how they communicated to the player. What? What was that? Excuse you! Get from the pot. Jeez. Tablet pencil, hello, welcome in. I literally can't find my glasses. I actually don't know where the glasses are. That's my life right now. You just saw a hack spot, what, over by the bridge? Okay. We'll keep an eye on that. Stealth failed. All right, come back over here, man dog, and we'll stab you in the butt a couple of times, and try and make it over to this hacking spot. Jeez. Gotta wait for the cycle here. It's a very intimidating enemy design. Like, they've done a good job with that enemy design. Oh, not at the bridge? Was it a red hacking spot, or... No! Give me a break! Damage... I was wondering if they were gonna hit skip me over. This looks like one of those things that would be easier if it wasn't so slow and repetitive. Yeah, Meowletary. This is the problem I have with sections like this, and I talked about this at the very beginning. Were you talking about this hack spot? Because this is what opened the door here. Where you did hint what to do in that last spotty conversation, though. Probably shouldn't be caught by the drones. Yeah, sure. Oh, I'm not supposed to get caught by the drones. My problem with stuff like this is I tend to get really impatient. And I want to just skip past the stuff that I've already done a dozen times because it's very boring to me. So I just try and like, listen, I know I'm supposed to climb the chain, but I think I can just sneak by if I just stand underneath the drone. I've done it before. Oh, shoot, that didn't work this time. I was a little bit off. Darn it. I have to restart, and then I start getting tilted, and it's not a great time for me most of the time. I remember you could drop chain from above on that ruined bridge. Not sure if hacking or by hand hacking. Yeah, I think it's probably going to be a nymph hack, right? We gotta, like, look around for something. And climb. We'll wait for you to go by. We'll go the slow route, and my brain will just be on fire. Okay, we made it. We're here. We're safe. Aha. There we go. Is that gonna go all the way down? Yeah. Okay. There we go. This makes me wonder if I could... I hate that I'm going to do this. Okay. Cool. So we can't make it over there. Is there a reason to have made it over here? Hack spot? Okay. Oof. Oh, come on. Oh, gosh. Okay, stay straight in the middle. Straight in the middle. Enemy's gate is down. No. All right, we'll try and get this done before the ad breaks. No. This one took you so many tries. Jeez. I feel like I should be able to do this. Like, pretty simply. Ow. Like, my brain can conceptualize it pretty well. Come on. There we go. Okay. Spin round, right, round, baby, like a record, baby. Dang it! Okay, come on. There we go. Oh, God. It's so unstable. Like, it looks so easy, but it's just floaty enough, and controls are imprecise enough. Golly. Flappy Bird 2. I know, right? And then both you and me do just that. Like, yeah, I mean, it's not that hard to conceptualize what to do here. There we go. Okay. Just for some reason, that was really hard to accomplish. I mean, that's something we could talk about as well. The imprecision of controls are something you can leverage to create difficulty, right? Which is not a surprise thing, but it's just interesting to see that in a non Phodian context, right? Something that isn't meant to drive extreme frustration, be streamer bait. You can still leverage those techniques in a less exaggerated manner in order to create a palate cleansing experience. Allow talisman attacks to simultaneously hit an additional target. Oh, another one? So we can... What, get like a mega bomb? Real human, trust me. I trust you. Welcome in. Great to have you. Oh, we're in ads. We're going to pause while we're in ads. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. Let's see here. I think that means you can apply talisman on a group of enemies. Yeah, but we already have one of them. Right? Don't we already have that one? Yeah, they're the same thing. They're the same thing. So this is just like, you can now hit up to 3 targets with the talisman instead of 2. Like, if with none of those, you're at 1, and then 2, and then 3. That section felt pretty fair to me because it was relatively clear in what my mistake is, despite the many tries it took. Yeah, I think that's fair. Oh, guard dog? Okay. Okay. Okay, we'll go up. And we'll go down. No, 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 I said we'll go down! Shoot. Bummer. Okay. Listen, this is all fine. This is all part of the process. I do like that they're giving us fairly generous checkpoints. I would like this last checkpoint to not necessitate going through all of this again. But that's okay, I guess. And I had the impression that dogs would trigger an alarm. I just wasn't sure until it actually happened. And I guess that's what this part is probably supposed to teach you, is that the dogs trigger the alarm. But I never got caught by the dog, so I didn't learn it. So that's one thing to, you know, think about when you are developing experiences like this. One thing that I think they could have done to help communicate that idea better, if they're going to make it so that you don't get forced into an interaction where you get caught. Oh, God. Okay, there we go. There we go. Then use consistent signifiers for what means what, right? Like, give the red vision cone to the doggies, right? And that would communicate things a lot more clearly. Hello. Good morning. That monster. Yeah. Yeah, kid can hang out here. That's okay. Love you too, sweetie. Get some good rest in. The baby apparently woke up very early and did not want to go back down, forcing Mom to get very tired. Incredibly rude. All right, come on, turn around. Here we go. There we go. And here we go. Okay. High quality lap dog. Lap human dog. I don't know. It's a bizarre thing that they have cobbled together over there. It has the same head as the other human transmuted bad guys, right? Yeah, this section is so interminably slow for me. Just, oh my gosh. Interminably is a word. You may not know it, but it's a word. Dictionaries may not show it, but it's a word. All right, turn around. There we go. And now we have to play catch up. And gotcha. Okay. Yeah, if the dogs would have had that same red vision cone, then you would know pretty much instantly, oh yeah, these guys are going to trigger an alarm on me. And by virtue of them being dogs, it also does kind of imply that, but it doesn't say it specifically. Oh, anything will count. Well, okay, well, never mind. For some reason, I didn't think that the soldier dudes would count. Because they've seen me in the past. I guess I just got rid of them fast enough. I feel like jumping is a little bit faster. Are you going to give me a pot just ever, my guy? Come on. Oh, no, he knocked me into it. Shoot. Oh, man, we were so close. Oh, okay. Lesson learned. Lesson learned. Everything will trigger an alarm. I didn't know that. I didn't know it was wrong. Which makes it even more brutal that they take away your charge attack for this. Like, if you could use your charge attack and just assassinate things really quick, this wouldn't be anywhere near as punishing. But the fact that you have to get out a full combo, that's pretty rough. I'm glad, once again, I'm glad that it's not instant death. But it's pretty close to instant death with how rare they are with the hiding spots and how that's the only way to lose the dude. Like, you can't outpace him, right? Even if you manage to kind of juke him and get out of his field of vision, he's still just going to teleport to wherever you are. I think the guys that chase you during alarms are a little too effective. If there were more rules and flaws to keep yourself alive, they might end up scarier for it. Yeah, and we kind of briefly talked about that horror paradox another time. I don't remember when, but there's a problem in horror games where it's incredibly scary, but then you get to a point where you are losing the same section repeatedly, and now the game's not scary anymore because you're just frustrated at it and you know where the monster's going to be. Like, it breaks what the horror is if you can't get past the section. So horror design has to be incredibly cautious about allowing people to beat different sections, not being too difficult. But it also needs to be hard so that you What? What? You were just hanging out? Oh, and there's the shortcut. Ah, jeez. I think there might have been a shortcut somewhere on the lower part of the bridge, yeah. Yeah. Yep, Sharky, you're right. I don't think this is about horror, it's more about making you feel a lack of agency. Yeah, I mean, it's being powerless and everything. I mean, they've literally taken away all your powers. Like, you only can walk, jump, and attack. They've stripped you down to less than you had at the start of the game. But the impact of that, I feel, once again, gets lessened if you're forced to replay the same section over and over and over again. To me, it feels like it loses its impact because I stopped noticing the differences, the contrast between where we were and where we are, and I just start being annoyed with where we are. I feel like a section like this has to overstay its welcome to be effective, ironically enough. I mean, I see what you're saying, and I can see the logic there. I think the way it can overstay its welcome can be different, right? I think you can have something be frustrating because you don't have your tools without having it be frustrating that you can't get past the section, right? Player agency sounds like a no-brainer, but many people feel taking it away is either a valuable tool or simply unavoidable. When you have one such case in your mind, it tends to spread to your other designs. It's an interesting point. I will say one case where player agency is taken away, for me, is a masterclass of incredible design that, in my opinion, is constantly misjudged by players, which is Hotline Miami. Hotline Miami is this trippy 2D action arcadey bust into a building and kill everyone in as stylish and fast of a way as you possibly can, and everything about the game is driving you towards kind of disassociating with the reality of what you're doing, while at the same time every kill that you make is horrendously graphic. I mean, really bloody. And there we go, there's our checkpoint. I'm just gonna drop down for a sec, let the drone pass by. And at the very end, there's a part where you are forced to kill something. You get your... Okay. You have your agency taken away. And, oh, jeez, that was a really fast cooldown, dude. You have your agency taken away, and you have to kill someone, even though you desperately don't want to. And I think that was brilliant. And it feeds in right directly into the end message of the game, which, spoilers, I'm not going to say any narrative spoilers, but thematic spoilers. The indicator is, well, you were bored, weren't you? Didn't you want something to entertain you? That's what we gave you. Why are you upset at us, bro? And it's like, oh, crap. You're right. This is me. This is my mistake. Not to spoil how long this section is, but I don't think it's too long. Okay, that's good to know. But yeah, the Hotline Miami, I feel, is just brilliant. And the fact that they made a second game for Hotline Miami, to me, says, I think the market misunderstood what this game was about. I think this game was about luring you in to a situation and then encouraging you to think critically about it. Yeah, no, this isn't going to happen. To kind of rub your nose in it and say, look at what you've done. Is this really what you want to be doing? And I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. I was crying at the end of that game when I played it, and I put it down, and I said, I'm never going to turn this on ever again. And it was deeply impactful for me as a video game consumer. Is that another? Where are these shortcuts that I'm missing? Your mileage may vary. Well, clearly. I'm probably going to be repeating this section a lot. Yeah, I'll think critically about uninstalling it and leaving it a negative review before returning it. What is that in reference to, Meowletary? Did you just not like Hotline Miami? Or, what was that? Because for me, that experience was worth far more than the price of admission. I would never return Hotline Miami. I feel it's one of those games that is important for gaming enthusiasts to play. I feel it's one of those culturally important things. Kind of like Jessica Jones is an important piece of media for men to watch today. Not because it's like entertaining or it'll make you feel good, but because it will force you to evaluate things in a way that you probably wouldn't ever have otherwise. Right. Don't go over there, Joe. And I think the I makes an O loop, so we can just climb up here. Haven't tried them. They seem a little too simple for my multiplayer brain. I'm not totally sure what multiplayer brain means. Jump, and I think I saw Duder walk off to the side, so I think we're in the clear now. And I think this is another checkpoint, right? Right over here. Oh, thank heavens. And that is, like, right next to the starting point. That's great. Can I just jump right in here? Like... Shit. Oh, man. I will say, Hotline Miami's core gameplay loop was really well done. I mean, I don't think I would describe it as simple, and it definitely required a lot of high execution. Which is why I'm curious what multiplayer brain means, because I'm curious what kind of complexity you're looking for that you're not observing there, and that would be interesting to me. I do a lot of strategy games and multiplayer FPS lately. It tends to be a lot more factors that maintain control when people are in the mix. Sure, I mean, a human opponent is always going to create a much greater sense of uncertainty, right? A boss is always just going to have repeatable patterns that you can learn to manipulate and deal with, right? But I definitely wouldn't say it's simple. I think they slash the pot if they see you enter it. Okay, cool. That's good to know, Sharky, because I would hope... Jeez, dude. Give me a break. Okay. Is this going to be safe? A big part of the market currently... Oh, yeah. He gets you. Big part of the market currently doesn't know how to think critically what video games they consume. At least in my country, video games are still seen as kid stuff without the capacity of conveying a higher meaning. Sorry if the English is wrong. It's not my first language. No, your English was wonderful. Real human, trust me. And I think you're right. I don't think that's unique to video games, right? All art tends to be observed at a surface level by broad market values. The sob. That's all art. Like, you look at fine artists, right? That's what they feel. You look at filmmakers, and that's what they feel. And that's why a lot of people just, like, start making porn. Because it's, like, it's broad market, easy content. And it makes a lot of money. And you don't have to think about it very hard, either on the creation side or on the consuming side. It's just kind of, like, there. And it engages your brain enough that it works. It's the same problem that people have been having with, like, comic book burnout. Comic book movies. Where it's just, they feel like it's just people punching each other, and that's the totality of the film. Because that's what sold for a very long time. It was easy. How do I get you out of the mix here? Your patrol pattern is so tight. He's just gonna turn around right there, right? Okay, oof. Sheesh. I think by moving up, I made him progress along a different route than he did last time. I don't think he went up that far when we were on the base level. Big part of games made for current market is also made without meaning to be art. Absolutely. And there's a space for that. Don't get me wrong. There's totally a place for that. I love my mindless entertainment just as much as the next person. Like, Slay the Spire does not need to have any deeper meaning. Slay the Spire is just great. But when a game is clearly trying to communicate something, when a piece of media is trying to communicate something, then I think it behooves us to try and pay a little bit of attention to it. Nope. Down? I don't know where I am. Shoot. Okay. Got a hack point up here. Yeah, Jam, thank you for the reminder. Or Tablet Pencil, thank you for the reminder. We are hosting a game jam, by the way. If this sort of talk is interesting to you, and you've never thought about making something, a game jam is a really great way to do that. Game jam is a time-limited pseudo-competition to just make something and learn. We have wonderful sponsors. We've got 3 different sponsors kicking in a lot of prize money, including a prize category just for most growth. So you can come in, you can get some cash just by learning a lot. It's a really great opportunity to try your hand at something. I can promise you, making games... Oh, there we go. There's our rest point. Oh, heavens. All right, that's the end. Hooray. That's a good little breaking off point to jump into Stanley Parable, I think. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Making games is a lot more approachable than you may think. At least in terms of making something simple. And that's what game jams are all about. It's let's make something incredibly simple over the course of just a few days. And then just share it with each other. So if that's of interest to you, you want to try something a little bit different, maybe try and earn some prize money, I encourage you to sign up at that link. You never know where it can take you. Daniel Pancake, hello, welcome in. No glasses? No glasses today. I literally do not know where they are. I've been looking for them. They're gone. I don't know what happened. So, there you go. Yes, Hollow Knight did start with a Game Jam project. A lot of the games you probably enjoy started as Game Jam projects. Dome Keeper was another project that started as a Game Jam. That whole studio came up by a couple of people that just really enjoyed doing game jams together. Baba Is You is another one. I didn't know that one. What are games that... Also, let's change our category here. Out of 9 Souls to Stanley Parable. Ultra Deluxe. Done. Games that started as game jams. List of game jams that eventually got big. We've got Baldur's Basics, Binding of Isaac, Inscription. I think Buckshot Roulette was also a Game Jam game. Super Hot. Surgeon Simulator, Celeste. Yeah, Celeste. Keep Talking, Nobody Explodes. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that one was. Roller Drome. Interesting. So there you go. There's a lot to be said about that. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. By the way, in Taiwan, porn isn't considered to be copyrightable material, which is kind of sad because people still make effort to make them. It's not copyrightable. That's super interesting. I'm curious what the distinction is there. Huh. That's really interesting. Why on earth would it not be copyrightable? Like, I understand it's a bit more culturally prevalent, but lawmakers think they're not artistic or something. So, man, that's interesting. So only things that people deem artistic is copyrightable under that judgment then. Huh. That brings up all sorts of ethical questions for me. That can go so wrong. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is, boy, that opens up a whole can of worms. And hey, I'm not a proponent of pornography just in general. I'm very religious. I have genuine moral beliefs about pornography, but like also that sounds like a bad idea. Please enter the current time. Sorry. I'm getting Stanley Parable set up, but I can't put it on the screen until I can get to a settings menu where I can say, hey, don't be in full screen because I have an ultra-wide monitor that OBS can't really capture very well. Okay. Please let me see the main menu. I hate when games do this. First thing I want to do every single time I open up a game is change resolution settings, and I want to change subtitle settings. Those are the first things I do every single time I open a game, and I hate it when it's like, we're going to take you straight into the experience. Like, no, the F you do not, please. Don't do it to me. Boy, this is a lot of resolution options. Okay. Back. Game. So we're going to do this for the next hour. And then I'm going to take a little bit of a break because we'll have been streaming for 4 hours at that point. I'm going to take a little break. Powwow with the family. Start the day. And then we'll be back. We'll finish the day up with more 9 Souls. As far as I know, also Chinese copyright system is not strictly enforced, if at all. Oh, interesting. Okay. Tiny Devil Games. Good to see you. How you doing? Yay, the game. All right. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. A few weeks ago, we did a really big deep dive into Stanley Parable, the original. We spent like an hour just talking about this opening screen and why it is so good. You can go watch the VOD for that. I'm not going to go over all that again. Suffice to say, this is an incredibly well-designed and intentional title screen. It's so powerfully good. Okay, begin. Kind of like what Wolfenstein had trouble in Germany for using imagery, caused the government contested if it was art.
Is the story
Interesting.
Of a man
I could
named
see
Stanley.
that in modern Germany struggling
Stanley
with
worked for
what
a company in a
Wolfenstein
big
represented.
building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Such a good game.
And
oh my
then
gosh.
one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
So he's been sitting there
No
for
one
an
had showed up
hour,
to give him
staring at a blank
instructions,
screen.
call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and
Take care of me,
regained
Alatari.
his senses,
Thanks
he
for hanging
got up
out.
from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay. Ooh, mouse sensitivity is a little high. You can adjust that real
All
quick.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
So-
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
In case you're unaware, Stanley Parable is a game about choices. It, on its surface, is about, oh, this droll office worker who ends up, in this bizarre situation, and how does he react to it? Really what it is an experiment of how do we communicate expectations to a player, and what do we do when a player subverts those expectations?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
And the biggest way they do that is with the narrator. They also have all sorts of, we talked for a while about coffee mugs in this game and why they are so cool and such a great design element, and how you can implement things like that as well in your games in order to get Steam to recommend your game more. It's a really cool discussion. But this is the
Stanley
biggest
came
thing
to a
here.
set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So, the game is setting up a choice for you, right? They're saying left or right. But they're not giving you a choice. They're saying Stanley entered the door on his left. So they're establishing an expectation that you're going to go through that door, which automatically makes the player want to rebel against that authority, right? So the player says, well, I'm going to take the right door then.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
And so then they say, we expected this. Here's some fresh, cool, fun, and interesting content for you. And we're going to do this over and over and over and over and over again, where the game tells you to do something and gives you an option to do it or not. And then it reacts to whatever your choice was. And it's absolutely brilliant. I wonder how many times the developers played the game and tried everything in order to know what's possible and which voices to record. Memphis, I bet that there is a master flowchart in their office before they started building this that mapped out all the interactions in all of the states to make sure that they didn't miss anything. Stream Spotty, you might have mentioned, first time trying it. I'm not following instructions. Stream Spotty is are we dropping frames or something? It
Yes,
seems okay on my
truly
end.
A room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
So this is not my first time playing the Stanley Parable, but it is the first time playing Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. But eager to get back to business,
It's a
Stanley
ton
took
of
the
voice
first open
lines.
door on
It's
his
a
left.
tremendous amount of voice lines. Absolutely outrageous amount of voice lines. Is the narrator roasting you? 100%. Every action you take in this game, except for the only defined
Stanley
happy
was so
path of
bad at
following the
following
instructions
directions, it's
word by
incredible
word,
he wasn't fired years
the
ago.
narrator completely roasts you every single time. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion. What do you think the game's inviting you to
Stanley,
do
I
right
think
there,
perhaps
right?
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
For her. Oh, We're going to try and
This is it,
introduce a
Stanley.
new element.
Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Her, who super duper does not exist, right? We have had no mention of her.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Sorry, let me try and...
Is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Sorry that my camera is kind of freaking out. Give me just a half a second to get this adjusted here. There we go. Okay, that's better. There we go.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Gladys vibes, yes. There is actually a Portal Easter egg in this game where you can step into the Portal game. They got permission from Valve to do that.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee 427. Press Z on your keyboard. There's no jump in this game, by the way. You can't jump. So this is we're now in our apartment. We're just gonna sit here until ads are done. Because they're starting in just a minute. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And we're just going to hang out here together. We're not going to go to an ad screen. We're just going to hang out. There is a crouch, interestingly enough. I'm never getting tired of this game. It's pretty amazing. I'm going to press every key on my keyboard except for Z. Have you played There Is No Game non-game? I haven't. The other one that I've heard is a lot like this is... shoot. It's in a bundle right now with Stanley Parable. The Beginner's Guide. Yeah, it's another one of those kind of meta gaming narrative experiences. Hanging out with the mannequin wife. That's right. I think I've hit pretty much every button on my keyboard except for Z at this point. I don't think I can select anything. I was wondering if we could bait the narrator out here. A lot of the times it does happen. By Draw Me a Pixel. Definitely recommend it. Okay, There Is No Game. Is that what I would search for on Steam? There Is No Game? There is no game, Wrong Dimension. There is no game, Jam Edition. There is no game, there is no Sleep. Oh boy. There is no game, Wrong Dimension. So don't go messing things up by clicking everywhere. You don't want to be kicked out of your video game world, do you? Of course not. Oh, this looks super cute. Yeah. Very similar style. Absolutely. The Wrong Dimension one. Awesome. Yeah, it definitely seems like a very similar sort of experience of the game itself is the antagonist in a way, right? All right, welcome back. We're going to press Z.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Please press N. I'm pressing Z. Maybe that would do something, but no.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Pressing N? No.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day
There was a
while at
TV
work,
up there.
he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press F to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls.
That's the happy path if you follow him all the way.
Down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions, and down another was a game with a baby, and he called it the Stanley Parable.
Oh, shoot. Tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Press R to tell your wife you love
But
her.
there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Yeah, okay. You guys win. It's time for the Witch King to come out.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Press R down to
I suppose
question
I
nothing.
can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please
And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
There you go. That's the Stanley Parable. Welcome to the Stanley Parable. That
All
was a
his
run.
Co-workers were gone.
That was a.
What could it mean?
That was one
Stanley
ending.
decided to go to the meeting
So I mean, this is
Perhaps
you
he had
could
simply
make a
missed
compelling
memo.
case that this is one of the only true narrative roguelikes, right? Where there
When
is
Stanley came to a set of two
essentially
open doors,
randomness,
he entered the door on his left.
and there's permadeath. You start over every single time. All right, take care, Sharky.
Yet
Thanks for
there was
hanging
not a
out. It was great to
single
have you
person
here.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
No, he didn't. He obstinately stayed in the broom closet.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
Yeah, but look at
No
that wrench,
reason
though.
to still be here.
I mean, there's a lot of tools in here. These are pretty cool tools. That's a staple gun.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
What is that? Cable or a film?
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Memphis,
Standing
for
around
real.
doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Because you keep saying things. You're the thing we interact with, which the game
You
knows.
do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
I mean, it's got a hose, though. Some boxes.
Maybe to
These are
you,
nice
this
boxes.
is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Oh, man. So, okay, we talk about this a lot.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Oh, shoot. Principles of comedy. Something that
Well,
is
I've
that
come
shouldn't
to a very
be.
definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
Oh,
All right,
shoot.
when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
So something that is that shouldn't be, and repetition with variation. So we're getting a lot of repetition with variation, right? We're being told that the broom closet isn't special, but in interesting, different ways every single time. And so the jokes build on top of each other, right? Early Family Guy was built on that comedic principle. And then something that is that shouldn't be, like, the broom closet shouldn't matter, right? There should be nothing of importance here. But because we keep getting dialogue lines, we keep on staying. And so they're focusing in so much on this decision to stay in the broom closet that it makes the player want to stick around and see what else is coming. And then that desire to stick around creates the more voice dialogue, right? So it's this loop of something that is that shouldn't be. And it's fantastic. All right, we may be at the end here. All right.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
But what about this really menacingly dark light? Oh man, that looks like a very well-defined note that I can't read. I bet someone has read that though. What if you go back into the broom closet? That's a great question, Mothman. Oh man, they shut the door behind me. Darn it. That's a great question, Mothman. I wonder if it closed it as you
But Stanley
like
just
that.
couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he
B4.
taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe He thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Oh boy, we're in a
All of
loop,
my
aren't we?
co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-worker...
Billionaire, yeah, for real. So there is actually an example of a game that did do this recently. It's a dungeon crawler, if you'll believe it. A language-based dungeon crawler. I'm going to see if I can find it real quick, because it's a really fascinating one. I'd love to get on the channel at some point. Wanderbots. I know Wanderbots did some coverage on it recently. And like when you click into it and you're like, this has got to be AI generated, right? Because there's so many voice lines like responding to everything. And yet, no, it's not Cryptmaster. That's what it is. Not AI generated. It's just a lot of effort. Cryptmaster. Yes. Mothman. Yep. I'm going to throw the link in chat because it's a fascinating piece to observe. So if you're interested in that sort of a thing, I definitely recommend checking out Cryptmaster.
He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons.
I can still walk around,
Please.
by the way.
It's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Yeah.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Next game from this
This
developer's
is the
trailer.
story of a woman named Mariella.
Trying to make it look like another generic
Mariella
cozy
woke up on a
sim.
day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work.
Oh my.
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Oh,
And although she would
jeez.
soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
And she gets crazy too. Oh my gosh. No, that was a very pointed statement, wasn't it? It was a very pointed statement. I
All
know
of his
what's
coworkers
real.
were
I
gone.
know what is
What could
like
it mean? Stanley decided to go
normal,
to the meeting room.
and
Perhaps he
then-
had simply missed a memo.
Oh my gosh. All that concern. Oh, new content. Ooh.
New content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
This is
As
the
you
ultra
may
deluxe
know,
part.
the
Okay.
Stanley Parable was a
Needs
video
more
game
broom
released
closets.
in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Did it just loop us around? This is the same place we just came from, isn't it? You can't fool me.
Okay,
An
so
ad
far it's
inside the
developing.
game.
Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
We gonna move?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere? Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Do it. Yeah, see, just stuff like that just showcases how these
I
developers
have to say,
understood the
initial
psychology of the
impressions
player.
of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Give me the content. Oh, this is great. The jump
All right.
circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Plot tested was all a dream. Feels like a streamer game. Which is funny because it was made in a time before streamers were really that big. You know, 2013. That was like just the very beginning of Twitch. It may have been Justin TV back then. I'm not totally sure. You seriously?
Is that it?
We disabled
Surely
it.
that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Ordered for getting any of the other achievements as your first.
Goodness. another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box.
Someone
the Stanley
actually...
Parable
Oh,
Ultra
man.
Deluxe.
So someone actually live streamed themselves counting as high up as they could get for as long as they could. And it was like, it set a world record, and that was the only thing that person did. And it got millions of views.
Now with over 1,000 hours of new content, and oh wait, there's more. Very good.
Ubisoft DLC mission
I knew
vibes.
there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
Twitter no more, yeah.
No frills. No gimmicks.
Memphis, I'm not totally sure. I don't think the
Just you
one that
and
I
me
saw had
having a
that, but
great
I don't
time
know.
together
I didn't
like
actually tune
always.
in. I just heard about it.
What do you
and saw
say,
clips.
friend?
You only spent €21.99 for the Ultra Deluxe version. Oh, new room. Okay. Cheap expansion, mostly I know expensive ones with less content.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
Once
I
again,
want to show you something.
present the player with choices and indicate where they should go. I like work, I just hate my boss, yeah.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise?
I do.
made
Let's
for
go
you?
see.
Well, fine. Oh, never mind. You're not a dog.
Oh, funny. Coffee nut and a screwdriver. Oh, excuse me. Are we gonna load? There we go. Okay.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked
boy.
it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Oh, shoot. Oh, this is funny.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was
The
sullied
old
with a
Steam
cheap
you had.
re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh, the scripts for the Stanley Parable, a clock. Yeah, screenshots of all the more memorable things that happen in the game. I remember. Oh, boy. Linguists identify 15,000-year-old ultra-conserved words, the Washington Post. Oh, man. 24 words whose sound and meaning have survived the past 15,000 years. 6 components of a great corporate culture, John Kohlerman, Harvard Business Review. Oh, man. How many tabs do you have open? Oh, just the one. Boo. Be my Valentine. Good times. Oh, man. Audience Award 2014 Independent Games Festival. Stanley Parable Inside Collector's Edition. Oh, my gosh. Amazing. Smile because it happened. The Stanley Parable Alpha Test. Oh my goodness. The first dollar bill they ever made. Oh shoot. Unachievable. It's impossible to get this achievement. Yeah, that's a real achievement, by the way, in the first game. Don't play for 5 years. I almost got that one. If people had redeemed this in a year or so, I would have had it. New video game releasing today. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Is there a piano up there?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Oh my goodness. So there's an achievement called Touch Grass. There's an achievement called Go Outside. Which I just checked, I do have. Person of the Year is Stanley, and there's the wife. Oh, no, you haven't told me where to go. I don't know where not to go now. Memory zone maintenance. Okay. Oh, we saw that before, right? That's a flyer that we saw in the main game. Oh, is this their, like, level maker? Oh, my goodness. Wow, that's cool. For Scott K, alright. Oh, shoot.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Only 9 out of 10, though. Yeah. They could have gone for more. Okay. Well, I guess we just return? The greatest wealth is memory.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
Steam.
What's this? What's down here? Oh,
Steam
no.
reviews.
Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
For those of you who don't know, they literally made an entire trailer for this game based on a negative Steam review, or a negative email they received. I'm very excited
Honestly,
about
I
this.
could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. the narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them. Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut in the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Note that they played for 10 hours before leaving that review.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what cookie nut. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer in my...
There's a clock.
Oh, Stanley,
it's worth noting.
You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to
Plant
talk
is
to
dead.
Again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's
Some
always
baked-in
been,
lights in the
right?
back around
Me
here.
talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it is.
Wish I had this button for work.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost...
Oh, the clock is gone. Oh, it fell down. Oh, it's out of batteries. Is that what it is?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't in...
Dead. Oh my goodness. I love that we just...
The end is never the end.
Oh, that's what's been on the loading screen.
The end is never the end, 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 is never...
Oh, this is depressing. I feel so bad for the narrator. I love this room. Oh, dear. Fallout happened? What? Okay. Lovely. Our ladder fell down. Tragic. You look like the narrator? Yeah, you think so? Narrator's a fan of hat towers, huh? Or what I think he would look like. Man, so yeah. Clearly they're demonstrating a lot of passage of time, right? Plants are growing, dying. Everything has died. We've skipped forward even longer. I mean, if you're considering that every skip is an exponential increase in time. Like, we've reached the heat death of the universe, kind of, at this point, right? Watch out for Morlocks. Oh, boy. Okay, so very clever, right? So the button is down. The room feels off kilter. You've got that perspective point they focus you in on right there. Then you follow it in reverse, and then you see the light bouncing off of metal objects, taking you over to where light is. That's some good level design. I think you can hear some animal sounds if you wait in the forest. Oh, cool. Yeah, so we're in Mad Max time. Sun's still around, so, like, that's good. We're not that far in the future yet. So what would be hilarious is if there's literally nothing happening after this. Oh, I was going to say, if they just let you explore an infinite wilderness of desert and then force you to hit begin the game again, that would have been hilarious.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
Dear.
Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
All right. What we got? Have you found the secret in the first office room? I don't think I have. I haven't explored it very deeply since getting into the advanced edition.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Are we gonna be extreme crunchy?
I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
The end is never the end. Again, hilarious.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions.
This is exactly the point that I was talking about with Hotline Miami, right? The fact that there was a sequel kind of invalidates the point that the original was, in my opinion, trying to make. So they're tying into that same sort of expression
This
here.
is what fans have truly been asking for.
Investor showcase. Oh boy. Taste the sequel.
Calling it the Stanley
All right, hold on. I gotta grab this baby real quick. We'll see how long that lasts us. Hotline is gold. I mean, it's amazing, but in my opinion, the entire point of Hotline was be more mindful about the media that you consume. And then I feel making a second one is just like, oh, well, now it's only about kind of the actual narrative and not the parable that they are trying to convey.
Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's
New
future-oriented.
mug.
It screams progress and innovation
Time to
and
wake up.
long-term franchising potential.
Never underestimate coffee enjoyers who left their cup by a leather sofa that faces a blurry room. Yep. Sounds about right. They're back. 2 doors. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted, new hotness. Oh my gosh. You be a narrator of the babies like for the next couple of years and the kid can't do anything against it. Unfortunately, they also can't really do anything. Oh my gosh. Thanks for attending my meeting. Kind of why Spec Ops: The Line was so good and so underrated. Exactly. Yeah, it was released and people were like, this isn't all that good of a shooter. And
Now, to
then
be
it wasn't
clear,
until later
I
people were like,
haven't quite
oh,
nailed
that
down
was
what
the
exactly
point.
the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Yeah, honestly, Spec Ops: The Line is another one I haven't ever played. I've just kind of heard it discussed. That's another one I need to add to my list to experience.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Oh my gosh. Merchandise! Reassurance bucket. Oh my heavens. The button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. Alright, I want to be doxxed. Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Nope.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you roleplay as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
Oh,
Just
shoot.
play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath.
Imagine if you were
clear your
called
mind,
Jim.
Forget whoever you are and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to...
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first.
Yeah, sure.
Now, allow yourself to become Jim.
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
You got it, Sharky. Oh, off goes the Witch King. Okay, oh boy. We'll swap hats. Okay. I have to go find a gym friend and force him to play it. I'm helping, clearly. That will be my life's goal.
Jim.
See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name, the button says. But no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the gym button away.
Really? Well, now I want to... Okay, like, this is such a masterclass in subverting expectations and anticipating what the player is going to do and reacting to it, right? Like, taking the button away, how many people... Like, that brought such a spark of joy to me and made me say, oh, well, I want to go check out if that's really what happened. Is there some other way to interact? Like, that push and pull that they engage with the player is really powerful and something we can adapt in other experiences.
They would appreciate what I've created here. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Please no screenshots. A whole new office. Red is the new orange. Ray traced. Infinite hole. Oh my gosh, this is incredible. What happens if you take a screenshot? Screenshot taken. The baby is all grown up. Bankruptcy? Oh no. Yeah, consistent quality with just the right amount of change. Screen shaders. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier with AAA studios and innovation and everything. That's exactly it. Can I take a screenshot of the no screenshots screen? All right. Yes, I've taken screenshots. You heard Jim in the game. Even changing those posters dynamically. Very clever. And then this epilogue placed right there to get the player to go exploring it. Because this is a big space. It wouldn't surprise me if they thought people are going to get a little overwhelmed going over every little piece of this. Let's give them a way out to kind of reset and let them try again later. Settings world champion. So wait, was the epilogue literally just that sign that says epilogue?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Can I just leave? Ah, they locked the doors. Boo.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Oh, shoot. That's great. My wife does the same thing with me all the time, coincidentally.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on. Come now. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
So you pick the wrong option every time? Yeah, pretty much. It's the, hey honey, out of these 30 options for new yard ideas, which one do you like? I'm like, I think I like this one. Cool, well, that makes me realize I really want this other one, so thank you.
Was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, every time you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will
This is
fill
such a
your
play on
mind
the
and your
companion
heart. It's
cube.
true.
Oh my goodness.
As long as you hold onto the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
What were we playing the other day where we just realized...
Can you feel it? The glow...
hold on. So we were just playing a game the other day where we were talking about things that the developers had to come in later and build in order to make it a better experience for the player because the base design was lacking in some way. Which is hilarious that they're talking about that. Okay. Okay. Come here, guy. There you go. There you go. I know, you just got shots yesterday, so you're still a little feverish, huh? Yeah, we gotta deal with that. A little Spider-Man, cute. Yeah, he's pretty
Comfort,
cute.
even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I wish the bucket had just like some mysterious liquid stain on it. You know, it's a little bit, I mean, it definitely looks old, but I think they could have done it
Does
just a
anyone give
little
out
bit
awards
more.
for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Can we go back and pick a new balloon now that we did something else? No? Okay. Spider Baby, that's right. Now, we're Spider-Man fans, right? We're big Spider-Man fans here. Have we been over here? I mean, I know there's stuff back there we haven't done yet, but I'm kind of just curious. Oh boy. Okay. All right. It just keeps going. So once again, repetition with variation, right? Let's showcase all the different ways this is an infinite hole. And every time you see a new model of it, it's funnier and funnier.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling.
Done.
You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games is a... You see? Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Oh boy. Oh boy. It wouldn't surprise me if
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer.
there
but I
were
do
conversations about, like, let's make an achievement for falling down the hole for a full day.
And you use the teleport button to go back to the... Great! Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not
Every
believe
pause
that
button is a
anyone would
Roman
actually
numeral
stay in the
too.
hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know. I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually
Meeting at
wants
2
to fall
p.m.
forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little
Just
heated
the
there. I think
two
we
of
both said
us.
some things we
Stanley
don't
has
mean.
metal
Why
legs.
don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
All right.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. It goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter for you
It
this
did.
time? I
It
couldn't help
did.
but feel like you spent a little less time
See,
in
this is the
there
game
than you did
calling it
before.
out
I
and
mean,
saying, here's an area you can explore
I
if you
didn't
want.
make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough
So
of the hole,
now
you can
we
hit the
want to
teleport
keep
button
jumping
and
down
come
the
join
hole
me
and
up
see if we can get it
above.
shorter
Had
and
enough?
shorter and shorter,
I'm
right?
positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite.
Repetition with
I suspect
variation.
that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Yep.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Now, how is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but
And
at
we're
this
stuck.
depth, I just
We
can't see
can't-
this scratching
We
the
can't
itch.
get out.
Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I can't.
Is the teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
It's a good thing I got my bucket, I guess is all I can say. And it started. Man, I love the hole. Oh boy. Alright, so mysterious music playing. Ooh, right? Oh, littles. What's going on? We're in the hole. What could be better? We were in the hole. We got our reassurance bucket. What could be better? Hold on. Okay. You ready for milk? If he okay, there we go. Change your perspective. Amazing. Oh my gosh. Incredible. Change your perception. Just changing the music. change your reality. Oh, jeez. Oh, I'm staying here. Giant puppies to play with? Absolutely. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're just jamming the kitchen. Okay, here's the crazy thing. They had to make different angles for all of these different models. Oh my gosh. For something most people are never gonna see. Oh boy.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't
Have a
have that,
mirror.
Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single
Oh
moment.
my
So
gosh.
how about if I...
Okay, sorry, this kid is freaking out a little bit. This is what sex was like back in the day. All right, I'm gonna go take care of this kid. I think he's got to get a change diaper. We'll be right back. Apologies. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience there. Poor little guy is just struggling. He's sick. He got his vaccines yesterday and was just throwing up and needing diaper changes and oh. All right. Simon Game Dev, am I live all day? I'm gonna be live for a good amount until probably 5 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, I know this isn't gonna work. Sorry, we'll be right back. We'll be right back again. Okay, all right. I think we're good. I found the children's ibuprofen. Got him a dose. He's falling asleep. Maybe. If he doesn't fall asleep, we'll go hand him off to mom. But I want to let mom have a bit of a morning, if I can. Okay.
Just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you
Should've
really
just left this
truly
running.
focused on the whole. From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back.
Clear house was... Oh, Mothman! Thank you, and Patrick, thank you for letting me know. I probably would not have noticed that for a good while. Mothman, thank you for saving me. Woo! They're just gonna teleport us out?
Here we are. Go on.
Yeah, they're just resetting it. Oh, shoot. But we still have the bucket. Do we have the balloon still? Yes, okay. What's something else we haven't explored over here yet? We've got this new and easy achievement. Free achievement! Get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps, it just works. Get yours right now. Hold on, guy. Yeah, my little boy. Oh, my little Peter Parker.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Okay. So, we can look at the good color here, the red contrasting against the white, to draw the player exactly to it, but not
Okay, perhaps
feel
I should have
dangerous.
clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
What do you think? Oh, you're just so sick, huh? I know. Really? There's nothing else? Wow, that's shocking to me. That seemed like that was going to be low-hanging fruit. You can see how simply this was modeled, too, right? I bet their artist spent an hour and just built this real quick. So if you're looking for comedy, if you build the right world for it, you can get by with pretty low effort resources. I mean, look at that. Geez, that's just like the plain matte gray from Blender. It's all about world building, and that's another key thing to keep in mind, that if you are building a solo project, create a world that you can deliver on easily.
What else?
Don't make
What other
Skyrim.
exhibits haven't we seen yet?
We still have no jumps
You know
remaining.
what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
That's amazing.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Which is hilarious, because that means there was another line there for if you didn't redeem them all. Oh, little Kai. Yeah, we gotta go to Mom. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Woo! That was an interruption. Thank you for your patience there. But we're back. It'd be funny if the game actually hears the baby crying and says some new voice lines. That would be hilarious. It would be funny if the game actually listens to you without you knowing. Yeah. Like Alien Isolation did, right? I think that's a gimmick, if you'll say, a mechanic, that we have not really explored enough in games. I think there's a lot more to do with that. Oh.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines.
Oh boy.
And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh my gosh, this is terrifying. Also a hilarious commentary on the snootyism of game designers sometimes. Incredible. We go back? No. Empty wall. Okay.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Exit. Oh.
All
What are
right,
these
have you seen
posters?
everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Handbag just strewn about the place. Okay. Are we going to be in a focus group
So,
now?
Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
The
Who
words
am I
coming
kidding,
in
Stanley?
like that.
This
That was-
isn't a
that was very funny.
coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they
The
don't add up
bucket
to anything.
over there.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up.
I love the old title
All right,
screen. It's
perfect.
perfect.
Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh dear. Is it gonna kick me? Oh wow. Amazing. Oh, with like fully functional menus. Oh my gosh. And then are we back at the start of the loop? No.
This is the
okay.
story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked
The
for a company in a big
balloons!
building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple.
Like how this
He
game
sat at his
strongly
desk in
predicted
room
how the big gaming
427,
companies would
and he
progress.
pushed
Yeah,
buttons
yeah,
on the
Davin.
keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his
Oh,
desk,
yeah,
telling him
absolutely.
what
Well,
buttons to push,
And that's the
how
advantage
long
of
to
doing
push.
a expanded edition 9 years
what
after the
employee
original
427
satire,
did
right?
Every day of every month of every year. And
That's
although
kind of
others
wild.
might
They
have
came apart.
considered it
They came out
soul-wrecking,
9
Stanley
years after
relished
each other.
every moment
Is that
the
right?
orders came in.
I saw the release date of
Though
this
he
was
had been made
2022,
exactly
right?
for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Yeah, release date 2022.
And then one
It took
day,
9
something very
years to do
peculiar
this.
happened. Something that would forever change.
Oops, I didn't mean to skip it. Sorry. Yeah, 9 years. 9
All of his
years.
co-workers were gone.
I
What could
love
it
that the
mean?
balloons are there.
Stanley decided
That's
to go to the
incredible.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So I mean, I'm sure that they were thinking about, should we just do a sequel, or what? And instead they decided, no, like the first game really kind of just did everything that we wanted it to do, but let's
Stanley
Kinda
felt the
update
bucket
it with-
calling to him, begging him to pick
the
it up.
bucket. Where's the
Why
bucket?
was he not doing it?
Where? Oh, there it is. And I'm sure it landed on, no, I think it will make a stronger satire if we just kind of remake the original and update it with modern satire.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
I think that in and of itself is a bit of a satire.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Wow, this is crazy. That they would just have all of these dialogue
Still
lines
no
and
one was
everything.
here. Stanley needed
which
the
is-
bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was... Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons. Even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide
Brooms.
variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and
By the way,
evolved over the...
We're going to finish this run of the Stanley Parable, and then we're going to go back to 9 Souls after this. Even the pause menu, the sequel is now paused. Incredible, with the
Yes,
red overlay.
let him
Oh
have
my
it.
gosh. Thanks for hanging around while we did this bit of an intermission in 9 Souls.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion.
The sticker.
Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning.
Local, we were playing 9 Souls, and then someone redeemed a Analyze Any Game channel point reward for Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition. So that's why we've been jumping in, playing this for a few hours, talking about what works, what doesn't work, learning from it, and then diving back.
Supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
So early, you know it, 2D Fighters.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well, because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure what...
Yeah, stream. Yeah, I'm not gonna update the stream title for something like this. It's gonna be an hour and a half to 2 hours in a 12-hour stream. So, did you see the theme? What for Captain Coder's Jam? 2D
Whether the
Fighters?
thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Yeah, 2D Fighters. Are you talking about the theme for Captain Coder's Game Jam? Try to do some parkour in the first office room. All right, we'll do that, and then we'll jump over to Nine Souls.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
What about the I'm not real
Stanley
ending
just couldn't do it.
with
He
the
considered
emotional
the
support
possibility of
bucket?
facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
Are we not going to have unique
And
dialogue
then
for Bucket?
Something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself,
Only one
maybe
inventory
I am
slot.
crazy.
Oh,
He
did,
looked down at the bucket
Wait,
in his arms.
has
Am
it
I
started?
crazy? He asked the
did
bucket.
the game jam start?
The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance
Oh,
and comfort.
yeah.
And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How
There we
did
go.
I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket. Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Holy cannoli.
Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Oh my gosh. Amazing. The introduction of the bucket.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Think about that. When they did the bucket, and they said we're going to bring the bucket back in,
Mariella woke up
they
on
were
a day
committing
like any other.
to
She
doubling
rose, got dressed,
work.
picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked
now-
to her place of work.
every ending
But on this
needed to be
particular day,
revisited.
her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town,
That's
talking and
outrageous.
screaming to himself,
That's
and then
a
collapsed dead on the
wild amount of
sidewalk.
work.
Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. and she backflipped all the way to work.
Amazing. Amazing. All right, we're going to do the parkour here for a sec. Balloons are still there. We're still in sequel mode. My goodness. Try to do parkour in the office. You have some time, click on the door for... We already got that one, Patrick. Yeah, we got that one in the original game, and I tried it in here, and it didn't seem to do anything. So yeah, I'm a little confused. What do you mean by try doing parkour? No backflip animation, 0 stars, instant refund.
Were gone. Oh, please.
Oh, no, we already did this, though.
Just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just
First
give
office
these
room, but
merits
now
away
your
for such
own
little
room.
effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times.
Yeah,
I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Shoot. All right, begin the game again. Because I think you're a little bit behind me. So, okay, so in here, yeah? Try and do parkour. I don't know how to act on that. Because I can't climb on the chair. Oh, the next one. In here?
All of his co-workers were
Try to
gone.
do parkour.
What could it mean?
Is there anything we can climb
Stanley
up on?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
We're definitely hearing something out here. Try to do parkour. Chairs do be looking sus... Well, I mean, can I interact with the chairs? I can't climb on these chairs. Can I, like, click and drag? Am I sure? Well, I mean, we could climb up on, like, the boxes in other spaces. We can get up here. I've successfully parkoured. And, like, up here...
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't
Try the
make a
only blue
single
chair
difference,
there.
Nor did it advance the story in any way.
We have, right? Oh!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
There you go.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people...
Nah, I'm out. You gonna give me any cute little dialogue?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Boo.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken
I was just
the
gonna
map
repeat it.
until he heard this narration
Yeah, okay.
and realized
All
it
right.
was part of
All
the
right.
game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Incredible. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. Well, there you go. That's Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition. Absolutely amazing. Of course, we're only seeing a very small percent of what is in here. But really cool stuff that we got out of this, right? Fantastic use of repetition with variation. Fantastic usage of things that are but shouldn't be. Satire, creating worlds that you can deliver on quickly within your resources and capabilities. All those are really important things to keep in mind when creating. And boy, I mean, what an amazing example here. My heavens. All right. All right. We're going to call it there for Stanley Parable. Oh, man. Almost 2 hours. Yep. That was pretty good. Patrick, thank you for that redeem. That was a lot of fun. Love a good Stanley Parable break. That's awesome. All right. Still in the sequel mode. Oh, absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Let's jump back into Nine Souls and try and make as much progress as we can. We do have an interview starting at 1. We're going to be talking with Sundown about the launch of his game, Feathered Serpent. We're going to be talking about, hey, speaking of the devil, we're going to be talking about what his journey was in creating Feathered Serpent, his streaming journey, how life has kind of developed over time, what has he learned in the building and launching of a game, and where is he at right now? What are his future plans? We're going to go over all that great stuff. So definitely stick around until 5 hours from now at 3 p.m. Eastern. We're going to jump into that conversation with him. It's going to be a great time. Snowbird Girl, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. It's wonderful to have you. I have a somewhat distant relative whose last name was Snowburger. So, welcome the heck on in, Snowbird Girl. All right. So that's right. We just barely made it out of prison in Nine Souls. That's where we're at right now. We finally got all of our stuff back. We're going to load. Nine Souls? There we go. It was just taking a really long time. Okay. Do we have our Jades set? Yes. Okay. Okay. Great. You know, now we have all of our stuff back. We could probably just go back and wreck this whole place, right? I kind of want revenge mode, Stanley checked whether he had his jade set. Alright, come on. Come at me, bro. Where are you? What, you're not gonna chase me down now that I can fight back? You're just gonna leave me alone? Boo. Boo, I want vengeance. Lame. That may end up being like a side boss fight that they don't want to spoil too early, I guess. All right, fine. That's that, yeah. See, like now these things are just really annoying because our jailer isn't even showing up anymore. Now all those are just like a little time trap. Why can I get up here? That was rad. So, shortcut. Okay. I think I know where this is. Yeah. Okay. Shortcut unlocked. Great. Well, we found at least one cat experiment. There's somewhere to hack in here. Can I hack right here? Okay, well, that's just another shortcut then, I guess. So, being over here at all is not helpful, I guess. Okay. I guess we can go to the right. We haven't really gone over there yet. Right? Yeah. There we go. Just money. Well, do we go down, I guess? Yeah. That seems like we're gonna die if we go down, right? Yeah, this is like where we started. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. Well, heavens to Betsy. Where else can we explore? Woof. Really? Okay. Still love that backdrop. That's such a cool backdrop. Yeah, I don't really care. Your plasma beams can't hold me. Yeah, we've made it all the way over there. I think that was quite a plot hole. As you found a root node, it doesn't mean you just because you found a root node doesn't mean you've escaped. I mean, kind of, because we can just teleport to the pavilion, right? Big scary guy still should appear at the moment. I'll agree with that. There's big scary guy. Maybe he's just waiting at where we're supposed to be headed. It's like, hey, this is where... This is directing you to where you're supposed to go next, maybe. Yeah, it does definitely feel a little odd. Like, there could be some sort of dialogue or something saying, hey, I'm gonna wait for you, you know? Does that not kill you? I don't like this. I'm not a fan of whatever this is. Alright, so he's unkillable, making us more scared of him now. Okay. Whoop. Golly. Prisoner's bamboo scroll. Anyone, please help me. I must escape. I must escape. That lunatic wants to cut the flesh off my body. The weathered bamboo scroll bears messy characters that seem to have been scrawled during a state of disoriented consciousness. We may know who that is. Whoever that poor kitty was that we saw up above. That got mega transmogrified. Can I dash through here with that? No? Okay. Just seemed weird that the tunnel kept going for that long. Great. I'll take a full heal and a checkpoint. And where is this leading me down to? Just so I can get back up to it quickly when I need to. Just to the left of the... Okay. All the way to the left of the check... of our root node. Yeah, here we go. Gonghui. Alright. Okay. That's new. Can I... Oh, it will detonate on him. Oh, cool. Yeah, let's get that going. Please. Oh, yeah, no, this is no bueno. I mean, it's got a ring on, too. Like, it's got to have been someone that, like, we might know, right? It's got to be a special character. Ah, brutal, brutal, brutal. Okay. So, I mean, that's a good lesson to keep in mind as well. That ring allows the player to feel clever by putting 2 and 2 together, right? And so then also, when you reveal, oh, there's more to this character, it kind of, like, it's planted. It makes sense, right? I found the problem to the devs, got to increase the level's difficulty for future generations. Oh, shoot. Called the bluff. Okay, so it does kill everything. That's what I was kind of curious about. If we triggered his phase here, would that kill everything on the screen? And it does. All right, come on, big guy. I know you're coming. Arrow? Arrow? Hey, you're supposed to keep getting hurt. Gosh. There we go. What? Learn you a game jam has begun. Yeah, we gotta start in on that. I don't have an idea yet. Only one inventory slot, Sir Alex? Oh, dear. What? Get it. Good. Out. Heal. We should be. There we go. I was about to say, we gotta be close. There we go. You dead? Or we got one more phase? Should we be making something for the jam? Yeah, I think we will. I think we definitely will. I'm a little conflicted because I want to finish 9 souls first. I want to finish our analysis. And I don't know how much longer we have on 9 souls. Oh, jeez. Ouch. Okay. Arrow. Okay. Heal. Oh, I didn't notice that. Shoot. Get talisman? There we go. Just confuse him. Oh my gosh, I feel like a golden gaming god. Holy cannoli. Wow. Probably completed 40% of the full game. Okay, thank you. Yeah, kill me. Yeah, like, okay, there we go, B. Yeah, dude. A built-in guillotine. Oh, dude. Successfully escaped from prison. A ring left behind by Kang Hui. A valuable ring worn by someone of high status. The owner must be from a prominent family. There you go. Whenever time allows, would you be willing to go back and do the Octalysis for the home safety hotline game? Yeah, my friend. And we need to wrap that one up, too. We need to finish it up. Oops. So I think that would be a really good thing to revisit it. And maybe we'll do that as an intermission for tomorrow for 9 Souls. We'll do some 9 Souls starting early in the morning and then do intermission of home safety hotline with the Octalysis analysis. And then dive back into 9 Souls. We've done 40% of it. We'll probably be over halfway done by the end of the day. It's a bummer that I just didn't have the availability yesterday. Darn it. Bees. Yeah, what are the channel memes now? Careful birds, bees, and what else have we got going on? Cats? I mean, of course. No, shoot. Shoot, how do I get back up there? You're very welcome, and you know, I take those redeems very seriously. It's why I have disabled them for the rest of the 9 Souls content, is because I do take it very seriously, and I want to make sure that we're actually delivering on it. And I felt really bad for leaving Patrick's out so long. And home safety hotline. We definitely need to go back and wrap that up. Yeah, no, that was dumb. That was a impatient, bad thing to do. Fine. Yeesh. Okay, so these platforming sections are definitely picking up. We can go down. I'm kind of curious what's going to be over here. Shortcut we have yet to unlock. That's fine. Okay. Could have just refunded my points and I would understand. Well, I thought about that, Patrick, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the understanding. I do appreciate that understanding. Oh, we're in ads. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, welcome back. Let's keep going in. Let's see here, hold on. I've lost the game in a sea of windows. LiveQuest is sending me a bunch of silly texts. Okay, great. Perfect. Okay, all right, fine. I'll actually go on the phone. All right. Silly girl. Okay. No, I think that doing the intermissions is good. I think it's healthy to take a break a little bit, you know? Okay. What cool new ability are we getting? Are we getting double jump now? Cool. All right, I want to know. Can you show me? I want the double jump. Basic dissipation of energy won't work against an opponent like Jae Tong. Okay. How should I resist more powerful attacks? Wait, isn't Jae Tong the dude we're trying to fight? No, Jae Quan. Okay, so some predecessor of Jae Quan? Friend from beyond this realm, have you come to inspire me once more? Oh, so snap! So he's seeing us. Okay. Yeah. Huh. So that has a lot of interesting story implications. Oh, jeez. Wow, this is a tough timing to figure out. There we go. Okay, so now we have the unblockable attack parry. Jae Tong is probably Jae Quan's ancestor or something. Right, yeah. So it seems like the intention of this, feels like I'm just taking a beating. Will this really work? The intention of this is start blocking as soon as you see the red, and then you'll be fine on the timing. I should channel the stream of energy and release it at just the right moment. Yeah. So are we this guy's tutorial? I still feel like something's missing. Unbounded counter. Okay. Oof. Releasing is a little bit rough. Hey, there we go. Yeah, oh, that worked. Oh, wow. That was really, really tight. Okay. Yeah, if there's any sort of Jades to prolong the length of the unbounded counter, I am probably gonna like get that immediately. That's it. Inhale and exhale. Force strength from tranquility. Okay. Right on. So he has that cat helmet on. Is that inspired by us? Like, what is this relationship? Is this the dude that we've been hearing about that has this sort of the immortal that we've been hearing about, right? So we got unbounded counter. Okay. Right on. Yeah, I'm very interested in what that means for the story. Pretty sure all these guys are Solarians, thus the cat ears. He looked pretty human. I mean, I guess different Solarians are different. Like Jay Kwong is freaking huge, right? Oh, we can deal with turrets now. Oh, lovely. Oh. Nice, thank you. I don't know, he seemed pretty human to me, but I don't know. I need to go back and take a look. Got him. Felt good. Get absolutely wrecked. You just knee me? Excuse you. Boom. Okay. We can go up. Oh, jeez. Every now and again, you have little whoopsies like that in a game, you know? That's okay. So yeah, one inventory slot. What could we build that would be interesting and compelling for that? In low scope. One inventory slot. Maybe like an auto battler, where you have one inventory slot, but then kind of you boost your stats in other ways. Oh, shoot. Is this the guy that made us mushroom tacos? I recognize his crazy voice. Hi, Ivana. Hope you're doing well. Hope everything's going healthy in these last couple moments. So for those of you who don't know, since you mentioned your wife's name, I'm gonna assume we're past the realm of doxing at this point. Sundown Matt and his wife Ivana are just lovely. We had them over for dinner. Turns out we did not know each other at all, and then we found each other in streaming, and just serendipitously happened to live just a couple blocks away from each other. So we had him over for dinner because that was too wild of a coincidence to pass up. So great to hear from you guys. Hope everything's going well. Isn't the baby coming pretty soon? We got to hang out again. I agree. Yeah, when you guys are sleeping again, then we'll hang out. We'll have the babies hang out. It'll be a good time. I don't know why I feel the need to do this, but I need to be able to break everything. 36 weeks. So yeah, I'm getting pretty darn close. My heavens. That is so exciting. Oh, that timing was off. I don't like you. Go away. I'm just gonna brute force that. We should probably go find our merchant buddy, too, and buy some more poison. Oh, God. That white outline happens so fast. Get out of here. Oh, heavens. Another shortcut. Lovely. Gladly take that. Where does that exactly take us to? Just down here? Okay. Lovely. I want to take the elevator already. I mean, there's like stuff to go explore over here, so I don't want to leave this zone quite yet. Got him? Good. That felt good. All right. Another herb catalyst. Does that just get automatically... Like, is that kind of like the Tau fruit? It just automatically gets integrated? Because I have yet to find any way to build... And same with Dark Steel. I don't know if it just automatically gets used when we pick it up like the Tau fruit does, or if we need to unlock the ability to spend it somehow. See Kawafu. Okay. Agent Technology, hello. Welcome in. How you doing? There's still so many areas to explore. Let's just go up. It's a crime that you haven't known how to use them yet. Oh, shoot. I wonder how many people do that. I wonder if that's just me or if others have run into that problem as well. Oh, hey, speak of the merchant. That's something I've noticed recurring over and over again in this game is you need to like go and return to talk to people outside of an event, and there will be an option there, and I've just not found those options because I go to them for the events and then don't see what else is there. Rupture, organ displacement, extremely slow pulse. Will Lord Yi make it? What should we do if he dies? Hey, enough with the ominous statements! If he dies, I will take over this place and transform it into a mausoleum. Don't worry, I'm sure he'll be fine. We were up to all sorts of antics when we were young, and we're still kicking. But if he does die, I'll take his feng shui robe. Gee, well, gotta sell this thing. Why? It won't even fit. Yeah, thank heavens, how do you feel? Can you see clearly? I'm fine. My lord, your body needs to recover. Please lay down. Yeah, just throw me some of the tea from Poison Man. Get out of my way. I need to get some rest already, tough guy. Now, here's what I don't understand. How did he manage to get back here in this sorry condition? I'm not sure. I lost contact with him for a while, and when I came to, he was already on the bed. That strange man with blue-green skin carried Yi home. Sunshine. Glad to see you're all right. Can you all give me some space? Let me rest alone for a bit. The blue-green-skinned man said that you should listen to music and eat more meaty plants to restore your spirit. Forgive my impudence, but how did you manage to get so badly injured, my lord? It was Jaquan. Lord Jaquan, you went to find that soul on your own without consulting us? Oh, you mustn't, my lord. The J family heir is known for his violence and treachery. My intelligence indicates that he is skilled at manipulating minds. And he's quite stylish to boot. What? I just think that he looks kind of cool. That he can be really persuasive at times. That irritating deceiver speaks only in fallacies. You know, maybe we should avoid messing with him? What are you, one of that bastard's admirers? No, not at all. I just think someone like that isn't worth risking your life to... If you agree with his nonsense so much, you can walk yourself over... I mean, he's not going to walk, let's be real. You can walk yourself over to the transmutation factory anytime. Can you just cool it for a bit? Things aren't always black or white. Have you really thought this through? Are you truly in the pursuit of justice, or are you just in the pursuit of spite? Look. All right. Shouting isn't going to help you recover. Uncle Chubby doesn't have the strength to fight either, right? You might seem unconcerned, but when he was taking care of you, he cried and looked so flustered. Hey, zip it, kid! You're embarrassing me in front of my friends. Enough arguing. These minor injuries should heal quickly. Whether it's Jaquan or anyone else, none of them will get in my way. If I have to die, I'm taking them down with me. So are we sick? Or, like, it's weird that there's some ludonarrative dissonance here, right? Where we have healed multiple times, completely back up to full health, and now the game is saying, oh, you're, like, nearly dead. And everyone's worried about you, even though when you die, you just go back to the root. So, like, that whole interaction didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Tortured, sure, but, like, why does it matter? Like, as soon as we rested at a root node, why wasn't that completely... Like, we got all of our health back. We got all of our abilities back. I do not have any indicator in the game that we are still under the effects of being tortured. So why are we, you know, having that thing? My fellow disciple, it's certainly been a while. How fare you? Oh, this is Lear! Oh, okay. Your brow teems with fury. It looks as if you have been met with adversity. I just got some nicks and scratches. Your opponent must have been exceptional to be able to injure a master like yourself. Jaquan said even Yi regenerates quickly, he still can feel every pain. Okay. So our health bar is not a measure of pain, then. Our health bar is something independent of that. Is what I'm getting from that. It's your capacity to act. Not so much... Like, see, it gets really muddy, right? And unless I'm just misunderstanding something. That scumbag. I'd rather not talk about him. So why have you brought me here again? I cannot know, let alone interfere with the current of the Tao. If I were to venture a guess, I suppose we support each other like fish and water. His nails get me every single time. Support? Your horn has helped me a lot, but it hasn't been that useful lately. I should be able to find the cause. Horn. Yeah, what was the horn? Its internals must have been damaged in battle. While I fixed it, I also updated the firmware and added a new teleport function. There's our fast travel. The Fusong horn. I don't even remember. So it's a scientific device. What is this teleport function? It will allow you to teleport to any registered external node from the central node. So you had another card up your sleeve. Oh, you misunderstand. I lost my attachment to scientific exploration years ago. This new feature was born purely out of a need to scratch a mental itch that popped up the moment I gifted you the horn. It would have taken any other scientist several lifetimes to accomplish what you did. Who in the world are you? This stunt is amusingly simple before the ways of the Tao. I hope you find good use out of this horn. If through inaction nothing is left undone, could indifference lead to contentment? After the upgrade, the Fusong horn can now be used to teleport from the central root node to any other registered node, allowing Yi to quickly teleport between more than 2 spots. This will enable greater freedom of movement and more flexible. So, they could have just omitted that last sentence, right? You don't need to tell the player all the time exactly why something is good. And I feel like Zaft would really agree with me on that, right? By just saying you have fast travel, the player is able to fill in that gap. And as soon as you start having those extra words, it makes the player start to want to read less and less because they don't know that those words are going to be valuable to them. Reminds me of a story my film analysis professor told us once, where he worked on a documentary, and it was about, like, doing family history work, and this family following their journeys, trying to do their family history, and, like, everything fell apart, and people were, like, super upset and mad all the time, and the family eventually kind of came together. And at the final edit, they said, listen, this is an awesome story about, like, a family navigating trials together and trying to do something that they think is good while meeting opposition, and that's an incredible story. But the family member that it was about said, No, we need to have an ending title card saying, like, and that's why you do family history. And he said, if you put this in here, it's going to completely ruin everything. He said, no, it needs to be in there. And everyone hated it. As soon as that final title card rolled of, like, cut to black, text, and that's why you do family history, it was like, now we don't care about the movie anymore. Noted things. Well, I mean, you're welcome. I mean, once again, you're never going to make a perfect project, right? So these are all just observations that we can take into our own projects, which are in turn going to be imperfect, but maybe a little bit better if we're able to notice this sort of thing. You can't, Anong. You need to calm down. Everyone in the village will be upset if you get hurt. If I get hurt, don't sell me short, kid. How tough can those monsters be? They just look bigger and scarier. And carry a few big weapons. What are you two talking about? Bad news, Yi. Anong said that the armored monsters have appeared in the village. He said there's no one left. We have no idea where they were taken. Jaquan? Jaquan? The one who hurt you? Why would he do this? He's doing it to aggravate me. He knows I hid myself in Peach Blossom Village. Do you plan to rescue them? Nah, who cares? They never gave a damn about me. Come on, you were worried sick from watching the gate. We were both breaking into a cold sweat. What should we do? I need to think of a plan too. Should I go back to check? Don't you dare leave the Four Seasons Pavilion on your own. You're staying right here. But my village is in trouble. I can't just ignore it. If only I were as skilled and powerful as you. Yeah, honestly, that'd be rad. Like, train up, come help me out on some of these boss fights. Adding a trip to the Peach Blossom Village now could very well mess up my plans. I never expected you monsters to have any sympathy anyways. Of course we're gonna help. Of course we're gonna help. There's a cave under that burning area. It leads right back to the village. How did you even know about that? Only thing is, it's really narrow, and some parts of it have entirely collapsed. Otherwise, I would have been able to escape much faster. Oh, and take this with you. The guru once said that it's needed to traverse the caves. We need 9 Souls 2 with Shan Shan as the protagonist. Love it. Honestly, I think they've done a pretty decent job with Shan Shan. Of not having him be Anakin Skywalker, right? Of being the really annoying little kid in the movie. I think they've balanced his character pretty well. I'm really impressed by it. Yee, if you want to save the villagers, you should do it quickly. The village might not have that much time. I know. Okay. Mine access token. Okay. A gift from Shenong. Okay. Looks like that has not grown out anymore yet. Oh, we can go talk to our AI. My lord, if you intend on returning to find Jaquan, please make sure you're fully prepared. Jaquan has spent many years honing the transmutation process to turn himself into a fighting machine. While you may be extremely accomplished in martial arts, I still advise caution, my lord. You should be able to find Jaquan at the Shangwu Hall, located atop the transmutation factory. Unfortunately, the factory's extensive heat radiation is deadly to anyone but the guards. To break through to the top floor, you will have to destroy any machine contributing to the heat waves, or you will find it extremely difficult to advance. Okay. Great. Yeah, definitely want to get rid of those heat waves. Those heat waves are freaking annoying. I still don't understand why Yi would care about the apes other than Shan Shan. Well, I think the idea is he lived among them, right? And gained empathy with them. Don't try to hoodwink me. I'm not like the other idiots in the village. Whenever they see something they don't understand, they just think it's the work of gods or ghosts. They'll worship whatever and however the shaman tells them to. One day, I'm going to overthrow that shaman, leave this stupid village, and live like a free man. And then? Shan Shan does care about the village, yeah. You're just moving from a smaller cage to a bigger one. I mean, that's fair. I mean, at the very least, he could just be doing it for Shan Shan, right? All right, max health increase. Good. Oh, and our shopkeeper is living here now. Thank you. Sir Yi, are you all right? I'm fine. I heard from Shan Shan. You were the one who carried me back, right? As the sages say, compassion is the principle of benevolence. How can one sit idly by when one has the means to help another in distress? I owe you a big favor. That much is certain. I am immensely honored to receive such praise, but you needn't fret over such a trivial matter. If you insist on thanking me, I would invite you to continue trading in your gin with me. More gin? Do you have that many systems that need repairs? You might not be aware, but my gin usage has greatly increased after I found my brother. There we go. Your brother Jing-chan, have you found him? Okay, so we didn't sequence break it. They accounted for this. Great. Thanks to you, I've been able to sequester him away. However, in order to save him, I am currently collecting the requisite parts. I may need to sojourn here for a few nights as I make these preparations. I hope you will allow it. Just another additional resident? Sure, why not? Thank you, Sir Yi. I'm always available should you wish to trade. Yes. Give me poison. Reciprocation Jade. Transfers part of your internal damage to the enemy after a successful unbounded counter. That's hilarious. Wow, 1,800 for that. Everything is so expensive. Jeez. All right. Recycle. Oh, and we can recycle all. Oh, and Noble Ring we can recycle. Interesting. I don't know if we really want to. I don't think they would let me recycle it if that was going to matter later on, but... Alright. Get the computing unit, 100%. 35! Jeez. Alright. Keep on buying more poisons for those health, juicy health upgrades. I think we got, what, 3 poison items? So we'll get 1 more health upgrade. And we can also, I think we can equip our gold increasing Jade now. Hand over the Necroceps. What's this? Is it a bug or a plant? Before it died, this bug was parasitized, and its movements were controlled by a fungus. Interesting. Hard and kind of chewy. RTX 4090 sure is expensive. Is that everything? I chewed it up pretty good, but my jaw feels out of control. Shenong, are you still lucid? I want to stop. Oh, I won't my body listen to me. I guess this is what you could call uncontrollably delicious. Okay. Glad you like it. Yisang. Does this look like a person to you, or am I just imagining things? Imagining things. This is the root of a medicinal herb. The roots tend to resemble arms, legs, and a torso. I just saw it blink. Are you sure it's not alive? There are stories about how they can walk, but they're just folktales. It just moved when I bit into it, I swear! Bro. Alright, we'll do it at the next alcohol occasion. Not a tea ceremony. 0 parts tea ceremony. Alcohol occasion. Do you have friends or family? I'm totally alone. Being a lone wolf allows me to do whatever I want. Well said. I had no parents and no one cared for me. Except for the guru. She taught me how to read and how to be a good person. It was her that taught me to challenge everything before me. Must stay skeptical about anything and everything. Why have I not seen this guru? She's probably dead. Said she'd step out for a bit and never return. What, she just went for a carton of milk? Oh, good night. Max health increase. Ooh, that's getting to be a pretty long health bar. Thunder Centipede. These bugs were really commonplace where I grew up. They lived near water and caused the deaths of a few careless kids every summer. That's to be expected. Kids will drown no matter how shallow the water, it's true. It's not that. Not only are they highly poisonous, so numb. They can also release electric currents when in danger. It tastes sweet and sour. It sticks a bit to the teeth, but not bad overall. Jeez. All right, what have you got when we talk to you? You got a knack for cheating death, you white-haired demon. Your body must harbor some mysterious secret, just like me. Are you actually immortal? Yes and no. To be honest, I'm having trouble figuring it out. Yeah, you and me both, dude. I've been able to regenerate my body thanks to my heart. So just like my stomach, doesn't that mean you can live forever? Don't be silly. My ability is regeneration, not immortality. Okay. So he's Wolverine. And we are in ads. We'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. Has to be my coder. He works almost constantly and still manages to understand C#. What? I'm lost, Agent Technology. All right. Supposedly, I'm supposed to be talking to you a lot more. Where did that Chi-Yu even come from? What a bizarre ancient weapon. I don't know either. It's not uncommon for an AI to have personality, but I've never seen one like his. He keeps calling himself a scholar, but no matter how much it can imitate Solarian emotions, it can't have any self-awareness, right? That depends on how you define self-awareness. To some people, self-awareness is just an illusion created by a massive neural circuitry. That was a question for the ad break. Favorite human? Oh, it has to be my coder. He works almost constantly and still manages to understand C#. Got it, got it. Thank you for clarifying. I apologize for not picking that up sooner. Oh, that's amazing. I was on pretty good terms with Yan Lao, right? Yeah, you were more adept at pleasing the elderly than I was. Good! Since you won't be needing any of it, do you think I'll be able to pick up some stuff from the repository when all this blows over? Those antique machines look so lonely under those glass covers. I've always wanted to take them apart to study. I'm sure you're aware that Yan Lao valued his collection more than his life. If angry, vengeful spirits don't bother you, be my guest. Oh, curses, don't say that. You know I hate ghosts. Alright. Yeah, more talking. I am way far behind on you. I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but with your current gear, 100 extra lives won't even cut it. If you find any usable materials, please bring them to me. I can also make simple modifications to that pipe of yours to enhance its effectiveness. As for spare parts, just spend a little time looking around. Yeah, alright. Oh, it's so much money. Oh my gosh, everything is so expensive in this game. Azure Sand, maximum number of shots available for the bow. Upgraded arrows. Thunderbuster, upgraded AoE damage arrows. Pipe upgrade. Transmute onto life. Oh, wait, we've already bought something from here. Okay, yeah. Okay. So I did find this guy, and then I just totally forgot. Great. Good job, Joe. Can't find it. So he's searching for something. What are you doing? Not doing anything. Shanghai 9000, just looking for something. Really? For what? You could tell me. I might have seen it around somewhere. Not important. Not Solarian's business. Really? Okay. Just don't try anything funny behind my back. Abacus will immediately report you to me. Oh no. Shanghai 9000 won't cause trouble. Okay. Lovely. Jubbly. Let's teleport. Ooh. Oh, we can go to the Galactic Dock now. Right? Because there's a turret over there we can knock down. Isn't that right? And we need to reset our jades to get more monies, because... Wowsies. Okay, jades. We're going to uninstall our imprecise parries, still deflect, and we're going to go to Avarice Jade. Each battle is now more profitable. Well, I found them. All right. Guess we're not doing anything over there. Let's go back to the pavilion. It's a little frustrating that we can't fast travel from any route node. I guess I can kind of understand why they would do that, but it is frustrating to have to go back to this intermediary step in order to fast travel again, right? But I thought you got some tokens from Shangnong to save the village people from the abandoned mine. Yeah, I did. I guess I don't actually know where that abandoned mine is, but I mean, I definitely saw village people, right? And I couldn't interact with anything over there. That didn't look like an abandoned mine. So, sequence break. Was I not supposed to see villagers over there quite yet? Now we've already explored over here. There was one area that had a turret that was blocking us off, and it was right next to the pavilion. I can't quite remember where it was, though. We haven't got to the abandoned mine area below the factory hall. Oh, no, I have. I have, actually. That's ringing a bell, because I know I found an abandoned mine map chip. So, we have been there. That's the one, yeah. Oh, it's down. Oops. It would be nice to have, like, a sprint button for when you're just traversing long distances with nothing happening. Go. Ooh, challenge room? Money? Gonna give me a lot of money? I need a lot of money. Oh, what are you? You got a trillion health, whatever you are. Golly. Then you can't enjoy all the detail around you. I know a lot of people feel that way. Where they genuinely do feel like, oh, fast travel ruins the experience because now you're not, like, appreciating the detail. But it's like, different brains, man. Like, I can't bear it. I mean, I can bear it, or else I'd stop playing, right? But it's deeply frustrating for me to just try and appreciate the scenery, so to speak. Ooh, that's a rough one for me. Arrow upgrades require dark steel, and pipe upgrades require the weed, I mean the herb catalyst. And money. They both need a lot of money. Alright, let's do this again. Oh, I got it! Oh, it was a little too early there. Tag. It still counts as a parry. That's good. The super parry. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, no! I was just about to pick it up. That's okay. We probably only had like 300 or something in there. So I really... They do something tricky in there, which I think we can kind of pick apart for encounter design. If they brought the turrets in immediately, it would be a lot easier to just ignore the big dude and parry down the turrets. But by introducing them slowly over the course of the fight, and not even like all that slowly, like you're definitely still in the middle of the fight when they show up, even near the beginning of the fight. But it means that the fight has progressed. The dude is on you. You can't just hide away and knock out the turrets and then deal with them. So that's pretty clever and deeply frustrating. See, like, they're not here yet. Oh, I got it. Oh, don't die. Don't die. Okay. Oh, God. This is tough. Did you get to Stanley Parable yet? You missed it, Agent. Yeah, we did that. What? For the last, we did that for the last, like, 2 hours or so. Yeah. I love fast travel when it comes in at about 70% through the game. There you go. And I think there's a case to be made for that. Especially if you've created a world that can reward, walking through it. Elder Scrolls games are a good example of that because they have kind of just emergent stuff happening in the world. And that's cool. And you miss out on that if you just fast travel. But also at the same time, there's going to get a point in these big open worlds where you kind of just want to go get the collectibles. You know, you just want to go get it done with. Ooh. That wasn't good. I don't even know what happened there. I don't think there's anything we can really do over here. Oh, there's something over there, actually. Let's go explore that for a second. I thought there was going to be something popping up right there. Let me guess. The code you wrote broke the weather system. How did you know? That's incredible. It's a ritual all telelogical engineers must go through. To say nothing of the huge hello world flashing on the displays. You were right, Yi. Telelergy is fun. I can give machines all sorts of wild rules and it'll create a new world. It makes me feel so safe. Careful. Your free-spirited code may drive your coworkers insane. Really? Abacus told me he could fix any mistakes I made. My apologies, Sean, but your most recent changes seem to have affected the underlying logic circuits. I'm afraid this situation may be irreversible. Why? I followed everything the scroll said. Next time, we should probably double-check before executing a script like that, Abacus. Yes, my lord, please forgive my neglect. What was it supposed to do? Sean wrote a plugin to enable manual control over the day-night cycle. The plugin works, but it simultaneously caused parts of the display to malfunction. I'm sorry, I just wanted to give you a surprise, Yi. That's okay. What's important is to always learn from our mistakes. You're always going to mess up a bit in the pursuit of science anyways, got that? Yeah. Cute. Cute little moment. There you go. Super cute. Channel point rewards for game critique and analysis are gone. Yes, while we're wrapping up 9 Souls and then diving into the game jams. I've temporarily disabled them so that we can focus a little bit. Yeah. Good to see you, K-Hedao. How you doing? Because we just need to we need to get through stuff, you know? I'm already trying to figure out what do we do for Captain Coder's game jam, right? Only one inventory slot. That's what's going through my head. during the whole time here. That's what's going on in the back of the head of, what do I do with only one inventory slot? Ah! Ah! This timing. This guy is delaying a bunch, and that's tripping me up. They haven't done a lot of that in the game so far, or when they do, it's pretty heavily telegraphed. So this guy just, like, getting stuck without looking like he's getting stuck is throwing me off. Yeah, how are you doing, Kato? Hope you're doing well. Also, how's your new job going? Hydrate, thank you, Nicholson. Appreciate you. You can make a platformer where there's a single inventory square in the middle of the screen that can hold a reserved mushroom, feather, or flower. Sure. Interesting item choices, definitely. There's a part of me that, like, saying only one inventory slot all of a sudden creates this sort of feeling of a puzzler to me, right? Oh, call. Dude. Got him. Bruh. Ooh. Is that the limitation? Yeah, that's the theme, Agent Technology. It's only one inventory slot. So you got to make a game over the course of, what? 19th to the 3rd with that theme of only one inventory slot. The captain said he doesn't want anyone to not learn just because of the theme. I mean, sure. Start the job on Monday. Oh, okay, my apologies. I thought you had already started this week. Okay. Starting the job on Monday. Very exciting. So you're probably going through, like, some onboarding stuff. They're probably sending you your machine and you're signing paperwork and everything this week, yeah? Okay. That's such a Captain Coder thing to do. Like, you don't need to, like, pay attention. Just come and learn. That's so Captain Coder. He's just the nicest guy. Last one. Getcha? Oh, I let go. Come on. If it weren't for the turrets, I'm pretty sure we would have beaten this by now. But the turrets are just creating enough of a pattern shift for me that it's being really rough. You came just in time, Yi. Could you stay still for a moment? Look over there and don't move. Yes, just like that. What are you doing? I want to do my own version of the Immortals portrait. Can you put your right hand behind you? That's it. I looked over your painting over and over again, and now I think I can make one too. Could you move your right foot forward a tiny bit? It's like we're definitely, like, helping Sean grow a bunch, right? Like, the jokes of, oh, maybe he'll be the protagonist in the second game, like, it's got to be the case, right? Because he's 100% following in Yi's footsteps and becoming incredibly adept at a lot of different things. And what are you doing here, Abacus? Please, my lord, when Sean requested to draw you, I was worried for his lack of artistic training. We wouldn't want to have something poorly drawn. That's how I came to explain to him the method behind watercolor. Add a dash here, fill this with color, and done! A portrait of Yi in the form of the immortal. It's all yours! Oh, it certainly makes an impact. Really? What do you think? Do you like the colors? Abacus, what's your verdict? It is a style that stands out from the market. Aren't you a sweet talker? Maybe I could work towards becoming an artist. You are my inspiration for this work, so I won't charge you anything for it. You want to sell it? Artists need to eat too. Preach. It's okay. You can go and appraise it. I won't get mad. It's assuming I can find a buyer. First attempt at watercolor. Oh, that's super cute. Took some creative liberties and made Yi appear taller than he actually is. Super cute. Can we actually, like, recycle that? Is that a thing? No. Okay. What about our guy here? Are you gonna want it? Nah, okay. That's fine. It's still cute. It's still very stinking cute. Down, here we go. And enter. Only one inventory slot. I've been wanting to do like an auto battery for a while. And kind of learn how to build those. That was weird. Gosh. Oh, the directions are killing me. I will beat this room. I will beat it. If we can get the turrets knocked out, then I think we're going to be able to do pretty well. Because the turrets are a lot of what's driving me into the corners. And then I have to dash past him, and then I'm facing the wrong direction for the parries. And it's getting me every single time. Not sure if you want to update the sticky note you have for me. I decided to take the important stuff and rewrite the engine in C. Oh, really? So so we're out of Kotlin now. No, more of a C game framework and engine. Super cool, K-Head Out. Thank you for letting me know. I'll definitely update that. Thank you. Now I can stop saying Kotlin like I have half a clue about what I'm talking about. Oh. Yes, good. Got him. Woo! Okay, that's one down. Oh. Oh, brutal, brutal, brutal. Yeah, if it weren't for that second turret, I think we would have been able to have recovered and been diving in. So once again, staggering the way that you deliver obstacles to the player creates different puzzles. And honestly, you could probably have the same encounter, but timed differently, and it would feel like a different encounter. So that's an important thing to keep note of, right? So you're not having to think so hard on every single encounter that you build. Just vary it a little bit. Take ones you previously have and introduce one new wrinkle. Change the timing of it. Change the positioning of things. Don't feel like you need to come up with an entirely new puzzle. Just refresh the puzzle you already have. How are you supposed to do this? Because the struggle that I keep running into is I can't block both the axes and the turret at the same time. Can I? No, I can't do the super block in the air. Just made some bad decisions while making the engine, so I want to trim the fat. While doing so, I decided to rewrite it and see. I'm more skilled than I was when I started the Kotlin game engine. There you go. Are there any power-ups? There's a ton of power-ups. Yeah, this is a hardcore Metroidvania RPG style game. Absolutely, Agent. So, we have different arrow types we can use. We have these different talismans. We can upgrade our pipe, upgrade our arrows. We have these different jades, which are kind of like the charms in Hollow Knight, if you're familiar with that, that give us different sort of passive buffs. We have this whole skill tree that we can learn. There's all sorts of upgrades. I'm shooting the arrows not even so much to damage him, but just to try and delay him. Just trying to see if I could get to the point where I could outpace the turret. Ugh. Can you stop attacking every half a second? You always attack so in sync with the turrets. Gosh. Oh, man. There's got to be a way to get his attack pattern off, right? Because it feels like whenever a turret is attacking, he is also swinging his axes, and you cannot block them both. You have to choose one and dodge the other. But it seems like you can't choose the turret and dodge the axe attack, because you can't dash away and just run away to the other edge of the screen, and then he slowly chops over. Like, he crosses that screen in, like, a heartbeat. But maybe I should try it a little more deliberately and validate that, because that's what it feels like right now, but I haven't necessarily experimented with it. Okay. Excuse me. Perfect block animation threw me off there. It went into perfect block when I let go and I tried to hit parry again, but we were in the perfect block animation, and so it didn't work. The only one thing I hate in games, only one, is when an enemy is able to rotate his body without moving while in an attack animation. I'm a deranged any Souls-like player. Hilarious, Locor. Yeah. This is a tough fight. I'm getting a little bit better at the parrying, but the directionality of everything and combining the normal parries with the super parries, it's all really tough. What do I have planned for the jam? What genre am I going to do? I don't know, 2D Fighter. I've been trying to think about that this whole time. And the only thing I've been able to think of is that I've been wanting to explore building an auto battler for a while. Got him. Come on. Am I making a React game? Probably not for this one. Golly. I don't know. I might. I know so little about React right now that I probably wouldn't be able to make an inventory-related anything, you know? Vampire Survivors are more RPG-ish. Not really either. There's like, Vampire Survivors isn't really an auto-battler. I mean, I guess you could kind of deem it as such. React like the web framework? Yeah, I've been trying to learn a little bit of React. 2D Fighters, what I've been kind of thinking is like you put something in the inventory slot and then your character goes and fights, right? And you don't have any control over the fight. I don't know how you can make that interesting though, and how you can make it one inventory slot and be an interesting experience. Come on. Okay, well, I have my answer there of does the dust explosion hit ya? Golly. You could look into 3JS. Why? Why into 3JS? It's like minimalist backpack hero. Yeah, in a sense. Minimalist backpack hero meets like Diablo or something, right? And the only way that I could think that could be really interesting is if the creation of the item was interesting. But then I feel like I'm starting to get into a lot more intense of a system than I'm wanting to have, right? Back pocket hero. Because whatever I build, I want it to be something that I can have like one unknown thing to really learn about and get better at. Gosh, that timing every time. Got it? Good. Okay. .3JS is more for 3D elements. Never mind. Okay. Interesting. I feel like it would be a good idea to learn some more front-end web frameworks. Because all of my experience was back in ES5 days, right? Node was just barely becoming a thing. Angular was like the new hotness. So there was a lot to learn. Like I was doing stuff in Ruby for a little while. Only thing I can think of is something like you're playing Make It Hard, add poison and other things, but you can only carry one item, so you have to decide what item you want to use on your run, but it seems kind of lame. Okay, 2D Fires, that's actually an interesting idea of like hot swapping items in and out in order to affect the fight. That could be interesting. Like, hey, you got poisoned, now you have to equip your anti-poison item, but that's going to lose your weapon. And then, you know, then you have to swap in your sword, and then they'll put up a shield, and then you have to throw up your bow or something. That could be kind of fun. Don't click the link for 3JS. Yeah. What? Oh, come on! I was totally blocking all that. Okay. And that's why it's so hard. With those turrets up, you can get caught in an instant kill loop. Super brutal. Only use vanilla JS. There you go. Okay, come on. What? They hit him behind? What? Oh my gosh. That was brutal. So when he swings his axes behind him, they're still active. That's rough. I'm making a game dev blog in vanilla JS. Of course you are, Kayano. Of course you are. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Where do the true 9 souls starts here? Messages. What? What messages? I don't follow. Am I missing something? It made me think that like there were people in the chat spamming messages or something. That's what this game is missing for a Souls-like experience. Oh, where are the? Not what are the? Got it. Where are they? Yep, I hear ya. Got it. Okay, good. And just back up from him. Arrows. Like, he doesn't even have all that much health, right? It's just tremendously hard. This is the moment. This is my time. This is it. Ah! Don't. Oh no. Oh, so close. Shoot. I don't know if I can do it in Unreal. I'm just not there. GameMaker can go crazy, but the jam is about doing something new. And one inventory slot is not really something new to me in GameMaker. I'm in between a rock and a GameStop. Well, I'm sure you'll come up with something awesome, 2D Fighters. The panic rolls. Yeah, man. Oh, I lost the rhythm. Lost the rhythm. That was brutal. I couldn't get back on my feet. I couldn't recover well enough. There's one inventory slot for Captain Coder's Jam or Foxhollow Jam 2. Captain Coder's Jam. Yeah. Just barely started this morning. Ends in 13 days. 14. Got 2 weeks. That hurt box stays active for so long. Yeah, Agent, it is the Captain Coder Jam. Yeah. We could have an auto battler with like a party of characters, and each of them only gets one inventory slot. That might be interesting. I don't know, I kind of like that idea though of just hot swapping out items. So you throw on the mace in order to beat people with high armor, and then you throw on the sword in order to take out little guys. I don't know. I think there's something there. Got it. Oh, jeez. I think I'm getting more and more successful at knocking out the turret, though, and that's good. You know, that's progress. Do you like games with the option of co-op? It depends. You know, I mean, sure. I mean, that's kind of like, do you like games where you fight stuff? It's like, yeah. I mean, it kind of just depends on how it's implemented, right? Lovers in a Dangerous Space-Time, for example, is one of my favorite games of all time. It Takes Two, I have heard incredible things about. My big problem with co-op games and stuff like that is just I don't have anyone to play co-op games with or enough time to coordinate something and play, right? Guess I could try to learn vector art for it. Yeah, totally, Zaft. That's my big problem with anything multiplayer is just I don't have availability for it. Got it. Yes. Good. Oh, that's right. Come on. Never saw people challenge that mini boss at this early stage of the game. Normally forgot this room's existence and only bump into it later. Is that you trying to subtly say, maybe come back to this when you're stronger? I think we'll give it like 1 or 2 more tries. And if we're not making some pretty significant progress, then we'll probably come back later. Because I can see how having a bunch more health, doing a lot more damage on the arrows and everything, that would all make this a lot simpler. It just kills me that we got him down to like half health and both of the turrets dead. And then choked, you know? Ow. Hey. Heal, yeah. Wait, I parried the turret. What are you talking about? I saw the, didn't I parry the turret? I could have sworn I parried the turret earlier. All right, let's go somewhere else. Let's figure out something else to do in the meantime. Really, this started off with let's farm some money up, and then did not end up farming anything up. So we don't have the 8-man facility map data yet. Let's go check that out. See if we can find that. I think we could get to the point where we're knocking through that room without too much trouble, but it would be a grind. It would be tough. Okay, we can't make it through there. Okay. We haven't gone to the left. Let's check that out. Though I don't, like, we haven't found anything to get past the, I mean, we have the air dash now. That may have unlocked some new stuff for us. And don't we have our Jade on that's supposed to give us more money? Yeah, we totally do. Gold gained from killing enemies, making each battle more profitable. I am not experiencing that right now. Okay. Yeah, these guys are still only giving like 7 gold, and I thought they gave 8 last time I checked. That's interesting. That root node sign they've never reused anywhere. Kind of curious about that. Let's go ahead and rest. We're basically just gonna go get some money and explore anything we have yet to explore. We get more money if we detonate people. So up to 17. That's not terrible. Did the cat get on the keyboard, or is that an emoji I don't recognize? Hydrate, thank you so much, Daniel Pancake. You're absolutely right. I'm very, very needing some water. Definitely a cat. It almost looked like an emoji. It was close. You could have convinced me, you know. It's dumb. You know, I don't think there's a whole lot for me to grab over here. I may just want to warp back to the pavilion next chance I get. We're not even getting all that much money. Like, 7 is not really a lot. And we need like 10,000 to get the rest of the stuff we need to buy. Probably even more than that. Probably a lot more than that, actually. We had something called a YubiKey at one of my prior workplaces. And if you... It was a little USB dongle you would plug in, and it was for security. And if you tapped it, it would spit out a security code for any program that would ask for it. But that also meant if you tapped it while you were in Slack, it would send a, like, 88 character long string to everyone in that Slack channel. What are your thoughts on Jensen Huang? I don't know Jensen Huang. Should I know Jensen Huang? Darn, he really does have potential. Even a monkey like him can understand music. That's so unfair. Thank you. Everyone in the village also says that I play well. Quit your bragging. Your grasp on technique is light years behind Hang's. Hang? Is that the owner of this flute? Hang is his little sister. Did he never mention it? He loved her to bits. He would show us videos of his sister's recitals whenever he was drunk. That's enough, Kwafu. Wow, really? Why didn't you tell me you had a little sister? Oh, I'm so jealous. I wish I had a little sister. She was such a kind, good girl. She did everything ye wouldn't do and stayed mostly at home to help her mom and dad with work. She used to send us a care package with all kinds of delicious goodies every month, including notes telling us to make ye get more sleep. The entire lab, something. Kwafu, shut up. Oh, okay. Sorry. That's nice. So you had a family that cared a lot for you. So what's the age difference? Do you have other brothers and sisters? Tell me. I think Uncle Chubby's done with the story, right? Sorry, kid. I can't say anymore. All right. He's NVIDIA CEO, been giving a lot of talks about the future of AI and engineering. Always wears that same outfit. Ancient technology. The ear got cut off. Oh, shoot. So I don't know anything about him or what he stands for. What? That's right. This is really annoying. You can't zoom in that map. Ugh. There are some things. Oh, and up above is where the next boss is. Okay, so we don't want to do that quite yet. All right, the mines. We could go to the mines. There's a lot of stuff we haven't gotten over there yet. Right there. No. There. Reading Pagoda Power Reservoir. There we go. Factory. Yeah. Okay, there we go. I don't think spiders have ears, Daniel, right? AI, I think, is an incredibly powerful tool in general, and is not something we need to disregard or say, like, no, this is going to cause too much trouble, right? I think it's an incredibly powerful tool that can do a lot of good for the world. And engineering, from what I understand, is one of those spaces that can really make some good benefits from it in skilled hands. Dude, you can just stand on the spikes? Come on. All right. Just go. This doesn't have ears either. Got cut off. Oh, shoot. So... Oh. Okay. Lovely. The largest struggle I, see with AI, and I am not a technologist, to be frank. Like, I'm a designer. I don't pretend to predict the future about any of this sort of stuff, but what I get concerned about is the ethics of it, right? Are we able to ensure that we're not leveraging AI in a way that is harmful to humanity? Which is a big reason why, like, I don't allow my daughter's face on stream. Because like, that can be used for any number of reasons or capacities beyond just being on the stream, right? That could be used for identity theft for her when she's older. All right. And that's to say nothing of copyright material and the ethics of kind of scraping the internet for data, right? I don't subscribe to the thought of, you know, I've heard people say, like, I don't want any AI in games. How did I do that? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of I don't want any AI in games. I think it can be leveraged in really powerful ways. But I do also think that we haven't really explored the ethics of it very thoroughly yet. Let's see. Getting so many calls. Jiminy. Okay. I don't want to take this down yet. Okay, this is where we were at. Technically, a random number generator is AI. Yeah, right. I mean, it's how do we describe what we're discussing? That's a very fair point. How do we have a consistent definition? Oh, I'm gonna die here. Oh, shoot. Like, I think that there's incredible power, and with that power comes incredible responsibility, right? And I don't feel that that's a very controversial opinion. Or at least it shouldn't be. Okay, back over here. Correct. Green orbs, literally what I was talking about 2 days ago and when I mentioned Geometry Dash. Geometry Dash? I don't remember a conversation about Geometry Dash. I apologize. Get out of here. Give me my stuff back. I abbreviated it to GD. Okay. Okay. You know, I've never actually played Geometry Dash. That's another one that, like, really invaded the public consciousness, and I missed. Ugh. Sheesh. Thought that one already dropped. Thanks, game. The other day, I was asked to code a UI-based game, a clicker, in GameMaker. That was the first time I felt such a despair. Why, Daniel Pancake? GameMaker is really great for clickers. Why would that be a problem? Like, it has built-in click events on every object. That's great. Not for UI. Well, yeah. It's a lot easier, though, if your UI doesn't have to, like, move or anything. If you're not, like, platforming around and doing clicking, then it's not all that bad. At least in my experience. Okay, I think we can go down now. And maybe it's just a conceptual model thing, because if you're just throwing buttons on a screen, then you just make sprites and throw them on the screen. And that's your UI, right? You don't need to worry about all that crazy stuff. Where are we? This is the factory machine room. We don't really want the factory machine room. Where are the mines? These are the mines, because this is where we found the robot with the mines chip. So where are we supposed to go there? It's all cute and funny until drag and drop menus. Oh, drag and drop. I mean, I've built drag and drop a couple of times in GameMaker. Yeah, it can be annoying, but honestly, I found it less annoying than in Godot. Call me crazy. I found Godot's drag and drop functionality, or lack of drag and drop support, to be infuriating. Jeez. So where am I supposed to go? Like, where did this key take me? Okay, there's just straight up nothing over there. I think jQuery UI solved drag and drop masterfully back in the early 2000s, and we all forgot about it. Yeah, that is one thing I've noticed in being in game dev is, like, we're all constantly solving the same problems over and over again and leaving other problems that have already been solved unanswered. And it kind of blows my mind. Like the fact that in GameMaker, there's no pre-built controller. Like, why? Just, why are you making me hand code a controller every single time? That doesn't make sense. And then Godot's lack of click recognition. Just, why? Like, people are going to be clicking on things. Do you really want them using control nodes every time they want to click on something? Ugh. So you have more control? No, it's having a... Okay, so people have brought this up before to me, K-Now, and I find it to be nonsense. Because you have just as much control as otherwise if there is a pre-built controller. You can just not use the pre-built controller, or you can use it as a starting off point in order to build off of. Like, in no way does having a pre-built controller limit your control as a programmer. So, like, if that's something that nearly every game has, why do we not include it as a base option? Especially for the engine that says, like, hey, we're super easy to learn. We're really good for newcomers. Like, are you? Man. There was a time I used jQuery and then decided to help. Pure JS we go. Is it bad to have a game dev team separated based on skills, like art, coding, etc.? What would your alternative be, Agent? Yeah, I think I'm needing some more context for that. Like, instead of having just everyone do everything? I guess I don't notice because I like doing stuff myself. And I think that's where a lot of engineers live, is they really enjoy doing something. Like, the idea of building their own engine for most engineers is like, oh, so exciting. And for non-engineers, it's like, why would you ever do that to yourself? That sounds like hell. when I did Godot for my school project, I did my own A-star pathfinding from scratch. Yeah, there you go. GameMaker promised prefabs and UI layers this summer. Yes. They've teased a lot of really cool updates that I'm very curious about. I don't think it's going to be enough to win people over just because of how fundamentally different their programming language is from other programming languages. But I am really curious to see how it goes. Yeah, now we've left the mines again. I do want to buy the chip that's up here, though. Oh, you know what? I think we already did buy this. We just didn't give it to our friendo yet. So let's head back. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff about GameMaker that is just really strange to me. Prefabs will help. But then also, like, why is the physics just non-existent? Like, I spent months building a platformer in GameMaker that took me, like, 10 minutes to build in Godot, because I didn't have to build my own physics or collisions engine. And there were all sorts of bizarre problems with the collisions in GameMaker in the first place, where I had to have, like, an expert, Alex Nord, who is a longtime friend of the channel. He coached me through and said, like, oh, yeah, well, this collision system that you're using has problems if it's a child object and the parent object has a sprite. I'm like, well, how the crap are you ever supposed to know that? You know, it's I don't know. It felt really strange to me. So there are definitely things in GameMaker that are bizarre, in my opinion. Especially for an engine that kind of hoists itself up as the beginning one. There is a physics system, but I never used it. There is a physics system with an asterisk, where when you try to use the physics system, they basically tell you, are you sure? You probably don't want to do this. Don't turn this on. Jump to the blue slider and press B to slide? Oh, well, that's new. Cool. Okay, well, that's stuck. Is this all... Yep, okay. Nice thing about making your own engine is you can tune everything to your exact workflow, but the overhead is a lot of work. Yeah, and like, I know someone in real life who has tried to build games and been like, no, I feel too restricted. I need to build my own engine. And, you know, respect. But it does seem like overkill to me for most projects. There we go. Sheesh. We need to make our way back to the root node. I don't want to do this corpse run. Found the abandoned mine area. Yeah, I mean, I've been running around it for ages and not finding what it is we're supposed to be finding. It's much better if you build an engine with a specific game in mind. Otherwise, you will never get to your game. Sure. So yeah, I'm gonna spend some of this money that we've been saving up. So many conversations. A moment of your time, sir ye. I saw some paintings of renown hanging upon your walls. By whose hand were they rendered into being? Huh? What? Paintings of renown? You mean like the portrait of the Kunlun Immortal? No! The painter cast a much bolder stroke, signed with the name Shanyan. Ah, they resemble the painting you have in your possession. Every stroke a curiosity, every hue a mystery. This is the first time I have laid eyes on such exquisite artwork. Are you for real? Why, of course I am. Do you see a flaw in my judgment? I have dabbled in both ancient and contemporary treasures. My expertise can surely withstand public judgment. No, I didn't mean to question your expertise. It's just I didn't know you had such unique tastes. With all due respect, Sir Yi, would you be willing to part with the painting in your hands? What's in it for me? Allow me to think this through. How about this? I have one Fangxi jade in my personal collection, which is usually off limits, but I can make an exception for your masterpiece. No, let's just give it to him. I hate haggling. Performing a precise parry will complete any ongoing charging for charged strike, making it immediately available for use. Interesting. That sounds very complex to try and pull off. Okay. You gonna hog the console? I need to I need to get in there. What are you doing with the 3D printer? Shanshan wanted to learn how it works, so I taught him how to use the multi-tool to take it apart. While I was at it, I also uploaded a new blueprint. None of this sounds like good news. Wait, what new blueprint? I already mastered the use of telelurgy. Drawing up a blueprint wasn't that hard. This ape-man kid can really pick up Solarian technology when he puts his mind to it. Are you sure he's learning and not just playing? I learn fastest when I'm having fun. So how long will it take to print? Guess. I can't imagine it being anything useful. That's a matter of opinion. I think it's quite worth collecting. There's only one blueprint, so print it while it lasts. Okay. I had to build my own engine a long time ago for getting past the yucky feeling of using built-in physics engines. Oh my gosh. Oh, we can make a coin. Okay. Great. We can recycle it for 2,000. I knew it. All right. Let's get that extra pipe file. Stonks. What was our what was that achievement? Hold on. Recycle Shanshan's coin. There you go. Stonks. All right, we got 2,600. I don't want to transmute into key. Let's definitely upgrade our pipe 1,000,000,000%. And then let's get another arrow slot. That sounds really good. Okay. Yeah, I don't really want to use that jade. Do we have any skill points? No. Let's just go back. Last node. Yeah, we got to figure out where we're supposed to put this key in the mines. Because I feel like I've explored a pretty good amount of it. I mean, there must be some area I'm missing. Courtesy of Endo, hello! So good to see you. How is Nine Souls treating it? It's very well. Thank you for asking. We took a little bit of an intermission for Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition. And I keep doing stuff like that. But other than that, it's going very, very well. How are you doing today, sir? What are you up to on this fine morning? Getting so hasty. But at least our pipe is, like, way upgraded, so that's nice. Okay. So some things that they could have, you know, if they were experiencing or observing this behavior that I demonstrated of, like, not remembering that Kwafu is a shopkeeper. Some things they could have done is have a little pop-up bubble saying, hey, you can upgrade your pipe over here because you have this special ingredient now. And then that could have been a floating bubble that would go off screen. It would definitely be a different vibe than a lot of what they have done here. But, you know, on the minimap, they have those little diamond exclamation marks for, hey, this person can talk to you right now. And that wouldn't have been unreasonable to say, hey, there's, like, some shop item that's worth right over here. Jeez, okay, there we go. Only slightly regretting a stream challenge I gave myself, but if it was easy, it wouldn't be a challenge, right? What stream challenge did you give yourself? Come on. I mean, have we gone up and to the right? Have we gone up? Beat 4 roguelikes in a row, no deaths? Deaths reset the challenge. Woof. That is, like, are you a professional Slay the Spire player or something? Like, what's your out there? Yeah, is it a specific 4 or any 4? And do they have to be different each time? How do we get up there? Do we just fall down, maybe? Because I feel like we've explored everywhere else. It's gotta be that, right? We have to fall down. I'm so bad at roguelikes, but the content writes itself. Noida, Ember Knights, Brotato. This is my Mercy game, and then Risk of Rain 2. Oh my goodness. Best of luck, man. I actually don't know if I've ever beaten a run of Risk of Rain 2. Not like the full run. Okay, I think we gotta fall down over there. I'm gonna die here. Okay, sheesh. I mean, Noida is another super tough run, right? Like, that's not an easy run to win at. What, that didn't kill you? We gotta make it over to the Lotus. Or the root node. Just get the heal. Just get the heal. There we go. Ooh. That's why I'm starting with Noida. Aren't they crazy long, too? Like, I have never progressed very far in Noida. I kind of tried it a little bit and then was like, well, I clearly need to read a couple more wikis before trying to play this game. But, man, that sounds crazy. Good luck. Do you have to do them, like, at any specific Ascension difficulty level or anything? What, that just unlocked the door for myself? That's all that did? Well, now I'm in a bit of a despair. What do we do here? What other areas have we yet to explore? I didn't say what difficulty, so I have the option to wuss out. Okay, that's good. That's good. Because, yeah, a level 1 difficulty Brotato run is pretty okay. But that is pretty intense. Unless you're some retromation or something where he can just magically beat every game he tries. I don't know how the dude does it. Where do I go? Is it down? Do I need to get into the container? Yeah, well, best of luck, Endo. That sounds like a wild ride. I definitely get the feeling this is not how we go rescue people. Yeah, we're definitely in the facility now. Are you trying to get to the village? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how we can go help them out. Although, gosh, apparently we haven't been over here yet. So there's at least that. Did you just fall down the hole just to go to the area you don't need to fall down to? No, I fell down the hole and saw there's a treasure chest, which I've already opened, and then an area, a doorway to explore. And I went and explored it, and it just took me back to where I fell down from. That was the whole area. Fusong Amulet can be gifted to Shan Shan, held by ancient miners to pray for safety. According to believers, Fusong cannot be violated, and only branches that have fallen naturally may be used, making them extremely precious. Sure. Okay, so we just connected these two parts. Oh, but that does... Okay, cool. So we can probably make it through here with a good jump. Nice. That's nice. Oh. No! Shoot! What am I doing? Buttons! Saw that coming too. Yep, saw that one coming too. Didn't panic roll that time. Brutal. Could you open up a map, please? Yeah, we'll take a look. I kind of wish there was a boss rush mode for this game. The combat is so appealing for me. It's pretty cool, yeah. For the request of the devs, no progress so far, though. Fair enough. Fair enough. Panic mashing is what I think it's called, yeah. So, we have this factory Great Hall thing, right? And we're... Oh, God, we're so far away from where we just were. Whatever. We'll have to find that boss another time. So if we fall down, right? We come out right here. This is the area that I said, oh, let's fall down into here. We have fallen down. And then, the only other way we can go that doesn't take us to the rest of the level is through this door. Where does this door take us? Straight back to where we dropped down. I think it's in those caves. Well, I mean, supposedly, but I've kind of explored everywhere in here. Like, I have all the collectibles. I don't know where it could be. Top right? That's where I am. Wait, over here? Over here just leads to more factory. Check the middle right entrance. What, up here? Isn't that where I am right now? Or are you talking about the elevator? Because the only stuff we haven't explored is up there, but that doesn't seem reasonable. Like, I think we've tried every exit that is marked as an exit in this level. Unless it's a matter of I found it and I didn't know it. Which, you know, I could definitely see being the case. I have been known to dummy every now and again. So this is our far right entrance. And I believe this takes us to... Oh yeah, this space. That I can't do anything with. Like, we just have infinite... Oh, is there... Oh, maybe we can hack? Ow. Yeah. Okay, hacking is my nemesis in this game. If there's one thing I think they really need to improve, where everything feels really great, it is 100% the hacking. Needs to be way more telegraphed. Oh my gosh. Nymph hacking is certainly your doom. Okay, I mean, I don't want to quite go on the line yet. Well, lovely. Okay. Guess there's just nothing over there. Great. There we go. Okay, so there's stuff above. Got him. There we go. I kind of avoided that by getting into a habit of looking ahead with the nymph often. Oh, see, that's a good idea. That's a very good idea. It's one that would take me way too long to actually execute on, but it's definitely a very smart idea. Okay, we can't go over there yet. Why does it flash so early? Bro, come on. You can't tell me that that, like, is a reason. We're gonna rest. You cannot tell me that is a reasonable telegraph. Dude. There we go. I got it precisely right on like 4 snipers in a row and then failed it 8 times on the 5th. Well, it's just, it's so delayed. Like it flashes and then goes to normal state. And then a half a second later, it's like, okay, now I'll shoot. Like, wait, no, the flash is supposed to come right before you let go. Like, come on. Ooh, that was close. No, thank you. You have fun with someone else. I would like to keep exploring for a little bit. Shoot, that was close. It's just timing, not reaction like usual. But then why are we displaying reaction-based signifiers that we've come to be conditioned with? Timing sure is tricky. We bumped into so many mini-bosses today. Yeah, for real. All right. Wow. Okay. Great. Remark about it being pure timing was kind of my complaint about it. Yeah. Well, it's just a strange design choice, right? Call. When you have a tool that you're already using to communicate with the player, why do you use it incorrectly? That's a huge pet peeve of mine, is when you do something to communicate to the player and then change that up for no discernible reason. It's just artificially... Oh my gosh, see, like that felt so late. I thought there's no way I'm getting it this time. Man. Gonna have to find HM5 for that boss, really. Yeah, I thought he was gonna do the dash. so fast. There we go. Oh. Got it. Ooh, that was very close. Oops. Okay. Hey, we can spin the lights on though. That's nice. If we can make it up to the mini boss in time, that'd be really helpful. Oh, of course the lights don't extend up to here. What a fool I was. There might be something to make that boss easier. I mean, probably. I have very little patience for fumbling around in the dark. Because it's so hard for me to keep in memory where have I been if I can't see things. And I understand that that's like the puzzle. It's just not a puzzle that I particularly enjoy. Oh, shit. Okay. My freaking nemesis, man. Oh, shoot. Alright, let's heal up. This will make it a lot easier. Being able to actually see what's happening. Maybe. Okay. You have no cooldown between attacks? That's fun. At least I got the light turned on. Just kill me. Just end it. Oh, man. You're good, Sharky. Oh, my goodness. I mean, you did jinx me to death and destruction, but that's okay. There we go. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Okay. What are your attack patterns? Kind of feels like he just goes seamlessly from one into the other. Come on. Oh, come on. Don't do that. Don't do that. Dude. I think this one and Mine Ninja were the hardest mini bosses for me. Oh boy. That's fun. Oof. Yeah, so I think the trick is going to be figuring out what play style the game wants us to take against this guy. Oh, jeez. Let's get the down. By Mind Ninja, I mean the previous one you stumbled into. Yeah. It kind of feels like they really want you to be parrying and talisman, and not so much. That was weird. Oh, no. Oh, I was feeling so good about that one. If I could have just healed up, I think I might have been able to take him. This feels like a pure Sekiro boss. Yeah, it feels like what this boss is trying to incentivize is parrying. Parry and talisman. Do not sword slash against him. You're going to lose. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I think we just need to do that a bunch of times. Oh, God. I think we can do this one. This one feels pretty doable. Drop feels like a nice window. Yeah, I think so. That's covering the attack combo. Thank you. I wish I could have kept it up. But this feels pretty accomplishable. I think we can do this one. Now that I kind of get the mental model of... Really? Bro. I just want you to get out of my way. Let's go get the healing potion. Now that I kind of understand what the game is wanting me to do, it's feeling more accomplishable. There we go, got it. Okay. Universe heard that now that I get, yeah. Can I shoot him from here? Yeah. Yeah, he took damage. I was holding in the Oh. Some of these animations end up being a lot less interruptible than I would have expected them to be. Whew. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, boo, dude. Where's the opening? Come on. Oof. Full heal. Dude. Oh man, that double slash when it gets so far in a row freaks me out because I'm expecting him to do the dash back and launch forward. But then he kind of repeats it so many times that I lose sight. I lose the rhythm. In my opinion, it was definitely the picking up souls animation, but that could have been wrong. That's what it seemed like to me, but... stop it with that. Gotcha. Woo! Okay, tagged him. Good. Got him. Oh, the heal didn't fully absorb yet. Yeah. Oops, sorry. It's been a hot minute since I've dropped in. Virite, so good to see you. How are you today? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Definitely an audience now. Yeah, it's been a minute, huh? Okay, there we go. It's wonderful to hear from you, friend. Hope you're doing well. There we go. That was good. That's what we need to do a lot more of. Oh, what? You changed it in mid-air, bro? Come on. Okay. Yeah! Oh, that was a toughie. That was a big meanie. We did it. We did it. Oh my goodness. How am I personally doing? Bloody exhausted. Studio fully retaining my contract is making a push for PAX West and Gamescom, so a bit of crunch to get the demos ready. I understand that, Virite. Best of luck, man. That's rough. It's rough. But I'm glad that you have work, because there are a lot of people in the games industry who do not right now. So I'm glad you're at least getting a paycheck. That's great to hear. Thank you. Okay, whew. We got another pipe upgrade, which we can't afford to build yet. But hey, you know, at least now that's done. Oh my goodness, that was tough. But yeah, I mean, once I kind of identified what the execution was that was necessary, then it started to become a lot less frustrating every time we would lose. Because it was like, okay, now I get what I need to be doing. It's just a matter of executing on it. And to that credit, I think that's a sign of a really good boss fight, is you can figure out what you need to do, and then it's just a matter of, can you do it well enough? Woo! Got it. Oh, that's not a treasure chest? Oh, man. Definitely lucky, I agree, yeah. Well, I mean, oh, jeez. I'm sure you're earning it, of course, right? Like, I'm sure that you've been putting in good work, and it's being recognized and rewarded. There we go. There's the abandoned mines token. Jeez. That was a lot to find out. To all those seeking answers, do not go any further. Obey the gods and be an ignorant peach blossom villager. Live well. Wow. Engraved on the stone must have been left by some unknown ape man. I have to say, we still have only found 4 of the 9 souls. Like, unless they're gonna speed this up quite a lot, this game's gonna take a long time to beat. Hey, we're back in the village. This is where we found the boar. This is where we chased the boar down, right? Is there anything, like, you always go back to the beginning to see, is there anything that you couldn't get before, right? Man, I remember seeing that green gradient and mentioning it for the first time and seeing that, dude, the fire is still going. Man. All right, well, nothing to grab. Cool. Yeah, seeing how they've leveraged that gradient has been really interesting. I definitely want to try to mimic that in future projects, to just breathe a little bit of life and mystery into things. Really like the visuals of Nine Souls. Yeah, I mean, it's stunning. And incredibly intentional. Once again, for, you know, we've talked about this a lot, but the more natural the environment, the more watercolory it gets. Almost like a painting of, you know, a calligrapher's painting. And then the more scientific the area is, the more 2.5/3D it gets. It's really fascinating. It would have taken a ton of work to get it all functioning correctly and tie in together. You found the invisible wall. Where's my achievement? Jeez. Okay, this is definitely where you want your talismans to be doing a bit more. Okay, yep. Get out of dodge. Wish I had my arrows still. No! Oh man. The thought was if I could just take that dude out, then we'd only have one guy left. We could focus on him and probably do just fine. Okay. All right. Well, we might as well. Oh, we can't explore. Oh boy. Go. Okay, I think that's it. Whew. But hey, at least we have our arrows now. We have arrows and a full topped up heal bucket. I have to say, this charm that gives us a lot more money feels like it's not giving us a lot more money. There we go. All right. Way better. There's the transmute unto wealth talisman. I have that equipped. Yeah, I have that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm kind of maxing out on the amount of extra money I think I can get. It still feels really slow. Oh, jeez. Never mind. Are we supposed to go down? No. Okay. Got another mini boss. Great. Me, dude. I was so prepared to block that. I don't think that landed. Weird. Oh, jeez. Okay. I don't like any of you. Please leave me alone. No. Turrets. Oh, man. Brutal. Oh, I was going to... all the way back to the mines. This is another difficult thing for me in game design, is very sparse checkpointing. Which is like, you may hear me talk about all these things that are hard for me in games that I don't love when they are present, and think, Joe, why the heck do you play Soulsborne games then? And that's a fair point. But to me, I enjoy the combat system. I enjoy the feeling of accomplishment from beating a boss. I just don't like all that extra it feels like artificial difficulty to me. What would we want to adjust? I mean, we could get a revive. Reduces knockback from enemy attacks when parrying, increasing stability when enduring heavy hits. We can get the talisman attacks to hit more things. I mean, I guess we can. We're not really in farming mode right now. We got you on playing 9 Souls. I've been looking for a more in-depth analysis target for a little while. We've been doing game analysis and UI, UX analysis for a while, and they've mostly been first impressions. And while that has been very cool, I've been wanting to kind of stick something through and do a more, like, from start to finish sort of experience. So we looked at a couple of different new and old, to be frank. We also looked at, like, Sekiro and stuff. Games that people would actually want to watch, and then put it up on a vote on Discord. And people voted for this. So... Bro, you are a tank. Was kind of expecting that to go a little bit further than it did. But that's okay. All's well that ends well. Got him? Oh, and getting another Tau fruit will be lovely. Let's see, is that? Great. Woo! Going to any conventions coming up? Probably not traveling to any conventions, but we are participating in Captain Coder's Game Jam, which started just today. So while we've been going through this, we've been kind of talking about what sort of a game would be fun to build for Captain Coder's game. As well, we have our own game jam, Fox Hollow Jam 2, starting in a little over 2 weeks, right after Captain Coder's ends. So we've got 3 wonderful sponsors, Sundown Alistios and Riverwolf Games. Thank you to them. Increases triple/attack speed, but inflicts internal damage to ye for every attack performed. Sheesh. I guess there is one you can do that will kind of cancel that out, but it's a heavy investment. So yeah, we've got over $1,000 worth of prize money on the line. Very exciting, and we'll be diving into that. July 6th, I believe, is the date. All right, let's go back and heal up here. Sounds exciting. One of these days, I really need to try and find time to join one of those. You know, it's a great time. It's a great time to just kind of learn something new and try something. Let's do automatically detonate. I've avoided this one for a really long time because attaching it now consumes 2 chi charges, which feels really rough. But I think we're at the point now where we have enough chi charges that we're usually going for 3 or 4 anyways. I'm not going to worry about it too much anymore. Okay. Status. Oh. Different talisman explosions. Oh. Well, that sounds really nice. I really like that. Jades. Okay, there we go. That's the new one. Okay. Oh, and rest. Yeah, this will be my... Captain Coder's jam will be my 4th jam I've ever participated in. And they have all just been wonderful experiences. I've loved doing game jams. They're always incredibly instructive. I always say I'm creatively inept, so perhaps. Part of the problem living in the back end of making things work rather than coming up with designs is, you come up with designs, come on, you're designing back ends, right? Just because they're not being observed doesn't mean that they're not designed, right? With back ends, you're just looking for stability and speed, and you just replace that with other objectives for doing game design. It's not stability and speed, it's want them to feel powerful. How do we make them feel powerful? And you just go. How do you make them feel nervous? How do you make them feel X, Y, or Z thing? Oops. This feels like a trap. I feel like I shouldn't be bothering with fighting these guys. I'm gonna be like you and play games all day until I think of a project. Be the change you want to see in the world, 2D fighters. Jeez. Dude, I'm getting out of here. Oh, we have no health left. I hate these turrets that spawn in, dude. No, I think we're dead. Yeah, there we go. Jeez. Or argue with ChatGPT for ideas. Got a project myself, just need time and resources for it. Debating making some sort of mocap to 2D animation pipeline. Wow, that sounds intense. Since a lot of the ones I've seen are ancient. Wow. So, would that be for your projects at work? Like, why would you be investigating that sort of technology? Projects at work are strictly 3D, so it would be for my own use cases. However, I've also pitched using suits to speed up some of our prototypes. Nice, that's awesome. Okay. Oh, I didn't release it in time. No! Are you kidding me? For real? Oh, that was so close, dude. If I had landed that parry, we would have won. That was the difference. If we had gotten that parry off, everything would have been fine. Brutal. Gotta be bone rigged 2D animation, less technology upgraded without me knowing wouldn't be the first time. So basically what I'm hearing from you, Virite, is it's like automated rotoscoping in a way? If it's motion capture to 2D animation, that's an automated process? Not using sheets unless they're done after the fact for some sort of performance boon. The idea of transferring mocap would be for bipedal skeletons, either Esoteric Spine or Unity's animation system. Very cool. Sounds rad, man. It sounds like a really cool project. Like that. Okay, this is a good opening. Just ruin. Okay. Okay, we recovered. I do not like those turrets. Okay. Tag, crit, and you're dead. Oh. Whew! That was brutal. That was a tough one. All of these fights tend to be. How dare they? More Darksteel. Right in time for the ads. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, welcome back. Congrats, the Waterflow Talisman is quite useful in this fight. Yeah, that was really good to have that extra amount of freedom. I don't know if I'm going to swap back anytime soon, to be frank, because it's really nice to just be able to move on and not get tagged by any follow-through or anything, and enemies seem to be attacking faster and faster and faster. Yeah, Virate, that sounds super rad. Oh, we're on the other side now. Great, we found them. Okay. Yeah. Rescue the people of the Peach Blossom Village. Are y'all gonna hate me still? Alas, you are a god has manifested. You are our savior, and for that we are humbly and eternally grateful. God is merciful, and he brings boundless blessings. All right, let's get organized once you're done worshiping. There might be a few more enemies around. The Peach Blossom Village is honored to have your divine protection. Are you just gonna deck this lady? What is gonna happen here? Don't be stupid. He's not a god. You're an embarrassment. Are you still so stubborn after what we just witnessed? Anang, you're safe. You silly boy, where did you run off to? Do you know how worried we've all been? He's been with me. He was the one who asked for help this time.
You.
Nonsense. That's not what happened. Is that so? Thank you for taking Anang under your care. I mean, our most sincere gratitude for your kindness. Make no mistake, he's only here because of that brat Shanshan. You're all just lucky to have survived. With the village destroyed, you'll be facing many more dangers. You better be prepared. Don't exaggerate. Our village has suffered a temporary setback, but that is all. Fear not, everyone. If we pray with sincerity, we will quickly be able to return to our original lives. The village is now crawling with metallic beasts. Only an idiot would return. Zip it! The Divine One still watches, and it's disrespectful to yell. I've had it. Nothing I say ever gets through to any of you. You can all go fend for yourselves. I don't care anymore. In fact, I want to see how long he decides to keep you alive. Great. Oh my goodness. Divine One, please forgive Anang's irreverence. He's right. If you want to live, you shouldn't return to the village. Set up shelter here until this blows over. This area is connected to the docks, so it should be relatively safe. If that is your divine will, then we shall obey. May we continue to receive your blessings and emerge safely from this disaster. Survival is your #1 priority right now. Understood, Divine One. Right. I just wanted to ask about Anang. The boy hasn't been causing you trouble, has he? The boy? He hasn't done anything that would hinder me, but he can be a bit noisy. Oh, we're so sorry. The kid has always been blunt to a fault. Your tolerance is appreciated. Since you'll be seeing him again, can I ask you to pass something on? What is it? I have some poison here. No, please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to hurt him. His body is fine. I know this might as well be medicine to him. Ah, so you already know of his condition. Wonderful. It can be difficult living alone with his condition. He's so fortunate to have someone taking care of him. I'm glad we're seeing another side to the shaman, making her a little bit more of a complex character. I never said I was taking care of him. Oh, yes. If he asks where you got it, just tell him you picked it up off the ground. And then, on behalf of the entire Peach Blossom Village, I would like to send our best wishes to you, oh Divine One. Okay. Right on. The gallstones of a Dongkang boar. It can be used as medicine, but ingesting it without going through the proper filtering process can lead to heavy metal poisoning. Need to find a way to rebuild. Well, cool. We did that. And it kind of feels like our only reward was 1 poison? I mean, it's gotta have importance later, right? It either needs to have importance later and it'll kind of benefit us, or it wasn't actually optional, right? Alright, dude, give me a health upgrade. We're 1 away. Ugh, gotta drink this. Avenge my shame. I refuse to believe that I can't beat that tiny worm. Slow down, you're drinking too much. What insect did you encounter? The village is in trouble again. You just stay put. They want to believe in their magic and gods. Let them. Taste the pain. Not like anyone out there will help me. What happened? I'll need to make another trip to the Peach Blossom Village. We just came from there. What are you talking about? The quest is very important for some reason. This tastes just like candy. Are you trying to trick me? No, those were the gallstones of a Donkang boar, which have a really high heavy metal content. It's breaking apart in my mouth now. Bitter on the outside, but surprisingly sweet on the inside. What, you crushed it with your teeth? It's practically made of metal. What? I always crush hard candies between my teeth. Alright. Come on, give me the health increase. Let's go. Nothing beats drinking while sitting by the fireside. That damn bee monster giving me so much trouble, I sure needed a break. What bee monster? Did you bump into the Phoenix Guard outside? What, is that not allowed? Watch yourself. We're surrounded by hazards on all sides. Don't just run out on your own. Ugh, that's nonsense. I've been all over this damn place. I've even been to that filthy cave with the ugly murals. You can find a bunch of useless statues there to further your climb up. Cave? Statues? You went out there all on your own? Don't you underestimate me. That was nothing. Statues to help you climb up. I'm not totally sure which one he'd be referring to. Maximum health increase. Alright, we can also talk. You know your vault thing, the place where a bunch of boxes fly around? I pried a few open to take a peek, only to find some hard stones and useless metal blocks. Those were rare resources we brought over from Penglai. Though I do agree that the repository houses a lot of worthless junk, like these clothes for nobles. What's wrong with clothes? At least they keep you warm. Ugh. If you had said so earlier, I would have opened up a few more boxes. Great. Cool. How much money do we have? 1,500. Yeah, we could probably get something. I think I'm gonna not get the poison. All right, we have another gift. Sheesh. So much dialogue in this game. There's a lot of writing in this. What are you holding in your hand, Yi? It's a Fusong amulet. Might have been left behind by miners who were illegally chipping away at the grottos. You can have it if you want. It's usually worn around the neck. Well, it's heavy and made of wood? People in the past used it for protection. It's just a silly superstition with no scientific basis. What's a superstition? It's blindly believing in something without any basis of proof. Take this amulet, for example. People thought that by carving the mark of Fusong into it, it would be endowed with divine powers, allowing its wearer to... This amulet has magic powers? I'm gonna wear it every day! I just told you, it's just a superstition and that's just an ordinary piece of wood. If the mark had any effect, the scientists studying the primordial root would have already discovered it. Let's put it this way. If you're promised something good, but in exchange you must loyally follow orders and not doubt anything, chances are that's a superstition. So then, our village ceremony was also a superstition? Now you get it. But without the ceremony, I wouldn't have been saved. I wouldn't be able to live here with you, Yi. I guess something good did come out of it. While the ghosts of the other 2 dismembered humans are waiting nearby. Another one of your silly fallacies. But if that's what you really think, why would you bring it all the way here for me? Such kid energy. I picked it up. Might as well use it. Or do you want to give it back? No, I was just joking. I'm keeping it. All right, anything else? Yeah, we can talk. I heard the news from Anong. Thank you. If it weren't for you, who knows what would have happened to the village? Relax. The people in the village might not be the brightest, but they aren't as weak as you think. Also, Shenong might say he doesn't care, but given his disposition, he would have acted even if I hadn't. He'll come out and save everyone, right? Anong is just like you, saying one thing while meaning another. Don't be silly. He isn't just like me. Let's leave it there. I have urgent matters to attend to. I mean, you're pretty close, dog. You're pretty close, is all I gotta say there. Modify. Oh, more pipe upgrades. We can't get 2, though. We're so close to that. Let's just get it. Pipe upgrade is so important. It's a bummer we're only like 40 away from that. And then I think we have a chip to give to you. Warehouse zone chip. Received. Go to the side. Wait, shouldn't robot assistants be polite? You're a bit different in that regard. Map bit data. All sent. What else? You want? At least you could... You know, it's fine. Just give me the data. All right. So do we have data for every area we've been to? I think we've got all of them at this point. Or we're missing something in here. Okay. Oh, no, we have the map data there. Okay. I've missed a lot of stuff, though. Jeez. Okay. Well, we got to make it back to the Peach Blossom Village. Let's go ahead and do that. Teleport. And we're going to go to... Wait. The Peach Blossom Village didn't have any checkpoints. But I guess I can go to the docks, right? Oh, there's the village. It's to the left of the docks. Okay, cool. So that's on the map now. Cool, right on. Cool, we're making progress. I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little frustrated about not making as much progress on the souls side of thing, but we're definitely doing things. Who said you could run off like that? I told you 1,000,000 times! Oh, the Divine One has arrived! What's this problem you're having? I should tell you the truth. We have not had day or night ever since those beasts tore the sky apart. Our farmland can no longer yield anything. I have been sending our strongest men to hunt in order to gather more food, and this foolish child, after learning of our arrangement, ran off alone to the Forbidden Cave to help. He was feverish, and talked about how a big yellow snake bit him when he returned. A big yellow snake? Dragon snakes shouldn't be yellow. It has been several days of nonstop vomiting and diarrhea. If this condition persists, it'll fry his brain. Please, you must know a way to cure this ailment. Hate man diseases. I wouldn't know where to start. Yeah, but our buddy would, right?
What?
It's not a disease, it's snake venom. I know about that yellow snake, and I know how to brew an antidote. I just need someone to kill it and bring me its venom sac. Anhung, my boy! So you know a cure. Is it that snake you kept going on about? The one you could never win against? That's hogwash. It would have been easy if it weren't for those razor-sharp fangs. Everything's easy if you just take away the hard part. I know. Just tell me where it's at and I'll give it a try. I last saw it slithering near a tiny lake inside the Forbidden Cave. That's a bit too vague. Why don't you wait for me back at the Four Seasons Pavilion? I'll come back when I have something for you. Remember to get the venom sac. We'll leave it to you, Divine One. Okay. So we're getting sent on a boss fight run. I mean, the cave, the lake by the cave is just where we were, right? That's where our character started. How did we not, like, encounter that? A snake. We lived there for, what, 2 years? Gotta be down, right? Okay. No snakes. Just an invisible wall. The greatest snake of them all. Well, he said by a small lake in the Forbidden Cave. Isn't that the Forbidden Cave? This space? And there's only one lake, right? All right. Ah. Got it. Well, I was expecting a bit more of a boss fight. I'm not gonna lie. There you go. Yellow dragon snake venom sac. Venom sac of a giant yellow dragon snake that resided in the Forbidden Cave. It could be handed over to Shenong to make an antidote. Dragon snakes aren't normally venomous. Ecological hazards may have breached the damaged boundaries of the livestock area, affecting life in the village. Oh, did it get into, like, the yellow water, maybe? That's my guess. Yellow water, toxic, turns the snake yellow, gives it poison powers. That makes sense, right? In fact, that would be really clever if they're using that as a way to introduce, oh crap, the yellow water is, like, changing and breaking things. That'd be a very clever way to bring in that plot point. Without just outright saying, hey, there's all this water over here now, and it's, like, causing stuff to mutate. Can you fix it? My child, you must endure. Yeah, I was definitely expecting a lot more out of that. That just felt like kind of like an elite dragon snake and not really all that they were hyping it up to be, with Anong saying, like, you know, he's exploring all around the space station, and yet that one snake is something he could never beat? Just what I needed, damn it. How did you get so agile? Practice makes perfect. There's really no way around it. Okay, so how do we make the antidote? Remember how I'm immune to poisons? I don't know the reason either, but when I ingest poison, my body neutralizes the toxins. Whatever I expel ends up being an antidote. Give me the venom sac and I'll show you. So we're going to feed the kid your poisoned vomit.
What?
Wait, what? Did you say we're going to swallow it and...
No.
What, never heard of mouth-chewing wine before? I'm not blind. That wasn't just chewing. You literally put... Why are you making such a big fuss? You don't mind the other drinks I brewed up? So all this time, everything I've had with you was brewed in this manner?
So.
Yeah, what of it? He is now in mental breakdown. I would be too. Like I said, no one brews like how I brew. It's a little too late to be disgusted now. You liked what I had to serve up at the end of the day, right? I mean, my health bar did. All done. This'll nullify the snake venom. Give it to that unfortunate boy. Why don't you give it to him yourself? Ah, no way. I wasn't the one who hunted down that snake. Why should I take the credit? You're the only one who can make the antidote. You at least deserve some credit. Yeah, right. That's not how they think. Right now, you're the hero and I'm the outsider. You can be so stubborn. Fine, but this is the last time I'm doing this. There we go. Brewing process may seem unhygienic, but Shenong's brews really do have incredible healing effects. Kind of reminds me of that discussion of Ayurvedic medicine between Dr. K and, oh shoot, what's the other guy? The other super big social media physician. All right. Oh, you're back. I mean, praise the coming of the Divine One. We are eternally grateful. You can skip the last part. Every second counts when saving a life. Here's the antidote. What? There really was an antidote? Thank you. Thank you. There's so few of us left, so we must try and give him the antidote first. I'll have all the time to say thank you later. For real. His fever is gone, and his rash is receding. Thank heavens. Thank you. Thank you so much for lending a helping hand. You should be thanking someone else. You're now at the point in game where I stopped for now, so I'll be skipping on 9 Soul streams. All right, Sharky, thanks for hanging out. It's been so great having you here. Anand? So you knew from the very beginning. Also, what happened to your reverent tone? Did you forget to worship me? Your humble subject is severely wronged, you divine one. Please forgive this egregious transgression. Now you're giving me a headache. If gods really existed, why would anyone have to suffer? You should just talk to me normally. Oh, I wouldn't dare. It would take little for those outsiders to destroy us. So that's how it is. You already knew the truth behind Peach Blossom Village and the outside world. I had an inkling. I used to be just like Anong, full of doubt, or should I say curiosity, but my awakening happened early, when I found out about those outside our village and the worlds beyond our world. Does anyone else know? I was the only one left, but we never expected all this to happen to us. Well, the situation has changed. You won't be able to protect your village by simply obeying us gods. What else can we do? Find a way to protect yourselves. What should we do? All right. Great. That's that, I guess. Whew. So we can proceed and go back into the quest for the souls. Should now be able to further explore the factory area. Interesting. Abandoned mines, factory grade homework. Okay. I'll be able to further explore the factory area. I mean, this didn't, like, unlock anything, right? Unless maybe there's some sort of gated entrance over there that we couldn't pass until we got the village all squared away. Okay. So, really, the only place we haven't been is up. So how do we go up? You did unlock something not from the village. Okay. Okay. How do we get up there? Heavens. I don't know that there's a way up there. And they said, like, you need to find a way to disable the heat currents, which I would adore doing. Oh! It's every time these guys hit the ground is when it charges, right? Yeah. Oh, man. So how do we turn you off? There's definitely something up above, but... Okay. Let's explore over here. See what we can find. Okay. Whew. That was close. Oh, wow. Are you seeing that? Look directly underneath us. This fire blast effect is completely opaque to enemies. The visual mask is off. Look at this. You just see that guy's head. The rest of his body was gone. Ah. Jeez. This game really is like Dark Souls in that way of... Even basic enemies can completely mess you up if you're not being careful. Okay, we have the air dash. Maybe that's the thing that... Oh, right. We have this now, too. Jeez. Brutal. But now we know where we're going. We should be able to kind of just sprint over there. See, like, the bee over there is not affected. But for some reason, the big guy was. Will you just... No, don't leave me behind. Okay, good. Let's see if it repeats it. No, it didn't repeat it that time. So it just bugged out. That's strange. I wonder what caused that. Okay, just give up. We're gonna try it again. Wasn't my best work. Got it. Woo! That was intense. There we go. Okay. Moving up. Mothman, thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate it. Oh, my. See here, your predictions did not materialize. I took care of him without even using all my strength. Even your prophecies can be inaccurate. The hexagrams are set in place. The fate I see remains unchanged. Enough about that. My family has had to endure humiliation and stay in hiding since the turbulent era. Something I'm sure you're also familiar with. Now that the winds are blowing in our favor, it's time to eliminate anyone who becomes an obstacle. The J Dynasty has run its course. Are you still thinking about restoring your former glory? That's not what I meant, Seer. I'm talking about protecting the Council. Any enemy of the Council is an enemy of the J Clan. Time for my scheduled transmutation session. This is what happens when you can't train for centuries. My muscles have atrophied a little too much. I never imagined you would get stronger after years of using that forbidden technology. Those who say that transmutation goes against the laws of nature are all alarmists and cowards. I must take my leave now. Take care. Okay. I don't know. No one needs to see that, man. Like, come on. Looks like we do have ads starting in just a second. Oh, and there we go. Ads. We'll be right back. That's fan service. Oh, dear. Welcome back. Welcome back. Should we try and hunt down this dude? I think we should try and hunt down this dude. Come on. Pause. Goodness gracious. Okay. I'm glad no one answered that question during the break. That's encouraging. I don't want the adipose demon baby. Come on. Oh, God. They straight up don't die. Do I have to tag them? Doesn't matter. Okay. Avoid. Just don't deal with them. Oh, are they gonna fall in the fire and die? Yeah, it's in the fire. They're just amorphous puppies that want to give you a big acidic hug. They're like, blight, oh shoot, what are they called? Blight. Not the blight flies, but the other ones that are like big puppies that just want to give you a big hug and then get really sad because their big hug kills everyone that they hug. And then they get so sad that they become horribly depressed, bitter, awful things and then mutate into blight flies. Yeah, you can just go for it. Hey, checkpoint. Thank heavens. Okay. Yeah, I saw these two, but what? Doesn't look like there's anything we can really do over here. Why did you even spawn anything? Great. So this seems like a bit of a dead end for now. Have to drop down to get to the left, and there is a locked door to our right. So I feel like I got led on a little bit of a merry chase here. Yeah, this is deeply disturbing, and I don't like that they are seemingly trying to speak. That's deeply not okay. What? How do I get back up? Excuse you? I'm stuck now? Can I hack something? Okay, I was wondering if I was going to have contact damage with the enemy. Welcome back, kiddo. Good to have you. I may have trapped myself in a facility full of giant monster mutant babies. You can return to the root node and fast travel back. That's true. I'm kind of curious if this thing up here is a hacking node. Just dash through. Bro. Like, it kind of looks like a hacking node, but also kind of not. In fact, I highly doubt that will be a hacking node. Yeah. This is weird. This is the first time that we've encountered something like this in the game, where there's just a place you cannot escape from. Just say you really have not encountered a dead end in this area. Okay. Oh, Gosh, dang it. Freaking. Every time, man. Every time. Ooh. Yo, cheese. Every time. Every time. Okay. Get wrecked. Open. Okay. I win. What's my favorite food? It's a good question. I love all sorts of foods. I really love American barbecue, like Texas-style barbecue. But I don't know if I would say that's my favorite food. I just really enjoy cooking it. I love a good lasagna. If it's done the right way, ooh, a good lasagna is just incredible. Pizza, classic, but oh jeez, I'm just murdering myself all over. Not just any pizza. I mean, I can enjoy any pizza, to be fair, as long as it's not Hawaiian. But food is like one of my great passions in life. It's kind of video games and food for me. There we go. I'm gonna poop something on me. Popping to say hello, and I hope it's going well. Shepherd's Hound, so good to see you. How are you? I live in Texas, and the barbecue is awesome. Yeah, I love my Texas style barbecue imitation. It's never gonna be as good as what you get down there, but yeah, I think I do a pretty mean brisket, and you know, I grind my own sausages and stuff and smoke it all. So I'm not gonna be a pit master, but given that I'm pretty far away, I'm pretty happy with what I've been able to produce. Working on a website. Oh, very cool. Is this for the game? Is there a way to get up there? I don't quite think so. At the very least, it will be easier to get there once we turn the machines off. I think this is going to open up the shortcut for us. Yeah, there we go. Love it. Remaking work website with Avada. Very cool. Very cool, Shepherdstown. That's awesome. Detroit barbecue cow size beef ribs. I need to make a trip home. There you go. Get some dino ribs. Absolutely. I wasn't expecting the jump. Okay, just... There we go. Whoa, that felt good. That felt really good. Whew. We got a lot of money. We gotta go buy stuff. That wasn't good. Let's run away from that for a sec. Ooh, okay, we dashed through each other. Get wrecked. Love cooking too. Very nice. Okay, and that's what? Another shortcut, I guess? Sure. Oh, almost. Yeah, that's been one of my favorite things I've ever done, was signing up for Masterclass and taking all of the cooking... I don't like the looks of this space at all. Yep, okay. Brutal. let's just make this fight a little bit easier on ourselves, shall we? But yeah, taking all the cooking courses available on Masterclass, and okay, by like Gordon Ramsay and David Kelly, it kind of gave me a lot of the vocabulary that I needed in order to be able to understand how to keep learning about cooking. I didn't know anything about deglazing or, you know, emulsification or anything until I started taking those classes, and it was hugely transformative for me. All right, let's figure this guy out. Ooh, okay, all right. Yeah, I saw that one coming. Okay. That was weird. Oh, the timing on those are so hard. Whoa! Can we lure him into that trap over there? Missed it. Darn. So close, so close. Okay. How far are we away from that guy? Kinda? Oh, we didn't get this before. Red Tiger Legion production shortage. 5 shifts, 43 units each. Automatic scheduling must continue. The new Kunlun Transmutation Factory builds upon lost transmutation technologies from the Jade Kingdom to produce genetically modified guards. Materials, including embryos, medicinal herbs, animal genes, and biomass, all undergo heating and processing in the furnace core. Speaking of cooking, genetic material containing the Konghui regeneration gene provided a crucial breakthrough due to its ability to withstand multiple rounds of modifications. The samples were said to have been provided by a generous volunteer. Konghui regeneration gene. Huh. By a generous volunteer. Was that us? Were we the generous volunteer to, like, create a police state? Yeah, did they rip our regeneration from us? Okay, we're gonna do the same thing here. Oh, actually, hold on. Let's knock that down. The boss you fought from the prison. I thought so. Yeah. The one with like the head and the hands, right? The nobleman. Okay. Heal up. Do this right. There's 2 hits there? Dude. That was like 4 hits. Alright, you go stand right there and come try and fight me. Oh, he's regenning? Come on. Get out of the way. Don't leash. Okay. I just didn't want you to start regenning. God. Brutal. Conquest. Yeah. Fire is immune from the unbounded counter parry. Yeah, I guess so. It's weird because it uses the same visual signifiers, right? I disapprove of the anti-cheese mechanics. I'm actually really surprised to hear you say that, Zaft. I would think if anyone was like, no, you gotta do it right, it would have been you. Oh, we've got a friendly, okay. Cool, and this is our back route in. Awesome. I'm glad I accidentally fell down. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, these ones you're supposed to air kick feel incredibly difficult to parry. Like, just because by the time you catch up to them, they're already done with the attack. But you definitely seem like you want to be on this guy. Stop doing that one. You are almost dead. There we go. Jeez. Woo! Alright. He wasn't as hard as could have been. Focus Jade. Consumes one chi charge. One chi charge when executing a charge strike to deliver a more powerful strike that hits harder and reaches further. So, okay, it levels up your charge, which honestly, I so rarely ever use. Thank you. Thank you for the congrats. How much money do I have? 2,300. I'm so glad I didn't lose all of that in there. Let's go buy the map data. Hello, sir. Enjoy a sublime eternity amongst the intruder. Oh dear. What? No, don't double heal, come on. There we go. Man. So we had to rip it out of one of them. The administrator of this zone built a prison inside it. However, not all prisoners were granted a trial. Okay. I guess we can go down now. It would probably be smart to go heal up first, I guess. Can I? There we go. Get out of there. Get out. Okay. Everything's. Oh dear. At least it'll be easy to run back to that. That's fine. We're not really in danger of dying en route to there. You haven't disabled the big ovens, though. No, I haven't. I mean, am I supposed to do that in here? I don't know where or how to do that. Is that supposed to happen in here? I assumed that was gonna just happen as I kept exploring everything, but am I missing something? I guess we haven't really gone down here. No, we did. This is where we came from. We came from here. There's nothing to be done over here, right? The two big hammer guys. Well, yeah, I can't interact with them directly. That's what I'm saying, is like I figured I'd just find the way to disable them if I kept exploring. Come on. Nope. Ooh, we have really got to level up our flask. Okay. You can actually? Hey, over here. There you go. What? Do we need to do super parrying, I guess? Seems a little awkward to me, but I guess. Where does this go? Back up. Hold on, I need to check something real quick. Okay. Can't quite reach there. You can open this, though. When in doubt, open more doors. Whoop. Whoop. Come on. There we go. Oh, boy. Platforming. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. Oh dear. Oh, that's just so much of everything. Okay. Y'all need to go. Is that not turning on? Why aren't we turning on? Oh no. No. Shoot. It's a lot of money. I do not want to lose all that money. Okay, so we gotta go... Wow, that's really far away. Yeah, let's get more chi charges. And then... rest. You can kind of skip over here. Yeesh. Okay. Something hackable on top of the place that you died. Oh, always miss the hackable stuff, man. right up here. Oh, but it needs to come from the other direction. We need to land on top of it to hack it. Okay. We got our stuff back. That's the biggest deal. By the way, these guys are called Chubby Pouncy Monster. Not official translation, according to the game's recent changelog. Hilarious. Oh, I missed it. Shoot. Oh, boy. Now let's heal up, recharge, and go. And go. Now I understand we need to go fast. There we go. Got it. There we go. Great. Bye-bye, chubby pouncy monsters. No, wrong one. Wrong one. There we go. So what do you unlock? Oh, half of a doorway. I see. Okay. Great. Go team. Where is this gonna take us? I'd like to disable the hammer dudes. Yeah, okay, this is the right way. Good. I don't like doing this. Ugh, God. Okay, cool. That was the right answer. Glad. We have ads for a second, by the way, and then we're going to do another block of this. Then we're going to take about a 15-30 minute break after this next block before the following ads, so that Sundown and I can get in a room, we can set up, get everything ready for this podcast we're going to do, and we're going to interview him on his experience building and releasing a game on Steam. That's going to start at the top of the hour at 3 p.m. Eastern. Endure what others can't, for heroes are forged in agony. In the beginning, the Jade Kingdom ruled over a desolate wasteland and had little industry besides mining. Over time, high demand for gin and azure sand gave it the resources to become a great military power. During the turbulent era, Emperor Jay Tong leveraged his mineral wealth to build weapon systems and develop advanced transmutation technology. Successful military campaigns expanded the kingdom's territory, leading to a stalemate with Lear and his Fangshi guild. Okay. Rad. Disabled. We'll be right back. Okay. Let's go in here. So finally we've broken the stupid anvil things. Goodness gracious. Thanks for that tip, by the way. I would have gone this entire level without ever having done that. Nope, wrong way. Oh, give me a break. Whew. Yeah, for some reason that didn't click in my mind. I think there was a part of me that kind of considered it, but I mean, not really. There are players who struggle through the level without noticing the mechanism. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. I think it's particularly weird because it, once again, fire shares that same signifier, and they're, like, creating fire, so, I don't know, it feels a little easy to miss. It wouldn't surprise me to hear that that's a common difficulty, or at least more common than the developers would like. No. I don't like you, Chubby. Oh, but we don't need to go up, do we? I'm doing this unnecessarily. Okay. Over here. So now we have the door. Where's the next spot? Snipers. Wait, there's more? No! Oh, there they are. They're right there. Oh, you little twerps. I took down your brothers. I'm going after you, too. Got it. Sometimes, man. Hey. Let's get out of dodge. Ah, so unnecessarily mean. The fire vents right in front of the room is so unnecessary. Got him. Whew, that was good. Got him. We're gonna have to get out of here. Brutal. Okay. This is it. This is the moment. Don't have recharged. You know, it's interesting to pay attention to the sound effects of it. They're almost sort of melodious of the anvil getting hit, you know? Instead of this loud gong, gong, gong. Like, they did a great job making it feel a lot better. Well, that's not going to go well. Okay. How do I get up there? Huh. I guess in the middle zone here? Yeah. That seems to be kind of our most likely route. So yeah, we're seeing that all of these guards that we've been beating up this whole game are, in fact, biologically, like, cloned. Which is interesting, because we've been finding all those dead bodies, right? And the other guards saying, like, I don't get it. Why are people freaking out when they get this Tianhao disease? So is it like a stormtrooper, clone trooper thing, where they were once people and now are... and now they're cloned? Or am I just misunderstanding who those audio logs are from? Gotcha. Get out of town. Get out of my town. Alright. It seems that all the guard enemies are artificially generated. Yeah, I guess so, but have they always been generated? Residual hair, a person's hair. Heavy metals can accumulate in the hair of those who have undergone heavy transmutation, which ends up being harmful for both the person and the environment. Well, I know of a way to correctly recycle all this. Not Solarian, thus. Oh, the disease only affects Solarians, and these guys aren't Solarians. Okay. Totally not bloody hair. Okay. I'm a little nervous that behind that door is going to be the boss fight. So let's go spend our money. Get up to there. Do I have to fall onto it? Okay. Well, let's try that. There's another mechanism that's never mentioned in the game. You can collect Jinn using the Mystic Nymph. What? That's good to know. Yeah, that's a big one. Thank you. Okay, so just go down and then over. There we go. Yeah, before we head back to base and buy stuff, let's definitely make sure we open the active treasure chest that we were seeing. The movement in this game is super fluid. I mean, it's really good. I would love to have created a movement system that feels as good as this one does. Where's our... Okay, it's over there. There we go. Got it. Okay. Head back to the pavilion. Good. Feeling good. Feeling good. Oh. Making a lot of progress today. Been going for a long time. Like 9 hours. Heavens to Betsy. Granted, 2 of those hours were in Stanley Parable, but still. Okay, no conversations. I'm actually really happy about that. It's nice to be able to just not have to worry about it. Ooh, could get another computing unit. Ooh, that's pretty tempting. What does Fwaku have for us? Kwafu, not Fwaku. Kwafu. Pipe upgrades are just such a big deal. And then another Azure Sand magazine also sounds tremendously good. And I think we have enough poison to get some extra life now. I think we're on an odd number. I'm not sure, though. Don't tell me this is your hair. No, I don't have a transmutation habit, so my hair is toxin-free, which won't be to your liking. That's fine, as long as it isn't yours. I don't mind eating hair, I just don't want to eat yours. I'm a little hurt. Not gonna lie. Oh, this is marvelous. It looks frizzly, but it's smooth as silk. I'm starting to black out. Poison hit just right. So whose hair is it? I could probably guess from the way you laughed, but you're better off not knowing. Okay. Wow, it wasn't enough for more health. Bummer. But we did get an extra bow, and we got improved healing. That's going to be a big deal. Let's go into the special door we unlocked. Which is all the way right up there. Feels like the shortcuts are getting fewer and farther between. I really like the pacing we had at the beginning of the game. And I understand that it could be that the mentality is, oh, you're later in the game, you don't need as much hand-holding, but, like, I really like it when a game respects my time. And in my opinion, forcing the player to just run back 1,000 times is not respecting time. Where are we? Sorry? This is new. There we go. Huh. And then there's a door over. Is this a side boss? Oh, it's gotta be, right? Puzzle room? Oh, is this a, hit every, turn everything on puzzle? You noticed it so fast. Yeah, when they just dangle it right in front of me, then all of a sudden it's pretty easy. Okay, so that turns on those two. This turns on these. This will turn those two off. Okay. So it's not adjacencies. It's specific platforms they will turn on or off. Do that, everything turns off except for that one. Do these, and then kind of state swap. That's interesting. Okay. Doesn't really seem to be helping all that much. Grab that one, though. And those. Wait, that just puts me back where I was, right? This is an interesting puzzle. It's a little frustrating, but I guess I'm trying to set this all up ahead of time when the answer is probably not to do that. Oh, and that's a reset. Okay. My kid's like Backstreet Boys, everybody. I'm going to lose the street cred in New York Hood. Oh, goodness. Hey. You know, everyone's got their own music. Everyone has their own things they like. Why restrict yourself from something that could be amazing just because it belongs to something? do this, then that just turns that all off. I want it that way. But light one love. Can you tell me why? So there's only two things that will turn that upper right one on or off. And they both affect both things. So the trick is, you turn this one off, and then turn that one on, right? Oh, but then we're missing the bottom on the other side. What did we just turn on? This is deeply disconcerting. GM fertilizer. Genetically modified fertilizer specially formulated by Gomong. While it promotes the growth of other genetically modified crops, it may also trigger random mutations. This fertilizer is highly corrosive, so any body part that comes into contact with it must be immediately rinsed with water. So it's more poison, which I'll gladly take. That will turn those off. Let me turn that. This order of operations is pretty tricky. I guess we can go, like, do this. And then that. And then that. We have the state shuffle going on, but we can't get everything. I'm a DJ, so that took away my music barrier. I love the song always, but would never play in the hood unless I'm personally remixing live. It's the only way to keep my cred. Besides, if they say anything, I'll bring up their incubus phase. No, in an ideal world, it wouldn't matter. But we don't necessarily live in an ideal world, do we? Let's see. Come on. Recharge. There we go. Can I, go way off to the edge? Here. No, no! Shoot. Oh, wait, did we just... I don't know how we solved it. It's solved. We're done. Log entry. The deceased stole pills and choked on them. He has been dealt with. Calm down. I need to calm down and give my report. I received orders to catch a thief, but when I arrived, I found a monster. It was covered with sticky pus. And that eye. Oh, the babies. I'm going crazy. What is that thing? Because whatever it is, we don't stand a chance against it. It immediately put one of us into a chokehold and killed him on the spot. Can't even record this correctly. The reason for death is all wrong. I don't get how no one responded to his call for help. What the hell actually happened? Okay. I will definitely take a Tau fruit. So this was a very fruitful room. We got a Tau fruit, we got a poison, we got a lore entry. That was great. Incubus phase was a depressing time in the hood. We felt Incubus music is what we can relate to at that time. Whatever tomorrow brings, I'll be there with open arms and open eyes. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. I think I just took a very long step backwards. Jeez. Where's my elevator up here? Oh, it's over there, isn't it? Okay. Okay, up. There we go. Nice. Just gotta get on this platform, and everything will be fine. Hold on. I need to send a quick text to my wife. Let me do this. Okay. Okay. Cool. Ooh, what are we doing? We go to the left. Okay. It's not an elevator? Ooh, we gotta go way off to the side. Jeez. At least this area is a lot better to explore without these Dumbos in the background. Yeah, you heard me. I said Dumbos. My patience only lasts for so long. Oops. Okay. Give me 1 second. Hey, Missy. Did you just bring down the invisibility cloak? Oh, goodness. You ripped out the hook. Wow. Why did you do that? I don't even know where it is. Oh, goodness. We've got more. We've got more. We can just grab a new one. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. We mostly did it. We got it up and running again. Good enough for now. There we go. Oh wait, no, we gotta turn that music off. That's not thematically appropriate music. Return to menu. No, not return to menu, jeez. We need to go... Oh yeah, we're going all the way over there now. Let's go rest at the root node, and we'll go from there. I love not having to worry about the stupid Furnace Blast anymore. That makes me so happy. Okay, down, 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 down. You guys saw we have 2 skill points too? Oh, hot dog. More slash attacks. I mean, that would be nice. Let's get more talisman damage. It's been feeling like it's kind of lagging behind a little bit. It'd be good to pump that back up. Well, actually, this is kind of okay. There we go. And up. Nice. All right, I think this might be the boss. Maybe. There's a lotus right there. Lovely. Lotus. I call it a... Every time I see it, I think it's a lotus. It's a root node. Root node. You don't have anything to put into the transmutation crucible's injection port. Oh. We're gonna poison him? No. We for sure want to put something not friendly to him. We don't want to just wake him up. We want to make him weaker. Is that a snake person? Ugh. There are 2 variants of this fight. Okay. The Haoshian sphere spans 9,000 li with 3 extreme-range rhizomatic cannons. At the close of the Turbulent Era, Jaetong led the J Kingdom to build the Haoshian sphere, a massive satellite powered by countless rhizomatic columns capable of destroying any nation on Peng Lai. Perfect. It's a little Death Star. Many outstanding scientists were lured into working on this weaponized space station as it was initially touted as a scientific satellite to be used for extraterrestrial research. Jaetong's ambition to unify Peng Lai was thwarted by the Fengshi Guild, and the sphere was never completed. Okay. Sword of J, Solarian artifact that can be gifted to Shanshan. The J clan's ancestral sword. Custom-made defensive swords are an important part of J culture. The sword's form and complexity reflects its owner's identity and status. Okay. Yeah, so we definitely want whatever goes in there, right? And that's where we pick up his soul seal, so we don't need to be going over there. Okay. Maybe if we go back to base, maybe someone will have something for us. advanced component for 13 total. I think that's going to be enough for anything. Yeah, we need 18 for the next poison. This is a family-friendly game. Excuse you. Yeah, I don't know that I want to necessarily buy any of these. I mean, getting an extra Thunderbuster up would be good. It's super important. Ah, sure, why not? Thunderbuster. Ooh, Thunderbuster X. Cool. And I think we have another chip to hand off. There's a kid's drawing, so it's probably okay. Dude, have you been on the internet? Kids' drawings are not okay. Thank you, good sirs. Good deeds, great fortune, long life. Now you're just spiting me. Good sir, great advancement, long life, big happy family, Phil's home. Okay. How are we looking? We've got all this map data. 1 second. Okay. You'd probably continue exploring the previous factory areas. Okay. Yeah, I wonder what we haven't really explored yet. I mean, there's definitely some sort of item we're supposed to put in there before waking him up, right? We're missing one item, and honestly, I don't know what this iconography down here really means. Let me get my chair out of the way. Treasure chest maybe is the middle one, and then secrets is the magnifying glass? I don't know, and I don't really know how secrets are quantified in this game, how they're defined, but okay. Okay. Magnifying glass seems to be lore items. things. Okay. Machine room we could explore? We haven't really been back there in a while. Treasure chest icon indicates treasure chest, excluding some Jin-only treasure chest. And by the treasure chest icon, you mean the bag? The bag? And then I'm not sure what the hat is. Mini boss? Is it maybe mini boss? The bag one, yeah. Okay. The hat means mini boss. Okay, cool. Right on. Thank you. So we've got that obvious space to go into right there. And then up there. Okay, hey, we got some targets. That's 2 unexplored spaces, 2 unclaimed treasure chests. How do I get up there? Huh. Is there a hacking thing I'm supposed to be grabbing? There's a Tao fruit right there. Locked door. There's a hacking port on the other side of there. So even if we were able to get up there, we couldn't get through that door. That's good to know. Okay, so let's try and make it over there. I really should be leveraging the nymph door. Jeez, I knew I was missing that one. Come on. There we go. Come on, come shoot me again. Okay. All right. Hey, that could have been a lot harder. Whoa, that's doing a lot of damage nowadays. Jeez, that almost one-shot the elite. Greater Tao fruit? Yeah, man. Now, what exactly does that do for me? I know it increases my damage, but it also does something else. Skill points. Yeah, we have 2 skill points now, so it's a free level up. That's awesome. Let's go check out that upper left area and see what we can grab. Whew, the game was being very generous there. That was a very generous allowing me to count that. Ugh. Its generosity is not boundless, though. So we need to make it up here. But how? Got this guy. So how do we get on the other side of the wall? Ah, down below. Okay. Ah, and this is why. Okay. The treasure chest puppy. Is it a treasure chest? I think I've only beaten one of them. Go. Nice. No more shields. Oh, that good. Oh, I'm sorry, little guy. Did that surprise you? Oh. Did he just... Is he gone? Do I need to, like, go rest in order to bring him back? All right. If I leave you alone, will you come back? There's a time limit. Okay. Well, live and you learn. Try it again. Down, okay. There we go. And we can level up here too. See, everything's fine. Let's go ahead and get full control. So is that a new type of talisman? It is. Okay, that's something that was not clear to me until I bought the first talisman. Was that these are not like passive upgrades, they are determining how you do it. Okay. So I guess full control just lets me do much bigger explosions, because the original one... What was that? Okay. I have to let go. Okay. Okay. So the base one, you just charge it until it's all done, and it will use as much as it can up to 3. And this one lets you choose how many, but you have to, like, let go. Okay. Got it. All I gotta say is it better be quite a bit stronger in order to make that worth it, because the amount of time, or brain cycles that it requires to go through all that is not insignificant. It'll be stronger. Good. All right, let's try this again. Arrows. Yeah, that'll do the trick. That was so well timed. My bow wins. Advanced components. Bummer. Okay, so that's everything in this area. We've gotten everything in the prison. Hydrate, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Everything in the mines. We're missing one item in the Factory Great Hall, and an item and a lore item in the production area. Okay. Well, I mean, we're definitely narrowing this down. That is for sure. Just double checking my directions real quick. We're gonna go back to the pavilion, and then we'll just warp into where we want to go. and teleport. Okay. By the way, thank you all for being here and for contributing your wonderful thoughts. Thank you, Warren Lynn, for all of the tips. Makes the experience a lot more palatable. So thank you to all of you for making this such a wonderful time. So we can go up. Yeah, I think that's the answer. We need to go up, which means we probably need to be coming down from the elevator over there and jumping over. That's probably what it is. We're not spoiling you too much? No, not at all. I mean, you've been very what's the right word? Not reticent, but judicious with your spoilers that you've given. I haven't felt any moments where it's been like an aw. I'm pretty accepting of kind backseat gaming in general. If someone says, "Bro, you just got a parry," then I'm not gonna have a great time. But if it's well intentioned and nice, absolutely. So that's the elevator I think we want to get on, or maybe that one. Probably that one. And there's one more item and one more lore item, which probably means a Tau fruit and a corresponding log entry. Down, over. There we go. That's exactly where we wanted to be. There's a chain. Okay. We're already up to 1,300. My goodness. Guess I should have probably only used one there. That's okay. Dude deserved to die. He was horrible. Wasn't even a real person. He was just genetically engineered. Correct. Oh, that's actually kind of ideal. Okay. Everything's fine. There we go. Okay, heal. Direct. And over here. Stay away from me and my family. Okay. Whew. All right, we're up above. We can drop down into the furnace area now if we wanted. But I don't think we need to. Oh, that's so cool. The little magnet. Oh, that's so good. Okay. Well, I mean, we got up there. Like, now what? I didn't find any treasure chests up there. Oh, was I supposed to drop down? We did get a shortcut unlocked, right? That'll take us to there. We might as well rest up. There's a shortcut. Okay. Yeah, there is that, right? let's go into that in just a sec. There we go. That's the last chest, right? It's not the last chest. Well, I think the only place I have left to go that's kind of obvious is that elevator. Okay. Wonderful. Good job, elevator. You did your job. So what am I missing? So I explore this bottom left area. Yeesh. This area seems to be great for farming gin. I'd suggest exploring the bottom level rooms, though. The bottom level rooms. We do have ads, and then after the ads, we're going to dive into an interview with Sundown that we've been... Aha, there we go. Basic component. Okay. Is that the chest? Well, there it is. Great. Thanks for the tip. And what a great time to jump into those ads and then jump into that interview. We're going to go into a little bit longer of an ad while Sundown and I kind of get on a call and figure out how we're gonna make sure the audio levels are all correct and everything, and then we will be back. After that interview with Sundown, we're gonna finish with another hour probably of this. So it's gonna be a great time. We're gonna maybe we'll actually find that item we were supposed to find. Give. I have no suit. I've got the fertilizer. What are you talking about? Oh, the fertilizer. Okay. I mean, it's got to be used for that plant, right? We're at ads. We'll be back. Just grab some poison real quick. All right. Okay, welcome in, everyone. I am super excited to be here today. We've got our special guest, Sundown, in the house. Thank you, Sundown, for joining us. Welcome on in. Yay, Sundown!
Hey, how are you?
For those who are unaware, Sundown recently launched a title he's been working on for how long have you been working for? Working on the Feathered Serpent.
Yeah, I've been working on it 3.5 years. Just a
Three and a
little
half
over.
years. My goodness. So, chat says hi.
Hi, chat.
So there's a link to the Feathered Serpent. You could see his handiwork. It passed a successful Kickstarter. It's been streamed, not for the whole 3.5 years, right? Just the past year?
Yeah, it's been like on. I just streamed it the past like 8 months. Yeah, so I guess yeah,
Past 8 months,
roughly the
yeah.
past year.
Okay. So, Sundown, I was wondering if you could kind of give us a quick little view into who you are, what drove you to game development, what was your upbringing. Give us a little bit of the background of who is Sundown.
Yeah. Okay. So hi, I'm Matt. Uh, and I grew up loving video games, but I sucked at playing them. And also, video games back in the day were hard. Okay, I'm a
It's
little
true.
older than I look.
Goblin's
I'm
Quest? Oh
hoping
my
that.
goodness. Ghosts and Goblins, rather? Oof.
Yeah, well, like a lot of those SNES games, they're just brutal. Like a lot of them don't even
Mm-hmm.
have like good save systems, so
Mm-hmm.
you just replay it a billion times. So I I would always have my brothers like play games. I'd always want to watch them. It's like the OG Twitch streams, just watching your oldest siblings play. And I remember we would always go to GameStop, and there was always this game in a special glass container because you're not allowed to grab it as a kid, and it was Turok because it was rated M.
For mature, yeah.
Yeah, and back then, mature games like that was a big deal for everyone back in the day. I played Turok recently. Game it would be rated T nowadays. Absolutely.
Yeah, why was it rated M? Is it just blood?
For blood. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Yep. They're like, oh, you can shoot people in that game? M. All right.
Different
So,
times, you know?
yeah. So, anyways, long story short, the thing that got me into game dev was I wanted Turok so bad, but that was not happening in my Christian household. Not a thing. So my parents told me no, shut me down, and I was like passive aggressive with it. I like for Christmas one year, like, what do you want for Christmas? I wrote down only Turok. I mailed that letter to Santa, and they couldn't get it for me. They couldn't get it for me.
Oh
And
my
I remember
gosh.
that Christmas, I would like whatever. I'm happy, but I'm such a freaking brat. I'm like I didn't get Turok. So then I was like, well, I went to my computer, my family's computer, and I typed in GameMaker, and I just was like, if you're not
Oh.
gonna buy me the game, I'm gonna have to make it.
You literally Googled Game Maker?
I literally Googled GameMaker, and it brought up GameMaker version 6.0 from Yo-Yo Games.
Did you know the engine existed at that point, or?
No, I just typed in.
Oh,
I was like,
wow.
I want to make games, so I need to find a game maker.
There you go. That's knowing your target audience, right? It's just
Yeah.
naming. Holy cannoli. Wow.
Yeah, and the rest is history, dude. That was when I was 8 years old. So I've been making little
8?
dingy, just
Oh,
scrappy
man.
game projects since I was 8.
And you your little stinky dink game projects, as you refer to them, they range from programmed games to animations to
Mhm.
videos, right? I mean, you've got I believe you were showing on your stream stuff that you did on like one of the early YouTube videos, right? Like what, over a
Mhm.
decade ago you've been throwing stuff up on there?
Yeah, there's a channel that I wish I could take down, but I don't have the password.
Oh,
Uh,
brutal.
but it's yeah, part of game development is when I went into GameMaker, I realized really quick that to make a game, you need to be good at drawing, and well, you need to draw, you need to animate, you need to like there's just way more that goes into a game. And so that it kind of branched out into all these other projects. Also, sorry everyone, especially in chat. That's my bird freaking out in the background. If you hear him.
Crumb.
Yeah, so it was just really natural. Like you get into game development, you realize that you need a skill set to make games. And so then I just branched out into like animations and art and all sorts of that stuff.
And did you go to school? Did you take any classes or anything for any of this? Any art or programming classes or?
Yeah, dude, I consistently got C's in all my art classes. So
Well, now you just got to go hand that game in to your computer to your old
I
teachers and
know,
say, "Could I
right?
get extra credit, please?"
Yeah. And then yeah, fast forwarding to modern day, like I went to I went to the University of Utah's game development program because it was like one of
Oh
the most
wow.
revered in the nation. They were like on the forefront.
Huh.
And I remember I was super stoked about that. And then I go to my first class, and the teacher, like the homework is he throws up like a 4-hour YouTube video on how to make a platformer in Unity. And I was like, are you freaking kidding me? Like I've been doing that my whole life. I did that when I was 8 years old. I thought the whole point of this class was like, aren't you gonna teach me? That was literally the homework. It's like, here's 50 questions, watch the 4-hour video
Oh my
on
goodness.
YouTube and paste in like, and the questions were dumb. It's like, what does he say about this, like the specific word? I'm like, dude, I'm not doing this. So I
Really
actually
helpful
failed my game
for
design class.
you failed it.
Yeah. Oh, so I'm jumping the gun. I'm sorry. The class had all these dumb assignments, and then they put you on a team, and then you have to make a game, like a project.
Okay.
And so I get put with these people. One of them wants to be a programmer. One of them wants to be the artist. One of them wants to be the musician. And so then they're like, "What do you want to do?" I'm like, "I don't know. Like, I guess level development. I don't know what is freaking left." Like 2 months goes by in the class. I'm not exaggerating. They've got like nothing done. It's like the
Yeah.
worst thing I've ever seen. Which I don't like tearing people down, but like, it was nothing. I remember
Classic
looking at
group
it and going like,
project.
"Guys, 2 months?" Um, and so I just for fun, I went home and downloaded the newest version of GameMaker. I hadn't messed with it in a while, and I tried to recreate what they had done, and I did it better in 8 hours. And I just
Mm.
took it to class and showed them, and they're like, "Oh man, you should be the programmer. What are we doing?" Anyways, we've all been there. We've all had the class assignments where you do everything. I did like 95% of everything on that project, and it's playable on my itch.io page. It's called Shinigami.
Oh, nice.
Yep, works with a controller. It's a action platformer, and I handed it to my teacher. It was super polished. I did all like the pixel art and everything on it, and
Mhm.
he looked at me and said, "This is one of the most polished and well done games I've ever received in all my years of teaching." I was like, "Yeah, heck
Wow.
yeah, it is." And then in the same breath, he goes, "But I have to fail you because you didn't do the homework." I'm like, "Okay, but the homework was to like watch a tutorial on how to build a game, but I built you the game." So I just don't
That's
mesh with school.
hilarious.
I don't like doing homework in the way that
Yeah.
I'm not a busy work kind of guy.
My
So
goodness. Okay, so you had this experience of just like school for games were not for you. You were kind
yeah,
of already beyond a lot of what they were teaching and didn't feel it was a good usage of your time. Did you leave the program after that?
yeah. I mean, I failed that class, and I mean, I was paying like 3,500 a semester. I was like, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna pay 3,500 a semester to have someone tell me to watch YouTube videos. So yeah, I just never went back, and I don't regret that at all.
There you go.
So
So did you didn't graduate from college? You didn't like swap to a different
no, I'm a
major?
dropout, proud dropout, dude.
Proud dropout.
I the thing is, look, I'm a little more mature now. If you asked me 4 years ago, I would have been like, screw college. College is scam. I have evolved and matured to the point where I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's okay. I'll leave some space in there for maybe it's okay.
Shoot, I'll leave some
I just, for
space.
me personally, it just really doesn't work for me though, which I think is just
Yep.
an important thing for people to realize. Like, I love learning. I'm actually kind of insane. I just don't do well with like homework. I just
Yep.
don't do well with like that form of learning. But, like, I love learning. So,
Yeah. No, I hear you. I mean, the school environment is not for everyone, and I think that's one of the big tragedies of today is people want to get into games and they say, but like I suck in math class, so
me too. I
I'm not
failed
going to
all
be
my
able to
math
do it,
classes.
right? So what was your experience trying to make games? You left that program, and
Mhm.
then how long was it before you started working on the Feathered Serpent?
Hmm. Great question. So I stepped away from school. I actually worked with a team called Broadsword Entertainment. They developed a card game. and I worked with them. I was gonna make them a video game, an indie game, and I made a
Oh.
couple prototypes for them. And I'm just gonna put it out there. My prototypes were literally Vampire Survivors, but 8 years ago, before it came out. That was when I looked like the similarities are uncanny. I can send you guys the link. I have a YouTube video, but like it's a wave-based game. You shoot out stuff. You're in the center, and
Mhm.
when you kill an enemy, it's a blue crystal gem that stays there that you have to go pick up. I'm like, dude, it's actually. Anyways,
Oh,
ran a
dude.
Kickstarter for it. Kickstarter failed.
Ah, ahead of your
Um,
time, man. You were ahead of your time.
I ahead of my time, dude. Anyways, but to answer your question, there's a lot of messiness there of dropping out of college, soul searching. I went and served the mission for my church for a year and a half. And what happened there was COVID happened. The whole world goes crazy. And I came home and I
So
was told I couldn't leave my home.
you
Oh,
were in a
sorry. Yeah,
different
please ask me the
country.
question.
You're,
I was in Mexico.
yeah, you were in Mexico when COVID started,
Hmm.
and
So my
then
church brought me home. They're like, hey,
yeah.
we don't know what's going on, so we're taking everyone home. They
Hmm.
released me. And then I got home and I had an older brother in the medical system, and he just really laid on the fear mongering pretty thick. So I'm stuck at home, can't go anywhere, and I just was like, you know what? I'm gonna make a game. And so what I had done previously, and sorry if I'm rambling,
You're fine. You're
trying to be
fine.
concise. So in the past I've used GameMaker, so I went and Googled GameMaker, and in the past I've always watched Heart Beast's tutorials. I don't know if anyone's familiar with him. He's Heart Beast on YouTube.
Classic.
His name is Benjamin. He always would do GameMaker tutorials. So I'm like, well, I'm gonna go do some of his GameMaker tutorials and get caught up on GameMaker. And when I went to his YouTube channel, there wasn't GameMaker tutorials. There's this thing called, I think it's Godot.
Godot. Yes.
Godot. I'm like, what the heck is this? And I see he was on the forefront of it. He's releasing all these tutorials for it. So I'm like, I'll give it a chance. And the literal first project that I ever made in Godot was the Feathered Serpent, turned into the Feathered Serpent.
The
I didn't
first
even,
project.
Yeah, I didn't even mess around with any other tutorials. I did the one tutorial and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna just, yep.
Wow. So, I mean, you had all this like background, building games and everything, but to say my first thing in Godot that I'm going to build turns into it is pretty impressive. Did you? I gotta ask because I've been going through something similar. How much refactoring did the Feathered Serpent go through in its lifetime?
Oh no, that's a painful question. For shame, dude. So I worked on it for like 5 months, and then I ran a Kickstarter initially that failed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the Feather Serpent had 2 Kickstarters. I got super depressed, and then I just like didn't work on it for like the rest of the year. And then I was like, I'll come back to it. I came back to it, and I didn't know anything about version control. Version control, for those of you who are out there who don't know, you don't want to update your game engine for a project that you've been working on without making sure that update isn't going to break your project. So with Godot, like I was on like version 3.1 or something, and it updated like version 3.4, 3.5, and it just completely broke my game.
Yeah.
I spent like 4 months refactoring code.
4
I also
months.
just wasn't very good at it, but
so you practically started over your timeline at that point.
yeah, but so much of it was just like, I mean, like I didn't know that you could press Control-Shift-F and find every reference to code in your project and then replace it. I just manually had to remember and open up everything, which is also why it took so long.
Yeah.
So like, there's just things like that where I was like, man, I just did not do that the right way.
That's brutal. I know when I've been doing refactoring on the stream, people will always say, "Yeah, that's why you should probably get like an outside code editor because it makes refactoring a lot better." There's all sorts of these bizarre invisible tools that you don't know about when you're just getting started,
Yeah.
right?
For sure, for sure.
Which is why that legend of the 10x programmer exists, right? That a great programmer isn't like 10 times better, they're like 1,000 times better than someone who doesn't, because programming isn't construction. It's not something physical you can observe and see, oh, you know what, I can kind of figure out how they did this. It's all just imaginary. And so it's really hard to learn things
Yeah.
if you don't have someone telling you about it.
Yeah, and I actually owe a huge great deal to Twitch chat. Once I started streaming, I learned so much.
Mm.
Let me tell you. People came in and they're like, "What the freak are you doing?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Clearly, I don't know. Do you want to tell me?" So, like,
Okay.
oh, for example, I didn't know what arrays were for the first 2 years of the Feathered Serpent's development,
Wow.
or dictionaries.
And that's crazy because you've built stuff in the past, right? Like you
Mm-hmm.
knew your way around some code. I mean, you did that whole
Yep.
project at the university that wowed your professor, and you didn't know what an array was at that point.
Mm-mm. Yeah, no, that I mean, you think that would come up in your introduction to video game design course, but
So, I mean, that's fascinating to me because, by the way, we have people in chat saying they still don't know dictionaries, so that's okay. People with published games, mind you, and I think that's really cool to surface that you don't have to be a programming savant in order to make something.
mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you don't have to be. You really don't have to. You don't have to know math. You don't have to be like the vast majority of the Feathered Serpent is if-else statements, which is not good, but like it works. And then also like I just had someone in my chat today say, "Wow, your game is like less than half a gig. It's like super super small."
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, I I do. This is one thing that I really want to instill in people is it's good to write good code. Sometimes it's better to just get it done. Like, what is my priority right here to learn code and to write good code, or is my priority to ship a game?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
my priority has been to ship a game. So like someone can come in and be like, there's a better way to write this, but then I have to take the 30 minutes to try and understand what they're saying and then put it into my code and then to make sure it doesn't break anything.
Yeah.
When instead I can just spend 5 minutes and do it the super cheap hacky way and then like be on my way and it works. So that's one thing that I did a lot. And I don't know, there's just a time and place for it. There's a time and place for I'm gonna learn, and that's the point of this. Or then there's the time and place for I appreciate the thought, but I'm gonna do it this way. Even today I was patching stuff out and people are like, why are you writing if else statements? I'm like, because it's gonna fix it. I'm not going to sit here and try and refactor my whole code base to not use if else statements. Like that can be for my next game, dude. Like I'm not going to suddenly implement a switch case structure and reformat this whole NPC's dialogue just because you don't like the fact that I wrote 10 if else statements.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
No, I mean, I think there's a powerful lesson in there for work with the tools that you have, build a system that can accommodate that. Like, don't try and build some AAA masterpiece, right? Like, Feathered Serpent at its core is a fairly straightforward game. It's not, 3D, it's not multiplayer, it's not, all these different things, but it takes very full advantage of the skill set that you had available, and you got it released. So I mean, incredible, congratulations. I think that's incredibly inspiring for all of us. Before we kind of get a little bit more to that, I do want to talk a little bit more about the journey that led to here, if that's okay. Like you mentioned that you had an initial Kickstarter that failed, and that you got really depressed. What was that moment like when it failed and you were reaching that low?
it just feels bad because how do I word this? Sorry.
Please,
It's a great question.
take your time.
You got me thinking.
Yeah, take your time.
So I guess to answer it, I felt discouraged because I incorrectly thought that because my game is better than other people's games that I've seen, it deserves to succeed. And that's just not the case at all. I've seen Kickstarters for games that look 10 times better than the Feathered Serpent. Genuinely, the idea is great. I'm looking at it and then I'm floored. And it's like Kickstarter project failed. They got less than $1,000 of funding. It is not. And then I like all the time when I launched my Kickstarter, I would look at other projects and like I would see like there's another platformer. It has like this penguin platformer and it looked so brain dead. And I'm like, what the heck? Like it's so simple and the art wasn't very good and like the mechanics aren't very riveting. It's just a platformer with a penguin and it's less than 3 areas. And it's like, oh yeah, $24,000 in funding. And I'm
Oh
like,
my goodness.
excuse me? So then I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, well I should get money.
Yeah.
So it just felt bad. And actually what made it feel worse was all my friends and family poured like very generous donations into it, like between $500 and $1,000. And then that was like, so it looked like it got like a couple $1,000, but it's like all of that was just family and friends. And that made it even worse because it's like, I can't even get real, in a sense, real people interested in my game. Like it's all family and friends who are just super kind.
Yeah. So how did you go from there to then picking the development up again, getting to that successful Kickstarter, pushing through, getting it launched? Like, what was that in between time?
To be brutally honest, I went and worked at a factory job. I did the same thing 600 times a day. I managed machines. Maybe I have a little thing here. Oh, I don't. I created diamond drill bits. I would create like 600 of them a day, and it was just mind numbing. And working at a factory job was so soul draining. Like, and on top of that, I definitely have like, I'm definitely very abrasive and I can be very argumentative. And I think I skew more towards being like disagreeable and angry. And that job just flared it up. I was like not a nice person. I was really angry. So I worked there for a year because I got married. I'm like, I have to get money. I have to provide.
Right.
So I got a job at the factory. And then after a year at the factory, I just was like, I cannot. I was like, I just can't, like, this is not healthy for me. And so started going to therapy, quit the job.
Nice.
And I went back to the Feathered Serpent and worked on it for a little bit. It's messy. It's not necessarily so that happened. I worked on it for a bit.
So
it didn't work out. I went back to a different job for like another year. I don't know.
Oh my
And then I
goodness.
came back to it and did a Kickstarter and it worked. So
what do you feel is what kept drawing you back?
I just can't not make games. I've been doing it my whole life. Literally at the factory, I would sometimes have 20-second intervals in between making a part. It's like I did my job really fast. I wait there for 10 seconds while the person is trying to finish up their thing to hand me the part because it's a factory line.
Yeah.
And I had a little factory notepad. This is literally a page from the factory. These are cards for a card game. I would write down ideas for card games and board games and video games. I have like 12 video game ideas. So even at the factory, I'm working there, and in the 20 seconds in between a part, I would draw a square and write down an idea, and then I'm making the part and I'm thinking about what else, and I would just be thinking about game projects. So I don't think that's something I can ever get away from.
Wow.
It just comes out.
So it sounds like you just kind of had this low mental energy state to kind of rest from things and then return back to that internal drive. So in a sense, it almost sounds like a factory job was really healthy, almost like working at the patent office, right? Type sort of an idea from Einstein.
Yeah. I don't think I would frame it myself as like I take a break and come back. I think what happens is like when I'm working on games, it feels like I'm taking the break. Like I feel rejuvenated and happy and good when I'm working on games. When I'm working on something else, it's kind of like this building pressure that's like it's gonna boil over. Like
Oh my goodness. I gosh, there's so many things I want to dive into here, and we just do not have the time.
Yeah,
Um,
it's all good.
but so okay, so super fascinating. Thank you for these answers. They're absolutely enlightening for me, and I'm seeing people in chat, empathizing and getting inspired. So thank you.
Hmm.
Um, I wonder if we can flash forward here
Let's do
to
it.
your successful Kickstarter. What
Hmm.
do you feel the difference was between that successful Kickstarter and the previous Kickstarter?
Twitch chat. It's literally Twitch. Twitch saved my game. I'm dead
Hmm.
serious. My community over on Twitch, I started streaming, and like I remember I was streaming like 2 or 3 people. I had a couple people that had found me and were watching me, but I was only pulling 2 or 3 viewers.
Mm-hmm.
And then, do any of you know the game Braid by
Yeah.
Jonathan Blow?
Classic.
Well, he decided to raid me one day, and I'm sitting
What?
there. Yeah,
Jonathan
I'm
Blow
sitting
just
there with
rated
two
you
or
when you
three.
had 2
Uh huh.
viewers?
I hope one day I get the chance. I tweeted at him. I said thank you, but I really hope one day I get the chance to sit down and like properly thank him because like he literally changed my life, and it's
Huh.
crazy to think that like one person has that much power. And
Yeah.
I've always tried to remember that. So like I love raiding people because I'm like, dude, one raid literally made the difference for me. And like
Wow.
I had so many messages on Kickstarter too. Like, I found you from Jonathan Blow's raid. Here's $100. And I'm like, holy crap. Like his I'm serious, like he blew me up.
Wow.
So I think
That,
his raid was like 946 people or something by the time he raided me. It was a
what?
ton. And then obviously people see that I'm #1 at the streaming category. I held on to those views for like 5 hours. And so,
Whoa.
yeah, I mean, he did that right like a month before my Kickstarter. And I don't think I would have had a successful Kickstarter without that visibility.
Oh my gosh. I had no
Hmm.
idea. Because when I
Hmm.
first happened upon your channel, you had like 30 average viewers, it seemed like. Uh,
Yeah.
huh. That's
Yeah.
fascinating. I had no clue.
Yeah. And I mean, it's luck. Like I'm totally comfortable. I'm not like prideful. Like I think I have a great project. I think I have a great game. I think I have $1 million game. I really do. It's
Hmm.
fun. Like I just put out a patch that makes it way more fun. But like it's a large part of what like life is and what making games is there's luck. And like yeah, like he could have clicked on anyone to raid.
Yeah.
But it's like it's the same like I think I'm a really good streamer. Like I
Hmm.
do.
Yeah.
But like you can be a really good streamer and sit at 2 viewers for years.
Absolutely. Some
Um
of the most popular streamers in the world went through exactly that.
yeah. So yeah, I just owe a lot to Jonathan Blow
Hmm.
for that raid because that really took me from it just picked me up out of the
Wow.
yeah.
That's fascinating. Oh my goodness. So
Hmm.
inspiring. I mean, it's inspiring from Jonathan Blow's perspective that like he was willing to take that chance, right? And when you get pretty big, you're kind of judicious about that raid feature because you never know where you're going to go. Because I was in Falonier's chat a little while ago, and he said I took part in a raid and we jumped in, and the first thing the streamer said was, "Hi chat, we're talking about eugenics," and that was it. It was like, oh boy, that's
Oh
not
no.
a great not
Yeah.
a
Wow.
great thing. And so that's really phenomenal of him to do that. Incredibly well
Mhm.
done on being able to retain people because that's difficult. I mean, you're right, it is luck. He could have clicked on anyone, but as well, you were able to maintain and to capitalize on that and grow from it and to generate that support from a bunch of random people across the globe on the internet. So that's
Mhm.
phenomenal. Okay, we've gone well past half our time before even talking about launch. And I know you had a lot of thoughts you
Yeah,
wanted
it's
to
all
bring
good.
up about launch.
Yeah, I can rapid fire 'em. It's gonna take too long, so
Okay, let's do that, and I'll take notes about anything we need to dive in. And if chat wants to dive in on anything specific as well, let me know. I'll be reading and bringing stuff up because I know we have a couple of people here that are launching or about to launch. So if you have any follow up questions
awesome.
for Matt, shout them out.
Okay. I think I'll start. I had a couple things that I really wanted to talk to game developers about.
Mhm.
I'll start with just the Steam stuff. Okay. And this is stuff that I'm sure you can figure out, but just I wish someone had told me and I didn't figure it out myself.
Mhm.
So, uh, first thing is just deciding when to release your game. Okay. I've looked into a lot of Chris Zukowski. He's like the most famous video game marketer. He has his own Discord, How to Market a Game. He has the website howtomarketatgame.com. He, after listening to a lot of interviews with him and looking into stuff, you do not launch your game during a sale event. So that's autumn sale, winter sale, summer sale. You do not launch your game.
Mm-hmm.
It will negatively affect your game because people are spending their money on games that they've had on their wish lists.
Yeah.
They're going to be playing those games and you will get, forgotten. They're not looking for new games. They're looking to purchase games that have already released.
Right. Yeah.
The other thing, and so, I mean, Steam summer sales up in like a couple weeks. So I was definitely, well, I also did it during the Steam Next Fest, which was super stupid. You don't want to do it during Next Fests, like for a couple reasons. My game got lost in the hundreds of indie game demos that come up. People don't want to play new releases. They're looking at demos during the Steam Next Fest. The other thing that I wish I would have taken into consideration was, because I was like, whatever, it's not a big deal. But anyone that I was going to reach out to, I can't reach out to anymore because they're all covering Steam Next Fest.
Yeah.
Every small streamer, every YouTube channel, they're not looking to cover new indie game releases. They're looking to cover all the Next Fest stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's just better for them content-wise. So I can't, even if I wanted to, I couldn't get anyone to cover my game.
Mm-hmm.
So it's important. That's one thing that you need to look into. Do not launch during an event because it will negatively affect your game in marketing wise, in sales wise. Like that's something that I didn't necessarily take too seriously that you need to be planning. And please interrupt me at any point if there's anything that you want to say.
One thing I want to bring up though is you launched during Next Fest, not totally according to your own wishes, right? That was not plan A.
Yeah. You know what? We can actually get in that too. I mean, I have it all written down here, but I can jump around. So, yeah, Steam on their thing, you have to you set up your whole store page, and you go watch YouTube videos for that. That's fine, but you submit it for review, and Steam says 2 to 3 days that they'll get back to you, and that on the off chance that something goes wrong, you should plan for 5 days so that you can then message them if something gets wrong or fix whatever was wrong with your Steam page. And then they say they give you the timeline of 5 days. You should take 10 days. Okay. Steam didn't get back to me for 4 days, not 2 to 3 days, 4 days. And then when I responded to what they fixed, it took them another 3 days. So it wasn't this like 5 days and you're good. You should definitely give them a whole week, like, or more. Sorry, business days too, not weekends. Like, that's like 2 weeks, dude, that you need to give Steam. You should just plan around that. I wish I did. I didn't. It delayed the launch of my game. That's a problem. Which then I ended up launching during an event, which sucked, rather than right before an event.
And you didn't want to postpone even longer because you had made some promises to your Kickstarter backers who had already kicked in funding, and it created a tough situation for you. You had to make some hard calls. Yeah,
and if I had postponed longer, like I would have been launching in like August or September, like, because I would have had to wait out Steam Summer Sale. Like, I don't know, like it just would have been like, I either launch it now or I launch it like months later. And I just was like, part of me was like, I just don't want to. I'm having a kid in 4 weeks. I don't want to have to launch it months later. I want to launch it before I have a kid and deal with everything while I don't have that responsibility. So,
yeah, absolutely. No, that makes perfect sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you ran through that struggle. What else have you got for us?
All right. When you are requesting Steam keys, if you do choose to do a Kickstarter, or if you're trying to get keys for people that play your game, you want to give them out, and you're launching, you should give those out on launch day. I did not know that. So on itch.io, you request keys, it's the day of. Like, it's literally the second you request them, they give you the keys. But Steam manually reviews them, and they say 1 to 2 days. But I've already gone over the stupid 1 to 2 day rule with Steam. I'm sure most of the time they're on it, but it's just probably during events. Like, they're probably just super busy.
Yeah.
So, like, I think I probably just got, like, bad luck in that regards, but like, yeah, like I requested Steam keys for all my Kickstarter backers, and they just didn't come for like 2.5 days. I think it was 2 days and like 12 hours. And I'm like, dang, dude, my game has been out for 2.5 days, and like all the people who supported my game can't play the game.
Oh my goodness.
Or if they did, they just had to buy the game, and then I just sent them money back or whatever, you know.
It's like you were running a board game Kickstarter over there.
It is bad.
That's
so request your keys in advance. Also, in regards to handing out keys.
Yeah.
Even with a small release like mine, I still got plenty of emails of people asking for keys. Do not give them your keys. And it's if you want, you can be like me. I had fun with it. You can go and you can check. They're like, I want to stream your game, and you can click on their channel, and they haven't streamed in 7 years. Or they're like, I'm this YouTuber, and you check the emails and they don't match up.
Oh my goodness.
And then I write them emails, and I'm like, yeah, probably not, and I make fun of them or whatever because I don't know. It brought me some joy. But yeah, don't. Almost every single one of them is going to be. They're just trying to resell your keys.
Yeah.
Including on Steam's. So when you launch a game, they have a little panel that says send your game to curators. It goes through Steam.
Yeah.
The vast majority of the curators as well are also just trying to take your keys and resell them. So you need to be careful, even on Steam's own curator page. That's something that I had to figure out myself that I wish people knew. Okay, another thing that's super important for indie devs launching your game. If you do launch your game, I've already said be really aware of when events are happening, but you need to be particularly aware because it's not only important to not launch during an event, but you need a 30-day window separate from when your launch discount stops, because Steam will not let you discount your game again within 30 days of discounting it. So with Steam's summer sale, I cannot discount my game because I launched my game and they said, hey, you don't qualify. We're not going to let you discount your game again that fast. I didn't know that. That screws me over because Steam Summer Sale is a huge selling point for games. I can't really, like, no one's going to buy a game that's not on sale. They just won't. Like, psychologically, every game around them is 25 to 50% off. And then my indie game's there. You're not buying my indie game.
Yeah.
So,
oh my goodness.
Yeah, you need to, that's one thing that, like, you need to keep in mind too, is discounting your game. There's a 30-day window. Also, when you launch your game, my wish lists more than doubled. They almost tripled, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I felt really bad about my wish lists. But just launching the game, I get so many wish lists now. So I know
trend has
that there's
continued
numbers
after
out there.
launch?
Like people say you need 50,000 wish lists or 7,000. And I just felt like crap because I had 800. And now I'm up in the thousands. So I don't know.
So you saw a big spike on launch. Has that trend continued since launch?
Of wish lists?
Yeah.
So a huge spike on launch, and now it's anywhere from like 20 to 100 a day, which before I was getting 0 a day and maybe 1 to 2 a week. Like,
wow.
And I got 800 wish lists over 3.5 years. Like,
and you haven't been like doing a big marketing push or anything. It's just been organic through Steam.
Yep. So don't feel bad if your game doesn't have a lot of wish lists, because I really think Steam puts in like the work to push it to people. So.
That's fascinating. Okay.
So yeah, that was something that I didn't know. That was cool. Yeah. And I mean, those wish lists are people wanting to buy the game when it goes on sale. So they're probably not going to buy it during Steam Summer Sale, but come this fall or this winter for winter sale, I'm probably going to make a lot of money off of all those wish lists because they're just waiting for the game to go on sale.
Wow.
Okay, so that's something I felt like was really important. And if we don't have time, I can stop at any point. But
sure, we got a couple more minutes.
These are like the most important things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, if you plan on doing a Kickstarter or giving out codes to friends and family, you need to know that your reviews don't count.
Yeah.
And I wish I knew that.
No one told me that. One.
And that's huge because reviews on Steam are actually the #1 most reliable predictor of success alone as a standalone. Obviously, if you take into account like 8 different measurable metrics, you're going to get a better result of how good your game's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
But out of all the metrics, if I just wanted to focus on one, the most accurate predictor, standalone, is reviews for your game. And so the fact that reviews don't count if it's from a key sucks, because my Kickstarter had over 100 people who wanted support, expressed support in my game.
Yeah.
None of their reviews matter to Steam. They matter to me. I care about you guys. But none of them matter to Steam. And that's a problem. That's a huge problem, because like that's like my main player base. Like my most supportive people no longer can contribute to the game. Anyway, so that's just something I wish I knew. For that reason, I actually think I'm going to stay away from crowdfunding, because that really sucks. Now, why does that suck? Because Steam, after 10 reviews, your game doesn't show up without having reviews. Once you hit 10 reviews, Steam starts putting your game into the discovery queue.
Mm-hmm.
Discovery queue is, oh, you like The Binding of Isaac? Then you'll like The Feathered Serpent. Like, it puts you at, that's why I got so many wish lists, I think, is because I ended up in people's discovery queues because I passed 10 reviews. The next big number you need to focus on is 50, because 50 reviews takes your game from positive to very positive, and very positive games sell better.
So wait, hold on. So if you have pure positive reviews at 49 reviews, you don't get very positive.
Nope.
They withhold it. Wow.
You need and a negative review at 49 positive reviews will push you to very positive. It's just hitting 50 reviews. They don't give you that. You have to be above 75% positive reviews, and there needs to be 50 total reviews.
Wow.
But that's another huge statistical push for you, because if you hit over 50 within your first few days, you're likely to appear on New and Trending.
Oh.
So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's so many little things like this where I'm like, dang, dude, I really wish that, like, it's really good things to know. And, like, you need to be aware of them and push for them when you make your game and launch your game.
My goodness.
Discovery queue is the biggest, though. You need 10 reviews by your first day. Like, that's huge.
Now, we have a question in chat, if I can ask it real quick. And I believe this is correct, but, you know, you're in the system a little bit more than I am. Slow Run Tatas on YouTube says, I heard Steam only sends a reminder for people when a game is discounted when it's on at least a 20% discount. Is that true?
Yeah. Yep.
So 20%. And what was your launch discount? Was it 15 or?
Okay, game devs, think about your game. Send it out to everyone you know. Ask them how much they would pay for it. You think to yourself how much you would be okay selling it for. And then add 25% to it of money, and then release your game and put it at 25% off. So that you get exactly what you wanted for your game, but everyone thinks that they're paying at a discounted price. I genuinely think my game is worth $15. So I listed it as $20 and I put it on sale for 25% off.
And
anyways, that's I don't know if that answered your question. Sorry, but that's
Yeah, I think so. So having launched, you've been going through all this review stuff, trying to reach out to backers and saying, hey, you know, these keys are important, and reviews, and trying to work through all that. Now that the dust has kind of settled a little bit after this, what's your plan for moving forward?
My plan moving forward is what I wish I would have done at the very beginning. But I've heard a lot of game developers say this after releasing a big project. You need to make small projects. You need to finish them and release them.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna practice what I preach, because in all honesty, and this is with every creative medium, this is with YouTube videos, this is with movies, this is with books, this is with games. Like, my game will continue to make me money probably for the next couple years, right? Next 5 to 10 years. It's going to be a consistent source of income. How much better would it have been if I had released 2 games a year over the past 3.5 years, and I had 7 games out right now, each making me money? That is just so much more helpful for trying to do game dev full time than anything else. And that's how indie developers make a living, is by making small games and having a ton of them. Hi, Nameless. We're doing an interview.
And how did you? If you released those 7 games, you would have been 6 more times through the Steam release cycle, and all that knowledge gain you would have had
Yep.
by now,
That's the
right?
thing. It's like, yeah, if you do a big game and you mess it up and you mess up the launch like me, then like, oh man, this is my big game. I screwed it up. But like if I did that with my first small game, it's like, oh man, okay, it only took me 3 months.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
oh my
totally
goodness.
way more worth it to do that rather than have your big game that you spent all these years working on.
Yeah.
And then you messed up because you just didn't know. So yeah, it's moving forward. The plan moving forward is I want to work with other people. Indie dev solo dev is fun, but
And possible.
working with other people is way more fulfilling.
Well, and you get to accomplish so much more.
Yeah.
It's the old
And-
African proverb, right? If you want to go far, go together. If you want to go fast, go alone, right?
Yeah. Yep. And I think my schooling incident, working on that team, really put a sour taste in my mouth working with other people.
Yeah.
And so that's why I did this whole project pretty much by myself. But I've gotten to know so many amazing game developers on Twitch, and I've gotten to know so many awesome people. And I had people help me towards the end on the game, and it's just so much better when you have other passionate people working with you. It is just, it's so much better than working by yourself. Is that it?
We've got a couple
we
of
gotta wrap it up?
questions, if we could.
Let's do it.
Okay. So, in the chat, one person asked, if I gift the game to a friend and they write a review, does that count as a review or not?
It does.
It does count as a review. Okay. And then someone else is asking, how many playtesters did you have during the development?
I think it was well over 50 people took the option on Kickstarter to be a beta tester. But how many of those people actually followed through was like less than 10.
Oh, wow.
I did not have a lot of testers. The testers I did have were awesome, and they played the game religiously almost every day and would update me with bugs. But, yeah, they're just, yeah, I just didn't. Testers are important. I had testers, but it was only around 10.
So that's probably another important thing to keep in mind is how do you solicit enough to get the volume of testers to make the best quality product you can? Oh my goodness. One last question is, do you have someone in mind who you want to work with already?
Yeah, Joe. He lives a couple blocks away from me.
You gotta shoot higher, man. You gotta aim for like Aramis or something. You gotta go higher. Go get Foolbox or.
No, I've reached out to a couple people already.
Nice.
One other solo indie dev, and we're gonna be working on a project, and then one indie dev team that I want to help out. But nothing too crazy. So yeah, really rapid fire.
Sure.
Because you said you have some people doing their Steam pages. Take the time. It'll take you a day. Translate your game into the top 10 most popular languages on Steam. I believe it's Chinese, Russian, Portuguese, Spanish, French. Translate your game page, not your game page, because your game page does not appear in those countries unless it's translated for a lot of those people. So, and a lot of those people speak English. Your page just doesn't show up unless it is also translated into Russian or Chinese. But most of the time those people speak English, so they'll play and buy your game. You need to do that. It'll double your sales.
Wow.
Also, two last things here I had written down. Your game trailer, the first 10 seconds are going to be the most important thing ever. Don't do your studio title. Just do gameplay immediately as fast as you can.
Yep. And
as a proof of concept, 5 days ago, I was watching my trailer, and there's a laugh track in the middle of it, like on accident. It's dude laughing, okay? No one told me about it. Out of everyone I've talked to on Twitch, pushed it everywhere. No one told me about it for 6 days, and I knew about it.
Oh.
So the chances of people watching your whole trailer is very low. So that's just put your boss fights up first. Put the coolest parts of your game up first. Don't bore them down with text because most people aren't even going to watch it. So And as a last thing for you streamers and people who are more interactive with communities, you're going to get people asking if your game has controller support, if it's coming to mobile, and if your game is free. Instead of catering to people because we're all thirsty for viewership and community, just tell them no. Like, I felt pressure from people to be like, are you going to do controller support? And I'd be like, yeah, like I want to. But it sets up expectations for them, and it puts pressure on you. And to be honest, a lot of those people aren't your target viewership or audience, and you can just say no. And it's not mean. You'd be like, no, bye. Like, sorry, my game's not your kind of game.
So I'm curious, when you did that, did you experience people just noping out of there? Did many stick around? Like, what was the end takeaway from that?
From me saying that? Or
Yeah,
what?
from you saying no. What did you observe people's reactions were, usually?
I mean, they're like, they kind of just leave chat. I mean, they're disappointed, but it's like, dude, I don't know, like who. It's like I just noticed it myself. It's just a little piece of advice. It's like I just know that you don't want to let viewership down, but like part of learning to be like it's just good to be direct and to not like feel pressure to like make my game something that it's not, or to do something that I didn't intend to have it be. Because yeah, like I said, it just sets them up for failure because they think something. And it's underlying all of it is like, I just want viewers, I want people to play my game. So yeah, I'll like lead people along, and maybe I'll like be like, oh, that's a cool idea. Rather than just being like, or like people be like, why don't you like change your code to do like, I used to be like, oh, I should change my code. You're right. That's a good idea. And now I'm like, I'm just gonna write if else statements.
Yeah.
Hey man, that's not as good. Yeah, I know it's not. Like, I don't know. Like I just think it's better for like your own mental health to just be a little more direct and be like, it's okay to like not, always conform to that. So, anyways, that's all I wanted to say to everyone. If there's any other questions,
I
I'll answer.
appreciate that. Thank you. Chat's reacting quite a lot to this. This is absolutely incredible. Thank you for taking this time. Yeah, I mean, I think just a closing note. I think what I'm learning the most from you today is just, if you want to do it, just go do it, right? Don't let anything impede you. Don't say, oh, I don't know how to program. I don't know how to art. Just go build something that you can build, however kind of sucky it might be. And you may need to be, you got started at 8. You may not make a game until 10, 15 years later, possibly, depending on how much time you put into it, but you're never going to get there unless you start today. It's the best time to plant a tree is yesterday, right?
Yeah, best time to plant a tree was 7 years ago, but the second best time is today.
Yeah, I mean, 7 years ago, I mean, if we're going that far back, we might as well go like 20, right? I mean, come on, where's the statute of limitations there? But yeah, I mean, that's the idea, right? And that's what I see from you, is this kind of indomitable spirit of, I'm going to make it work because that's just what I do. And there's not a lot else to it. And I just want to say thank you. That's tremendously inspiring to me. It's been inspiring for people in the chat as they're discussing it. And thank you for taking the time to be here with us today.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for interviewing me. Maybe we'll have to do it again. Answer everyone else's burning questions about my story.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And get the deets on that mustache, man.
Oh, man. The only deets are my wife likes it and I don't.
That's what mine is,
where
too.
My priorities lie.
Yep. Cool. All right. Sundown, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thanks for being on here today.
Okay. See everyone. Thank you for having me. Bye.
See ya. Well, there you go. That was Sundown. My goodness. I don't know. What did everyone think? I found that absolutely fascinating. He's been through a lot, and a lot more than I have. A whole lot more than I have. The big things that I really got away from this were, like I said, that sort of indomitable spirit of just go and build. And then as well, hearing that oft recited lamentation of game developers is go small. Go smaller. And that's exactly what he did. Thank you all for your comments on all this. If it works, it works. Yeah, I was the else if guy. Yeah, there you go. Remember, controller support is important for disabled people that try to play games. It's 100% true, Locor, absolutely. And it's all about what is your scope, what can you deliver on? Especially pre-launch when you're not pulling in revenue yet. Don't know how to program? Undertale. Can't do art? Thomas was alone. Yeah, absolutely. Some good info. I'm glad to hear it. Really useful talk. Awesome. Have any of your plans for your games down the road changed after hearing him speak? Kehedao asked over on YouTube. Personally, for me, I think so. Yeah. Scoping down is so hard. It is so hard. Especially when the type of game that you enjoy is one that requires a lot more complex workings, right? Like, I love roguelikes. I love that random variance. But something that I didn't understand until I started building games was that variance needs to get built. You know, like, you can't just make a cool system and then it's done, right? You have to build the whole dang system. You have to build all those cards. You have to build all those interactions with each other and think about all of those, you know, if you have this card plus this card plus this card plus this relic against this enemy, how does that interact? And then you have to architect your code in a way that everything can communicate with each other. And it's just, dude, it's a lot. It's a lot. And so I think for my game, you know, we've taken a little bit of a step back from Overload while we're playing Nine Souls. And I think it's been very good for me. And talking to Sundown has been very helpful for me to hear maybe I should focus on some arcade games. No progression, just like scores, which is so contrary to what I am accustomed to working on, right? And what drives me. I don't care about scores, like, at all. They are so thoroughly unimportant to me. But thinking about it, it is so much easier to make a system of the way the player interacts with the world and then build maybe like a couple of different obstacles or enemy types and then just recombine them in different ways. And then you have a ton of content and you can release, even if it's just like a $1 game or something, right? Then it's something that's out there and you get that learning wrap. Yeah, so that's a big thing for me. How do you think I feel? I love Marvel vs. Capcom. Shoot. Yeah, don't make puzzle games. Oh, man. Yeah, arcade games. Like Tiny Devil, the stuff that you've been putting out. Like your Rage platformer. I think that's exactly the sort of thing that people should be building. Maybe not a platformer in GameMaker. I don't know how you're doing that, bro. But, yeah, absolutely. On a side note, how are you feeling during a 10-hour plus stream? I'm feeling pretty good right now, Tablet, honestly. It's incredibly energizing seeing all the folks in here. That's the big thing. So, thank you to all of you for being here. The scope battle is tricky even with smaller games. I'm working on a brick breaker with a test. I've elected to... I'm assuming you meant twist. I've elected to go 3D. I still have to think about how to best keep the scope at bay. Yeah, I mean, especially when you start going into 2D versus 3D. Ooh, boy, yeah. 3D gets complex really quick. Anytime you want to do a shader or anything in 3D, it's way more difficult. Let's make the Shogun Showdown type game with me. I mean, that sounds great, but probably not right now for me because it's complex, right? Even though the inherent gameplay isn't crazy complex, all the combinations and stuff and all the things you have to keep in mind and account for in your code architecture, for me, that's the big thing for me. Oh damn, my puzzle game would be done right now, but it's the puzzle itself that's left to do. The mechanics are done. Memphis, I hear it. So we did an analysis of Chill Seekers a little bit ago, which is a cute little puzzle game, a block tile-based puzzle game about penguins, and you're trying to get penguins to slide off into the ice, but there's seals trying to catch you, and it's very clever. And that developer built that intentionally because the game they really want to build is a tactics game. And so they built this tile-based puzzle game as a learning stepping stone for them. And I think that's brilliant. Like, find what your dream game is and then segment it into a bunch of different games. Build each of those individual games, and now you have experience building the whole thing, and now you just have to tie it all together, which is, of course, tremendously difficult, but possible. You may get to see me do it. My big takeaway from this was I gotta stream. Well, yeah, and especially getting rated with nearly 1,000 viewers from Jonathan Blow doesn't hurt either. And, once again, Sundown, to his credit, dude earned it, you know? It's one thing to get rated, right? It's another thing to keep people. It's another thing to be interesting and entertaining enough that people want to stick around. Luck is kind of what people think about all the time. It's, oh, he got lucky, he got rated in. But really, luck is the summation of all of this weird wibbly stuff that we can't really understand. It's all of these outside factors that are impossible to compute, but are nonetheless there. And so, I think in Sundown's case, he had a cool project. He was doing his own art, which is visually compelling. He's entertaining. He is just a nice, good person. I think he's transparently himself, and I think people could observe that. And I think that was intriguing to people. So, it's a big deal. Saw you play it. Retention is not that easy, actually. It's not. I watched an interview with Co Carnage the other day, and he said, people need to remember that the natural course of streaming is a downward trend. People stop watching you. And that's just natural. That happens over time. So if a streamer is staying steady, that's not they've fallen off. They're like putting in a ton of work to stay there. And going up is a whole nother thing entirely. But like if you're staying the same, you're winning. And that really reframed a lot of that for me, that retention really is tremendously difficult, and you have to be pulling in new people to replace people that you lose. I mean, it's a big thing. I'm a hoot. There's an element of luck, but it's all about prep. You have to make the opportunity for luck to matter. Yeah, I agree. This game has a fishing minigame. The true secret. Just build fishing. Just build a fishing game. Oh, goodness. Well, I don't know. I found that fascinating. I think I learned a tremendous amount. I hope you all did as well. It sounds like you did. I appreciate you all letting me know kind of what you've been thinking and what you've been learning as we've been talking with him. I know I wasn't super responsive to chat. I apologize about that. But absolutely fascinating. It's cyclical too. Seasons bring different views. It's true. It's true. So with that, I think we're going to go ahead and run ads because pre-roll ads just barely kicked in again. Yuck. We're going to go do the pre-roll, or we're going to do an ad segment, and then we're going to jump back into Nine Souls and see how far we can get. I saw you smile at my comments. Oh, shoot. Good to see you, Tom. Okay. By the way, if you're new here, first off, Fox Hollow Games is a charitable enterprise that helps people enter the game industry. We do stuff like this, interviews, we do game analysis. We've been playing Nine Souls and tearing it apart and like seeing how does this game evolve over time? What is their shape language? What are they doing to communicate the ideas that they are doing? How do their mechanics work? How do their animations work? All that sort of stuff we've been going through. We also do game jams. We're going to be participating in Captain Coder's game jam, which, by the way, if you haven't signed up for yet, you definitely should. Learn You a Game Jam just started today. As well, we are hosting a game jam ourselves. It's going to start right after Captain Coder's game jam. We have 3 incredible sponsors, Sundown, Elysios, and Riverwolf Games. Sundown, who we just had this interview with, they've kicked in over $1,000 worth of prize money. So definitely come check it out and sign up, and you may win some money for just learning a lot. Okay. Also, if you're new here, most of the people in this chat are streamers. If you want to find some incredible game dev streamers, I highly recommend just clicking on random people in chat and following them. Tom Millman, Foolbox, Tiny Devil, as soon as you start streaming, I'm sure it'll be great. GameMaker 2D Fighters, and I know I'm missing people, but there's a ton of talent in here that are way better at game development than I am. So definitely go follow all of them. I would shout them all out if Twitch would let me. Even the lurkers are streamers. There you go, Fortune's Favorite. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yes, absolutely. Go follow Fortune's Favorite as well. Oh, man. Great times. Okay, we're going to run the ads, and then we're going to jump back into Nine Souls. We're going to try and find this last item to weaken the boss, and hopefully we'll be able to beat him before we wrap up the day today. So thanks so much for hanging out. We'll be back into game analysis after these Bezos-mandated messages. Okay, welcome back. None of us have your UX magic fingers. Oh man, I don't necessarily know about that, but as well, it's funny that you mentioned that, because while I firmly believe in the strength of design and what that brings to a project, kind of hard to convince shareholders and employers that UX and design matters. It is tremendously difficult. They're one of the first things to get laid off, and they're also one of the first ones to get hired on when things are going really well, because they're kind of like a multiplier is how people view it. As they say, oh, well, if we're already being successful, let's bring UX in, and they will make us, 10 times as successful. Which, is a misconceived notion. So, it's not the most marketable skill set, unfortunately. Gotta absorb all that knowledge, oh dear. I actually work with someone very similar to Joe, energy-wise, skill set, been trying to absorb literally for years, still not that much luck. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to try and pick up. UI and UX is, frankly, an incredibly difficult skill set, and they are different. UI is not the same thing as UX. They've been lumped together for a really long time, but they're, like, for sure not the same thing. So it's a lot. It's multiple disciplines to try and figure out, and there's an infinite skill cap, just like there's an infinite skill cap to being a really good engineer, right? Let's see. Did we feed our bro ham here? I don't know that we did. Did we spend our money? No, we didn't spend our money either. Okay, we gotta do town stuff here. 100% agree, not easy, and it is a skill in total. Absolutely. So, it's tough. And the demands around it constantly shift as well. So, right now, people are really, really, really wanting graphic designers, essentially, that have like a bit of UX design experience. Or hyper specialized UX designers that can also do pretty good graphic design. Like, it's a whole big thing. No, we need to buy poison. We need to get upgraded health. We're only one away. Let's get another health. Which is rough if you're someone like me who has always been like, I don't really want to do graphic design. Like, I want to do the UX. I want to do the strategy. I want to do the flows. I want to do product strategy and all that sort of stuff. But I don't want to do stuff that product managers do. And you specialize in UX, and then the market takes a big turn of, oh, we really want UI designers. Can you do UI? Like, yeah, but I mean, I haven't spent my whole career building that skill set. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for interviewing. It was deeply frustrating for my entire career, until eventually I just buckled down and said, all right, whatever, I'll learn UI. It's fine. And I'm still not all that great at UI. I mean, the stuff we do on stream is super quick and dirty. But stuff like Nine Souls here is levels beyond me as far as UI art goes. Wow, that's delicious. The flavor has a gentle sweetness that lingers even after I've gulped it down. Oh, not bad, it really goes down. Shenog? Not bad at all. It was so good I almost forgot how to breathe. I blacked out and saw a few of my dead buddies. It was a hell of an experience, let me tell you. We would typically refer to that experience as seeing your life flash before your eyes. All right, give me my increased health. Go vomit that all up and give me some more health. I have a question. If we were kidnapped by you monsters, where did we originally come from? The pale blue planet. My hometown is blue? It was, at least when we discovered it. Your home is just like Peng Lai. Oceans and life as far as the eye can see. But due to the presence of New Kunlun, it's probably just a land of ice and snow now. Is New Kunlun, like, blocking the sun? So your sorcery can change entire worlds? Unbelievable. Yeah, that's pretty messed up. It's all my fault. Ooh. Did we pioneer Kunlun? Are we the immortal that we're hearing the stories about? All right. We have 10 monies. Great, we can just leave now. Cool. Status? Oh, right, because we upgraded our other arrow, which we don't really want right now. Let's go find this item that we need in order to soften up the boss. And this is an interesting approach that they're taking, where when you make it to the boss's hideout, there's a place that you can put an item, because they're in this sort of back-to-tank-like thing. They're in a sphere that is genetically modifying them, and we find them in the middle, and we can put something in it, but it doesn't tell us what. So now the player's in an interesting spot. You can go fight him right now, or you can go find this other thing. And I have been going through, racking my brain, trying to figure out where is this last item. We have explored every area inside this guy's domain. We've gotten all of the collectibles. You can find the information over here, right below, right by me. Like, we're 100% on everything except for essentially one item in this level. So, what has this done? It has incentivized the player to go exploring. It has incentivized me to be a lot more thorough in my search, because I want an easier boss fight. It also extends my playtime, which makes Steam want to suggest my game more. Right? These are all positive things that come from it. Negative things are, I hate this ambiguity. I can't stand it. If I didn't have people in chat telling me to explore the factory areas, I would have no clue what to do about this. So, you know, you gotta take the good with the bad, but that's all what design is. It's understanding what are you trying to accomplish, and then trying to execute on it. Just put one or two of Shenlong's poisons in it. Yeah, for real? That's exactly what I was doing. Like, we have this fertilizer that's supposed to be, like, super toxic. Like, let's just dump that in. That sounds like a good idea, right? All right. So now I've explored the whole area, which is the really sucky thing. We have explored this entire space. Wait a minute. We haven't opened that door, though. That's a door we had to, like, unlock through beating things, and usually there's good things behind these doors. Usually there's like a really big fight, but if you beat the big fight, oh no, this is the thing that we already did. This is the puzzle room. Yeah, we already did this. Oh, there's a lore thing we didn't get though. Warning, medicine cabinet damaged. Use the gene eradicator on any remaining experimental subjects. Transmutation medicine is a combination of biological and chemical substances that facilitate genetic sequence modifications. It can be ingested or inhaled. Certain medications cause intense pain that is intolerable for many people. Some drugs have strong side effects and must be administered under expert guidance. What? This is a different room. It looks the exact same. It's probably going to use the same mechanics, but this is a different room. Okay. Wow. I'm really glad I decided to check it out. My problem is, though, that I want the player to unlock tools that they must use to get more stars in previous levels, so backtracking takes a bit. Oh, interesting. There we go. Oh, I'm so glad we didn't have to do a big puzzle for this. Oh, thank heavens. Blades of Doom, hello, welcome in, Papa. How are ya? This toxin can cause irreversible damage when added to a transmutation crucible. By the way, everyone, Blades of Doom is a new father. Could we all just throw some congratulations in chat? Whatever emojis you want. Whatever emoticons you feel best represent this frabjous occasion, whatever digital iconical representations, let's get some celebrations in there for Blades of Doom with the new baby. Congrats, Blades. Doing good, baby boy has the hiccups right now. There you go, nice. This toxin can cause irreversible damage when added to a transmutation crucible. This specially refined neutralizing agent, created to control runaway experiments, and any and all effects caused by genetic modification. So it's not going to kill him. It's just going to, like, remove his special powers. Fair enough. And then I think that gets us, yeah, all the collectibles. There you go. So we can just run up to the boss fight now. Great. I'm really glad we found that. Thank you for the hints. Once again, oh geez. Typing one-handed. Yep. Welcome to the crew. You're probably gonna want one of these things that I'm wearing right now. That's good. I only had 10 money anyway. It's fine. This is a shortcut. This is going back faster. Yeah, typing one-handed. My goodness. So are your classes kind of giving you a bit of a understanding moment here? Are they being patient with you while you try and get your life under control? My goodness. Are you getting any paternity leave at all from your work? Up. There we go. Shangwu Hall. Oh, we got 40 more minutes. This is great. We'll have a good amount of time to beat this guy, and he's going to be weakened. Oop. Yes. Put the gene eradicator in. Hi, bud. Come on out. Come on out and play. Ooh, use the gene eradicator to fight Jaquan. Fight dirty. There you go. Didn't he say something about we both fight dirty or something like that? Are we proving him right that we're the same? Hey, bro. You want to put some clothes on?
Huh?
You escaped. How amusing. But I do say, young Master Yi, what's the rush? If you want to fight, I'm always ready to oblige. That butt. Didn't it have something pointing to it? Thank you for putting on your clothes. All right, Jaquan. I'm a little bummed. There we go. I was like, there was no recognition that we did the thing. What's happening? Did you mess with my transmutation crucible? Brilliant, just brilliant. I knew you could play dirty. I told you we were the same day. That's exactly what I said. Shut it. As if there's any point playing clean with trash like you. I'm so touched. Playing dirty is just a noble Solarian tradition. Evil is engraved in our genes. Which we just eradicated, by the way, so, you know. I have a Mobi, but I don't know how to use it. My school is work at your own pace. I took 5 days off from work, but got bills to pay. I worked a few hours last night, and I work again tomorrow. Oh, gosh, Blades, bless your heart. We're rooting for you, my heavens. You and the whole family. That is how the J clan has stood out from the rest. It's also how the J kingdom brought about its own destruction. When Yi Gong settles this damn disease, the revival of our kingdom will be just around the corner. It's just such a pity that you won't be there to see it. Oh wait, I know! Why don't I throw you into one of our transmutation crucibles and turn you into a Geno Guard? I'll even let you stand in the front row during our military parades. Come on, let's get this over with quickly. Alright. Whoa, how many health bars do you have? How many health bars? Don't know. Oh, we gotta charge. Oof. Yo, that was brutal. Hey. How many of those do you have? Okay. Let's let the arrows do some work here. Ouchie, dude. Dude, how many health pots do you have? Heal. Get popped. Nice, that was good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no! Yeah. This is gonna be a tough fight. Ooh. Let's change up our jades actually. We don't need hitting an additional target. We've super do not need that. We really could do with reduced charge time. That's going to be huge. Trying to stop him from healing. There we go. That's going to be way fast. That's like half as fast. Or doubly as fast? Ooh, didn't expect him to track that hard. I really wish that I had a double jump. That would make this fight a whole lot easier. Golly. Arrows? Woo. Okay, this could be going worse. Whoa! Wow, that stayed active for a long time. Okay, we almost got that first health bar down. I hope he only has 2 health bars. Oh, man. You're healing already? My guy. Jeez. Yeah, I saw that one coming. I do appreciate that they at least gave us a root node right outside the boss fight. That's really kind, considering how many times they've had us do boss runs up until now. Oof. Stop it. No, stop it. I need to get better at those unblockables. They're really hard for me to process in the moment. I think I just need more experience. Arrows? Ooh. No, I didn't mean to do that. Stop it. This is going pretty well. I gotta figure out that attack. Oh, what? It goes behind him? When did that start happening? Okay. Lesson learned? Maybe. Probably not, let's be fair. Ugh, jeez. Lesson kinda learned. Learned a little bit. Would have missed him? Come on. If that were his attack, that would have hit him. Come on. Come on. Get out. Okay, everything's fine. So, let's look at some boss design here, right? The flames are creating space pressure, and then his intense dives. This is a boss that's about positioning, right? And creating space for himself. And controlling the battlefield, which is very thematically reminiscent of his character, right? He's like the general. Stop. Okay, we're doing okay. Ouch. Dude. Heal. Brutal. We were doing so well. I gotta figure out how to interrupt that attack. So that flame attack is very punishing, right? The flame attack creates the flames all the way across the board. And so not only do you have to avoid the initial attack, you also then have to dodge through the flames at some point and not land on the flames on the ground, on the trail of flames. And if you land in the flames, you get a damage over time effect applied to you. It's incredibly punishing. So what's the solution? You parry the unblockable attack. There is a special parry for that. And that is what they are trying to get the player to do. Figure out how to master that mechanic. No. I didn't get it out in time. See, and it one-shots you. So they're really pushing the player to say, you need to figure out how to parry these unblockable attacks. You will not win this fight if you can't do that. Which, this parry is something that we just barely learned in this guy's realm, right? This is a new skill. No. He's just a tea salesman. Oh. I'm disappointed we haven't been able to get him out of his first bar of health yet. Because I feel like that's going to make the second phase, maybe. And it would be good to be aware of what happens there. Oh, don't do that one. I was thinking, like, do the strong attack. So my fingers just reflexively went to the bow. Okay, good. That's awesome. I'm really glad he did that. Oh, we interrupted him. Oh, that was really... Woo, all right. Great. Oh, you're going Super Saiyan? He's going Super Saiyan. Okay. Ooh, missed it. Yeah. As soon as he was charging that and I was in the air, I was like, ah, no, I lose. Didn't have enough time to get the charge going. But that was good. We got past the first health bar. That's great. No, stop mashing buttons. Brutal. hitbox is way bigger than it seems. Got him! And that's your reward for getting the full parry, is he gets, like, staggered. Hey, no, only I get to heal. Stop it. Into the trap again. Okay, so we can spend this time to heal up a little bit. Yeah. Go Super Saiyan. Do your big long animation. But I parried that. That's not gonna stagger him at all anymore? Okay. Not the best way to deal with that. There we go. That's the best way to deal with that. Oof. No! Oh, jeez. Having fun with all the bosses. Yeah, you know it, Davimir. You know it. That was pretty good. We got him pretty far down. It seems like he has a whole extra health bar after this. We'll get through it someday. Jeez. I let go. I let go of the parry. That's okay. We're getting better and better at recognizing that move and being in a spot we need to be. So that's progress. That's good. Stop arrowing. Okay, that was great. That was a great moment. Yeah, we're dead. Yeah. But instead of getting completely caught by that, I'm getting caught in the middle of the parry. So that's good. I just need to increase my reaction time a little bit. And I think we're going to have some pretty high success rates parrying that thing. Darn, I was so close. Yeah. That was really, really close to getting that parry off. It was just a split second faster, we would have gotten it. Got it. Good. Got him. Okay. Take the time to heal. Get out of here. Nice. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. We're in the second phase. We've got a lot of healing left. Doing all right. And I don't think he goes into his bubble to drink the pot anymore. Oh. Oh, I got it. Oh, that was so close. Got him. Oh my gosh. Holy cannoli. Oh. What? Got a hitbox up there and behind him? Okay, heal. Heal. Oh, wait, hold on. Was that the rest of his health? I thought there was another bar behind that. Can we get some check marks in that chat? Oh, wow, that went a lot faster than I was expecting. Did you seriously think this would be the end? Oh dear. Is this the real second phase? We're getting a graphic novel panel though, so like it can't be. We can't have to go through this every single time we fight him, right? Worst case scenario is they're gonna skip past it, and this is the real second fight. Thank you for being so considerate. I embrace pain as my fuel. Yo, dog, have you talked to Red Bull? Oh, this isn't going well for you. Pretty sure you have done the second phase. Is there a third phase? Heroes are forged in agony. Dude, are you a Slanesh cultist? I mean... Yeesh. Okay, no pain, no gain achievement. Wow. All right. We did it! Blades of Doom, you got it. Woo! Where are my hats? Here we go. You know what? We'll go octopus. We only got 20 minutes left. We'll go silly. We'll go silly. Woo! Drink up. Thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate it. Oh, man. That was an intense boss fight, but it went by a lot faster than I was expecting. Maybe that's because we weakened him. So did the weakening of him just make him cough? Was that the only difference, or did it change his stats at all? Homing darts. Ooh. Part of Jaquan's special collection. It was once considered an underhanded weapon used only by treacherous villains. Unfortunately, for some people, reputation is only something for others to worry about. Makes him cough. Okay, so we could have done that without the cough. I mean, the cough was nice. It definitely helped, but it wasn't, you know... Oh, is that a statue of his ancestor that he's, like... Is he upset about not being able to live up to his legacy? Okay, there we go. Woo! Aha! There's the statue. Okay. One day, it will be my turn to bring honor to our ancestors. Jaquan is so generous of his unbounded counter window. Yeah. I did start to notice that. At the end, I mean, that was what made it possible for us to beat him. Was all of a sudden that timing clicked in my head, and it did feel pretty generous. By the end, I was like, oh, this is actually kind of easy. Once you recognize the tell, you can have a good amount of window here. What stupid hero? Let's see how much more you can take. Young master, you are exceeding the experimental limits. Please stop this at once. Be careful with my precious experimental materials. All right, so are they like below you or are they precious? You gotta pick one, dude. Yeah, that's messed up. Very messed up. Long live the J Kingdom. Long may it reign for thousands of generations to come. All right. I like how the eyebrows kind of make him reminiscent of having horns, which is bull-headed, right? It's strength. It's a very clever way to incorporate that type of feeling into his character design without actually giving him horns, which they probably could have gotten away with, given that he's, like, genetically modifying himself and everything, but they took the clever route, and I respect that. Containing the character Wu signifies discipline. Okay. And so, yeah, that's how he went opposite of discipline. He was supposed to just be disciplined and accomplish things on his own. Instead, he took the shortcut of the transmutation, genetic modification stuff. Okay. Okay. Lovely. That is our... Is that our fifth seal? My lord, have you and Jaquan settled the score? How did it go? Still breathing. You're not usually this concerned. What happened? The firewall here at the Four Seasons Pavilion has intercepted a strange signal. Has your location been exposed? The fourth seal. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it was Kwafu, Birdcat Lady, old dude, this guy. Yeah. 4 out of 9. Jeez. Not yet, but I fear our adversary may be dangerously close. Got it. I'll head back immediately. Take care of Shanshan and don't allow anyone in or out. As you wish, my lord. Okay. Oh, we have a red event point. Okay. Well, let's head on back. He looks so sad. He's like a spooky ghost. Yeesh. 9 only if they are all still alive. I mean, that's fair. I've been thinking, I've been saying this for a long time. Like, there's no way we're going to have 5 more big levels like this and 5 more bosses, right? It's got to be like, oh, and then the remaining 3 are over here, you know, in a treasure chest. All right, let's get another chi charge. You'll see. Or like, the lady has already killed the other 5, and they are all contained within her or something. Typical Souls games run out of budget and piles the last 3 bosses in a single spot. The Legend of the Porky Heroes. Ooh, after receiving the 4 treasures of the study, Shanshan's handwriting has improved significantly. He handled the writing and cover illustration all on his own. The story is full of twists and turns, having changed protagonists twice. So like an average Kingdom Hearts game. Oh, he's proudly displaying the painting he got. Sir Yi, I have some most fortunate news to share. What, are you getting married? You're quite the jester, but unfortunately no. The good news is about my dear brother. Thanks to your assistance, I have accumulated a sizable amount of Jin. I believe that given time, these funds will help my brother regain his freedom. I didn't really do much. I was just buying what I needed. Oh, no need to be bashful. I suspect you also purchased items which you didn't need. As much as I'm slightly ashamed to say this, there is one thing I'd like to discuss. In truth, other than Jin, the liberation of my brother will also require a select few parts from other guards. Therefore, it is most unfortunate that I, a meek scholar, am unable to handle violent tasks. Enough beating around the bush. Ever since you called to me, I knew this day would come. You want me to help you kill some guards and pick up some parts, right? Just tell me what you want and where I can find them. Oh, I knew you would be willing to help. This part is called the soul-severing... Why do you need a soul-severing blade to rescue your brother? Pacifist. It is currently held by a high-ranking guard named Shangwei. This guard patrols the depths of the Ape-Man facility near the abandoned mines. That's the one mini-boss we, ran away from. In the Ape-Man facility near the abandoned mines, huh? It's not too far. I'll give it a try if I manage to pass by. You have my deepest gratitude. May fortune in battle befall thee. All right. What all did you give to Shanshan? I mean, lots of stuff. We gave him... And we're going to give him some more stuff, too. We gave him an art kit. We gave him a coding manual, a history manual. We've given him a tool set. We've given him a flute. All sorts of stuff. We're about to give him a frickin' sword. Oh, and we give the fertilizer to him. Okay, that's how we use it. Got it. Here, see if you can handle this one. Wow, this is the biggest knife I've ever seen. Careful, it's not a toy. You're right, this was made by a really good blacksmith. I should be able to make quick work of vegetables with the smooth edge it has. That wasn't made for cutting vegetables, dummy. It was made for self-defense. This pavilion is safe for now, but if anything were to happen, you need to learn to protect yourself. Who's Jai Tong? Your friend? Where did you hear that name? It's on the sword, obviously. It's written on the handle. That's so. Not important. You don't need to know who he is. Hey, you can't steal other people's things without their permission. Most of the Jai clan's inheritance comes from plundering their neighbors during the war. I'm just giving them a taste of their own medicine, which I think is more than warranted. I just don't feel good about it. Take it. You're gonna learn how to use it sooner or later. What if they come back and ask for it? Are you not gonna give it back? You don't have to worry about that. As long as I'm around, their little heirloom stays with me. There you go. Alright, let's do the fertilizer. Let's get tall plant up in here. Yee, what's that funky smelling thing you got there? This is GM fertilizer that helps crops grow bigger. Can I have some? My tree hasn't been growing lately. Are you still looking after that tree? I did say it was of unknown origin. But this is the first time I've ever managed to grow something this successfully. Sure then, here you go. Be very careful with it though. It's a potent mix of several different medicinal ingredients, so it should never be ingested. I got it. I'm not the type of person who tries things just to see what they taste like. Yeah, we got another friend like that. But you are. Alright, take care, 2D Fighters. Thanks for hanging out. Best of luck in the gym. I can't wait to see what you make. Yi, why did you learn martial arts? My mentor told me that it would strengthen my body and allow me to protect others in times of trouble. I just followed her suggestion. Then why doesn't Uncle Chubby do it? Maybe because martial arts doesn't really suit him. He might look intimidating, but that man couldn't even hurt a fly. That's nice. Okay. Great. Speaking of Uncle Chubby, hey, I got some knives for you. These darts. These are the flying darts Jay Quan often uses. So this is what they look like on the inside. I can adjust the design to turn it into an arrow. But still, are you sure you don't mind using the same weapon as him? As long as the user has integrity, a weapon is just a weapon. Unless you think that by using Jaquan's weapons, I will somehow adopt his disposition. To be frank, you don't have a particularly friendly disposition either. Okay, give me some time and I'll get you your new arrow. Rad. Behold, the Shadow Hunter! As the name suggests, this arrow seeks and homes in on your enemies. Rad. Crafted based on homing darts, upon firing, these arrows transform into several dart-shaped arrowheads that track the movements of enemies, lock onto their locations, and shadowing their every move. Very cool. We can upgrade that. Great. We don't have, any money, but that's fine. Talk. You defeated the heir to the J clan? Wow, that must have been tough. I can't believe he transmutated his body to that degree. How frightening. I thought you said he was pretty stylish. What I meant was, those are two different things. I don't blame you. Ying and Jai have always been allies. The transmutation furnaces and weapon systems they used were all crafted by your ancestors. Just because we participated in manufacturing doesn't mean we enjoy killing. Most of us Ying feel pretty ashamed about that part of our history. I might have overstated it. All right. Great. And I think that's pretty much it. Let's go do the event. Do we have anything to give to you? You can talk. You finally came back? How'd you manage to stay so long in that hellish place? You mean the transmutation factory? The ground there burns with fire as people are punished in the furnaces above. I guess the hell from our myths really do exist. No one's being punished. They're all undergoing transmutation. That's what turns them into those armored monsters you keep talking about. Can anyone create an army of monsters with this technology? I would advise against having such ideas. All right. Let's go do the event. Save the pavilion is what I would say if we weren't going to do that next time, tomorrow. We're going to dive into that fresh in tomorrow. Man, what a wonderful, wonderful day. Thank you all of you for hanging out and making this 12-hour stream such a lovely experience. I just can't express to you how much it means to me and my wife, our kids, as well as all the people that we're hoping to help further on down the line, because we are more than just a stream. We're more than just a gameplay stream. We are a charitable enterprise that is helping people enter the game industry. So if that mission resonates with you, if it is something you think you could be benefited from, I invite you to like, follow, and subscribe on whatever platform that you're on. We need every help we can get so that I can keep doing this full time. Otherwise, it's going to have to take a back seat. Nobody wants that. There's too many people that we want to help and support and encourage to follow their dreams. You're so very welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the support. Have a great night. I hope your baby boy there gets better. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We are going to raid out. For those of you who are a little bit unaware, what is game dev? We're going to raid into one of my good friends. His name is Otter Makes Games. This is a guy who is a former AAA game dev. He knows what it is to build a game, and he's incredibly approachable, incredibly friendly. He's making a game right now. We're going to go hang out with him, and he's working on a game about being a spider and swinging around a scrolling platformer. So come on in, come say hi to him, check out what he's doing. He has an encyclopedic knowledge of Saturday morning cartoons, and it's absolutely worth your time. Come see a slice of life you've never seen before. And with that, we'll catch you next time. Thanks for being here. In 8 seconds, because I clicked the raid now button that doesn't raid. You have to wait another 10 seconds. It should say like begin raid or prepare raid. My goodness. Tom, thanks for being here. Appreciate you all. We'll see you next time.